Challenger Series makes its return to Ballito, South Africa, a place rich with surfing history, pristine waves, and unique wildlife. Emerging talents come to face off for a chance to move up the rankings and earn their rookie spot on the championship tour, while relegated tour surfers are intent to get back where they belong, among the world's best. The 2023 Challenger Series season enters its midpoint here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
Good morning and welcome. The Challenger Series touches down in Africa, a beautiful part of the world to be any time of year, particularly for Challenger Series competition. Some of the finest surfers from across the planet looking to put their name in the hat for qualification for the World Championship Tour. Some big talents from places like Australia, like this guy, Jordan Lawler. Of course, South Africa plays host to us. We're delighted to be back as we check out some of our early morning arrivals. And a little slight chill in the air, but pretty balmy conditions. So far, it has been a surf-blessed winter season in South Africa. We're hoping that's set to continue. Here to talk you through the day, talk you through things, joining myself, Paul Evans, Mike Frew, and Gig Silius. Welcome, guys.
Thanks, great to have you here, and I'm so excited. I've been excited for weeks. The forecasts look good, and to have the world's best surfers right here in my backyard, I'm so amped for.
Gigs, Challenger Series back in Africa, and this looks set to be a really fun week of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that we're seeing is consistently good surf here on the Challenger Series itself, and looking forward to what Ballito produces this week. Looking at those long-range forecasts already, it's looking very positive, and I think the El Nino winter is playing a part in that, so I think we're teeing up for a big week here, gentlemen.
All right, well, let's find out exactly what we've got in store today. We're going to hear from Travis Logie. He's with Tasha Mentasti.
I've got Travis Logie from WSL Tours and Competition, who's going to take us through the call this morning.
Hey Tash, yeah, easy call this morning. The waves are super fun, so we're on 7:30 a.m. start. Men's round one followed by women's round one, 30-minute heats. Looks like a great day ahead.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a great day. And what is the forecast looking like for the rest of the event?
The forecast looking great. It's probably one of the best forecasts we've had in years for this event. So fingers crossed it's going to be an amazing event all through the week. There's one tricky day in the middle of the week, but all the way through to the weekend, lots of opportunities. So it's going to be great.
Trav looks happy. When Trav's happy, we're happy, right?
We're amped, we're stoked. Let's go.
How's that forecast, Gigs? Feeling positive?
Well, Travis Logie grew up in the area, so he knows how to read those charts. He knows what he's doing, and he does that all around the world. I think this is his easiest call. I think he openly said it there in that interview, and certainly really is looking like low tide conditions this morning is going to see us kicking off, so it's going to be fun.
Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series, and that's where we are at the Ballito Pro. A couple of events already gone down, solid events in Australia, but this one always a standout on the schedule, being in Ballito.
It's the third event on the series. We already had the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, the Sydney Surf Pro. The Ballito Pro is the third on the 6th series, and the top 4 count out of the 6. So the surfers will essentially have 2 throwaways in terms of the series.
Well, I think we spoke about surf conditions on offer for the Challenger Series this year. Ballito looking promising. Of course, the US Open can always produce with one of those south swells. We know the consistency of Ericeira, and well, we've just seen a championship tour event wrap up in Saquarema. So a good-looking diary for this year, gentlemen.
In terms of any specialist skills for this wave, I mean, it's going to take a little bit of everything to go all the way here and get a big result.
In previous years, the waves have been kind of small, but looking at the forecast, barrels, big turns, power surfing, I think is going to win the day this week.
Yeah, definitely elements of what happens on the North Shore of Hawaii could even become the story here in Ballito. Looking at how tight this is, as we mentioned, just about 10% of this Challenger Series gets to qualify and gateway back to the Championship Tour. Paul, it's a tough ask.
All right, so that's how we break it down. Not loads of available spots for a real deep talent pool. A couple of surfers already getting results on the board. Obviously 2 events in Australia. We're going to have a look at the rankings when we come back from break. Join us for more live coverage from Dawn Patrol right after the break.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Campeão.
Campiona.
Champion. Campion.
Juara.
Champion.
Batal.
Champion.
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 Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
We have the power to ignite a wave of change.
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
And a very warm welcome back to Dawn Patrol at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. A beautiful Sunday morning here in South Africa. We're looking forward to getting things going for our Challenger Series competition already this morning shortly. But before we do that, let's cast our mind back. A couple of events, big events went down in Australia early this year. We're going to have a look at some of the front runners, and we do talk about surfers who have that CT pedigree, and a couple already putting their hand up would love to get on tour for next year.
Jacob Wilcox coming into the event as the favourite. He had a great run in Australia and some power surfing. Interestingly, 2 natural footers in that first event, taking first and second, and then it was over to the goofy footers in the second event, and coming out with a number of points into the lead there, Jacob Wilcox.
We've seen Jacob for a while here, Gigs, on tour as wild cards in various situations, and he's definitely got that pedigree, that talent to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. He arrives here in Ballito, heading up the Challenger Series through the consistency of the campaign through Australia. You did mention there, Paul. I mean, we saw him as a wild card as far back as 2013, care of his sponsor. So looking forward to seeing what he brings. Of course, we've seen Jack Robinson emerge out of that Western Australian region, and we are waiting for Jacob Wilcox. We'll see if he can bring his consistency to Ballito.
Such a good surfer in all kinds of conditions. We know about the world-class waves of Western Australia, but also able to do it in the beach breaks and really mix things up with that skill set. Let's take a look at our top 10 ratings on the Challenger Series. Of course, 10 surfers going to the Championship Tour next year. What kind of names are leaping out at you? Who are we betting the farm on still being there at the end of the season?
I think looking at Cole Harshman, he comes into this event with great rhythm because he won the last event. It was his biggest result. He's going to come in with a lot of confidence. Samuel Pupo, wow, he's right up there, but he's the only Brazilian at that right up there. If I look at just the flags on the screen there, and then the Australians definitely took the momentum. They made the most of those 2 events in their home country, and we got the Australians topping the rankings.
Yeah, gentlemen, look, this top 10 listing is going to shuffle around a little bit. Almost half of the top 10 right now in the Challenger Series have Championship Tour experience, and I think that talks to what the Challenger Series has become. It's the place where the debunked Championship Tour surfers have got to requalify, and then you've got that strong push of the emerging talent and, you know, the new hopefuls.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of emerging talent, let's check out Cole Hausman, who has been outstanding so far this year. Got a win in really powerful, solid conditions. We talk about the powerful goofy foots in the strong lefts. How was this stuff?
Man, you know, having a look on screen at that image and the video that's going down right now, this is very similar conditions to what we had in Ballito earlier this week. I actually saw Carl Auschman out there, Paul, warming up and surfing just like that. And I think he's really brought that rhythm across. He'll be a really deadly guy to have in your heat this week.
Yeah, I think San Clemente has always been a discussion. Cole Hausman, along with names like Jet Schilling, Cade Matson, and others are waiting to knock at the door. And I think with Cole Hausman, he's filled into his body frame. He's carrying a little bit more weight. I'm seeing more power from him, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings. So he'll be coming off that winning feeling in Narrabeen. You mentioned the solid surf of Narrabeen. We're expecting similar stuff, but going the other way, right-handers. So we'll see what he can bring on the backhand.
Yeah, Cole, part of that new generation of American talent. Speaking of new generations, we've got something of a youthquake happening on the women's side of the rankings. We're going to be discussing the Women's Challenger Series rankings when we come back from break. Stay tuned. And very well welcome back to Dawn Patrol. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series, and we've been discussing how it all works with the Challenger Series rankings. Of course, the objective, get on the championship tour. And Giggs made a good point earlier. Those surfers that have had that experience, it didn't make the cut, but coming here from the championship tour, it's going to be tough to get past those surfers. That was one of the stories from last year. They were able to get themselves straight back on tour. It's tough for your up-and-coming surfers here.
Those championship tour surfers that are mixed and scattered throughout the draw are certainly the guys with the most experience. They'll feel the most confident going into these heats and will be the favorites in a lot of those heats simply because of the experience in the heats. They've got so many more years of experience at this level, at such a cutthroat level of competition compared to some of those youngsters coming through.
But having said that, Giggs, 4-man heats. So maybe if you're used to the championship tour luxuries of man on man, you've got to come here. It's back to the QS. It's roll the sleeves up, smash out some scores.
Yep, sometimes you've got to do the ugly work, folks, and that's pretty much what's going to go right down in this opening round this morning. 4-man heats. There'll be plenty of consistency when we get to surf time. You know, you mentioned this is the place, the melting pot, where championship tour surfers are disposed. If there's any positives from that mid-season cut, it's what it does is it injects so much intensity into this qualifying process to get back to championship tour level. And then, of course, it keeps the young talent pretty honest because they've got to come straight in, meet that standard, and finish in that top 10 on the men and top 5 on the women.
Yeah, Mike, the other interesting point about the Challenger, previously we talked a bit of a gap between some of the qualifying venues and the Championship Tour venues. It does feel like, certainly so far from the venues we've seen in Australia and coming here to Ballito, this is a Championship Tour quality venue. This is a real quality waves out here, and it's really the cream of the cream that's going to shine. Yes,
this year in particular, looking at the forecast, it's possibly the best forecast we've had, maybe gigs since about 2011 when we had that mega swell come through. And I feel like the waves here come in cycles of about 3 or 4 years, and I think we're in for a very good winter here and good waves for these guys to showcase their surfing.
Prime season in South Africa, Giggs. It's winter here and it's pumping.
Yeah, it's full moon as well, so we're getting those low tides in the morning. This is prime surf season. That's why it lands on the calendar on these dates. And you referenced 2011. We saw John Florence and Geordie Smith go absolutely crazy that year. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the women can bring to the lineup this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of surfers with Championship Tour experience, one of them is India Robertson, a really impressive surfer, and she went great. Back home in Australia, and she looked really good value for the win on the Gold Coast.
She sure did, and she took full advantage of the 2 events at home on home territory, and she comes out top of the rankings and number 1 going into the Ballito Pro.
Well, a first and a third is a big injection to qualifying for the Championship Tour in 2024. She did a great job, steady on those right-handers and snapper rocks in that final, really dominating the performance. Her fundamentals are solid. She's coming from a quality region of waves as well. She's got a good, strong support team, and well, of course, in Narrabeen as well. She really excelled. So that is real consistency from India Robertson. Maybe one more finals day appearance here, and she's on her way to the Championship Tour.
Yeah, loads of points locked in already for her. It's pretty tight up there, though. Not many spaces available, and it really is going to take impressive performances throughout the year and that consistency to get yourself on the Championship Tour.
There's 5 spots up for grabs on the Championship Tour, and looking at the top 5, India Robertson, Sally Fitzgibbon, Isabella Nichols, Sawyer Lindblad, and Alyssa Spencer. Out of that, you got a mix of experience, like we were saying, those ex-Championship Tour surfers. But very interestingly, we got Alyssa Spencer there in 5th. Alyssa surfed the junior event that happened over the last couple of days, and she made the final. So she's got some momentum going in here because she's already got some heat to Ballito on the board or in her trip so far.
Yeah, watch for this to shuffle around a little bit in the coming weekend. Ballito, I mentioned that Championship Tour experience. Sally Fitzgibbon's sitting at 2nd. And then, well, don't forget Macy Callahan also has done those seasons in the CT jersey. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things shake up this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And thinking of Macy as well and what she's been able to do in the last couple of seasons, unbelievably consistent on the Challenger Series. We talk about how smooth her style is. She used it to great effect, going back-to-back finals last year, 3 finals in a row.
Macy started her run of momentum here in Ballito. In the early round, she got through a couple of heats. She was confident. I interviewed her a few times, and her confidence, you could see in her body language, got better and better, and then she made it all the way through to the final, and then she took that momentum into the next two events.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, making finals all through last year's Challenger Series, not making the cut this year at the CT level. We're going to see what she brings, but she does have that experience. She'll be calm, she'll be just staying level-headed, and she'll want to be back in that top 5 picture at the end of this Challenger Series run.
Missy Callahan absolutely in fine fettle in Ericeira, Portugal last year. Just really matching that point break style that she has to the long walls at Ribeira Dillas. And we think of South Africa, of course, as a land of running right-handers. A real powerful wave here at Ballito. Be interesting to see how Macy can go amongst a highly talented field. We mentioned the young surfers kind of nipping at her heels as well, and that's certainly been one of the stories for, particularly on the women's side. It does feel like there is that almost that seesaw shift where that next generation kind of spearheaded with Katie Simmers kind of leading that generation on the championship tour, but that's a really interesting conversation. And then names like Sally Fitzgibbons, she's not going to lie down.
We've got youngsters coming up, like young Louise Lepron. She's 14 years old, and she's in the draw a little bit later on today. So coming up against those challenging, very experienced CT surfers.
Yeah, I remember Molly Picklum blazing through the Ballito Pro last year, and we know how her stories ended up. She's been in the yellow jersey at the CT, end of discussion. So yes, Ballito particularly seems to be a launch pad for careers, and we've seen that through the seasons and the history of the event here. So looking very forward to seeing how that women's rankings play out when we leave Ballito in a week's time.
The other interesting point with the women as well, with the younger women on tour, we've already seen some of them in these free surfing events, these speciality events. We know about the new progressive aerial surfing that they're bringing. So not only is it like new faces, new names, but it's actually almost a completely new brand of surfing on some level.
It sure is. A lot of the youngsters here, especially in Ballito, there's a little group of girls. Their little surf club is actually called Chicks on Sticks, and they are particularly looking forward to seeing the likes of Erin Brooks and those youngsters perform here.
Yeah, absolutely. You make mention of Erin Brooks there. I mean, her stuff above the lip is just next level. She is... I mean, if we see what Caitlin Simmers has just done, watch for Erin Brooks over the next season or two. And so we'll get a chance to see here at the Ballito Pro what she can produce.
All right, we're getting ready to start shortly here at the Ballito Pro. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to break down some of the outstanding heats from the early rounds. Join us for more coverage from Ballito right after the break.
Stop to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps
yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Campeão.
Campeona.
Champion. Campione.
Juara. Champion. Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Welcome back to Dawn Patrol from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill 2023. A beautiful Sunday morning here on the Dolphin Coast of South Africa. And we've had the call we're going to be running shortly. But before we do that, myself and Paul Evans, Mike Through, we're breaking down some of the points on the Challenger Series so far this year. We've got venues in Australia already, a couple of quite distinct venues. Obviously Snapper Rocks, and then heading down to the powerful Essex Narrabeen. But Ballito, that's a different sort of wave altogether, and I'd just like you to just break it down for us. What kind of a wave is this? What kind of surfing is going to do well out here?
So essentially, Ballito is a mix of a reef and a beach break. The event site where they're having it at the moment, it's called Surfers Beach. That's what it's known to as the locals, and it basically sits in between two other very well-known waves. If you look at the screen there, on the right-hand side of the screen is a beach called Bathers, and then just a little bit further down from that is a beach called Bog, and to the left of that is a beach called Sunrise. Sunrise is quite famous. Many photos and Surfer magazine covers of people like Shane Dorian were taken there in the past. So we're kind of sitting in the middle here of two breaks. On the right-hand side, Bog Bay is a bit of a roll-in into a barrel and a high-performance wave. On the left-hand side of it is Sunrise, where you basically take off straight into the barrel. What's quite nice here is that this wave Surfers is a mix of those two. It has a barrel and high performance.
All right, well, Travis Logo is excited about the waves we've got in store for us this week. As you can see on your screens already, quality-looking waves out there and quality surfers getting ready to go to battle, of course, from the get-go on the Challenger Series. It's straight down to business, no elimination. And speaking of super heats and talent that leaps out, this is our first heat for the men. 3 Hawaiians and the Japanese surfer. And probably Josh Moniz, the most well-known of those surfers, but in Crawford and Sale, very highly rated up-and-coming surfers from Hawaii.
Yeah, absolutely. So loaded Hawaiian heat here. Looking at the rankings, they've got a bit of work to do in terms of the Challenger Series. Josh Moniz comes from a real heritage Hawaiian family. Shane Crawford surfed in the junior series now as well. So again, he comes into the heat with a bit of momentum. It's not the first time putting on a vest this week in Ballito. Brody Sale, similar to Josh Moniz, looking to open up his account. Then we got Joe Azuchi, and Paul, it's his very first heat ever on a Challenger Series. So I'd say in terms of nerves and pressure, the pressure's going to be on our Japanese competitor there.
Yeah, well, there has been a really talented generation of Japanese surfers making serious inroads on the Challenger Series. Look forward to seeing how they go throughout this week here. But as we mentioned, so much talent from around the world, and that experienced surfers with the CT experience, those qualifiers new to this. And tell you what, you go start making a few rounds and get a result here, you're well on your way. Let's start thinking about the women, and we've got a bunch of great looking heats, but one in particular, heat number 4, really leaping out at us from the women's side of the draw.
Yes, so the women's heat, it actually features 2 of the top juniors that are coming up in this next heat, or rather the heat 4 of round of 48. There's Bella Kenworthy from the USA. She's ranked really high, so she's really just off that top 5 cutoff right now in 7th. Zoe Benedetto, she's at sort of 46 there at the moment. Bit of work to do on the Challenger Series. She'll be looking for results. And then we've got the 2 juniors. Erin Brooks, Paul, got to be one of the most exciting juniors in the world right now. And she's up against Louise Leprant, who is our South African young junior female phenom. So Erin Brooks, Louise Leprant, I'm really looking forward to watching this heat, especially those 2 young surfers.
Yeah, we talk about that aerial brand of surfing, that progressive surfing, absolutely outstanding surfers from that generation in that heat number 4. And we talk about surfers like Louise coming in here, young, not really loads of pressure on her. There's 2 ways that can go. You can kind of feel a bit overawed by coming up against maybe some of your heroes, or a chance to shine.
So Louise comes from an amazing surfing family. Her brother Luke is a top in the juniors. Her sister Leah is also ripping at the moment. So she's sort of in the middle there in terms of the family. And she doesn't get rattled by pressure. She was at the World Juniors earlier this year at just 14 years old. She surfed the Challenger event last year at age 13, and she's back on the draw again this year.
All right, well, South Africa has long been a producer of incredible world-class talent in professional surfing. We'll be interested to follow these paths here at Ballito. Meanwhile, let's set our first heat out in the water, and we are underway here, and we're in the tube with Josh Meniz. He's still traveling, comes out, and a little clip off the top. So already getting some beautiful vision in this early morning light. Josh Meniz just kind of looking for a turn to finish it. He gets a little release of the tail. Hey, first wave of your heats, you're getting barreled.
So he got that first wave within the first 30 seconds. He got barreled. So our very first wave of the Ballito Pro is a barrel, and I think that sets us up nicely for the rest of the event. And a lovely way to start, especially when you get a wave like that in the first 30 seconds.
So let's see where that goes with our judging panel. They're going to use their scale to decide how deep that barrel was, how critical. Generally, what we see with the tubes, they need to be pretty decent tubes to get a decent number. Let's get another look here and see how deep Josh was.
So Josh, he would have had his eye on that, because that is the traditional little barrel section. You take off next to the rock, it's always hollow like that, and then it opens up, Paul, into this section of the wave where it becomes a bit more about high performance.
Yeah, a little crease through the midpoint of that wave, so it didn't have a bunch of speed into that first maneuver he did after exiting the tube, but then gave it a good crack to finish off, put that exclamation point on. Of course, we're delighted to see Josh Meniz back competing after quite a nasty injury in Portugal, and he's back in full fitness and form, taking on a couple of Hawaiians, as we mentioned, in Crawford and Sale, and then Azuchi, the Japanese surfer. But Josh Meniz, with the experience, and generally speaking, you'd be thinking you draw on that experience. You know, we talk about heat craft and heat management, and the classic tactics, get a couple of scores up and then see where that puts you. But we're expecting 4 surfers in the water. It's a pretty short paddle back. We're expecting, plus with the swell being pretty consistent, a lot of waves to be ridden.
Yes, there are a lot of waves. The period in the swell at the moment is about 12 seconds, so not too much between the sets. I tried to have a look in the dark off our balcony this morning, and there was a lot of white water around, so I'd expect quite a bit of waves to be ridden through the heats. Paul, we've seen the swell drop a little bit through yesterday, but I would say this is basically about as small as we're going to see it for the whole event. But interestingly, Josh must have gone out there with the intention to get that first wave, because he had the inside. A set came, he got it within the first 30 seconds. And it looks like we have a score on the board there for him.
Yeah, number comes in 417 for Meniz. Meanwhile, Brody Sale with a paddle here. Nice looking wave for Brody, as he'll just swing into this open and bowl section. Nice hit off the top. A little spring in his step on the rebound. There's a really nice snap high in the lip. Gets that little free fall energy down out of it as well. Was kind of maybe thinking about a final turn, realized it wasn't on. Here's Crawford, really loose from him, little double pump off the bottom, and again, so a similar kind of turn actually to Brody. A nice bit of release as well. And we talked about the power of this wave. It does have that little airdrop section. If you hang your turn up high, you're going to need to make sure you stick it.
Where he's paddling right now, it's very, very shallow. I'd say he's probably in waist deep water right now, and that's what's giving it that little punch towards the end of the wave. So you've got to be, you got to go into that thing with a bit of speed, and in order to project your way out. I was really impressed by Shine in the last couple of days. He's been surfing that left just on the other side of that, and as I said earlier in the early show, he has got a lot of heat under his belt already because he surfed in the juniors.
See the wave stand up here. Zucchi with priority, not interested in that one. That will just slip under. It seems like we're stating the obvious, but obviously surfers, they like surfing waves. We've had a bunch of waves for the warm-ups in the last few days. Guys getting barreled as Brody Sale is right here. It's a throaty one. He's going to make this. He gets a little clip by the lip, but he does real well to come out. And already, we talked about where barrels are going to go with the scale. And by contrast, that one, some real travel behind the curtain for Brody.
So similar to Josh Muniz, except his wave held up a little bit. It was a little bit thicker, a bit of a double up on that bank, and it enabled him to get a bit more travel time. Like you were saying, a little bit deeper. It wasn't just sort of that soft, pinchy one like Josh had.
The judges like to see surfers, if you stall yourself into a barrel, they don't really want to see you lose all your speed. All the while you're driving through sections, generally that's going to help you score. But barrels are very much going to be something we're going to see here. We've got these light winds, kind of light variable offshores in the mornings, and you mentioned how shallow this sandbar is. We're going to see people getting tubed.
Talking about tubes here in Ballito, there's a guy you might recognize, Grant Baker. He lives around here, and he actually chooses to spend his winters here in South Africa, particularly because of those tubes. So up and riding, coming off the bottom. This one obviously didn't have that barrel section, but you can see the wave has a lot of power as it comes through to that inside section. It connects with that left coming across from Sunrise. Up and riding Shine Crawford, and I like that turn off the top, throwing a big projection of spray. That was a critical turn there, Paul.
Really technical for the finish as well. Felt like the best of that opening exchange, certainly from what our opening impression was. This is another look at Brody's second wave, the tube.
Nice deep tube there from Brody. When he came out, though, he wasn't able to fully capitalize on that end section.
So already with a couple of waves under his belt, Brody Sale, the Hawaiian in white at the moment. That's going to put him in the lead. There's his total out of 20, 10, 6, 7. So a couple of fives for him. Good number in for Crawford. The 6-5 drops in. You'd probably be thinking most of that's going to come really from that second turn where he's able to take on the lip. Nice aggression. Got that little bit of release of the fins as well. That degree of difficulty. How hard is it to hit the lip out here?
Depends on your talent, but it can be strong. When it's, I would say, small like this, it's not a problem. It doesn't have too much power, you know. But Paul, when the wave gets over that sort of 5 to 6 foot range, it's heavy. It's heavy. If you go straight up at the lip, it's going to be tough. And making those kind of turns is challenging. You've got to go into it with a lot of speed and flow, project through it. When it's a bit smaller like it is today, I wouldn't say the lip is soft, but it's certainly smashable.
All right, expect to see some high performance stuff throughout the day, throughout this week of competition. Set standing up here. Azuchi's got priority, hasn't used it yet. Let's see if he's tempted. He is. Good looking open and bowl for him. Look how smooth that face is. And he goes into the lip. Nice amplitude on the turn. And then doesn't get a whole lot of the second maneuver. Look for a third. So that little rib through the wave, just kind of taking it away from him a little bit there.
We've got two swells here. We've had an easterly swell for the last couple of days, and that easterly swell is waning. We've got a new southerly ground swell filling in over the next couple of days, and that's why you're seeing a little bit of a lump on the wave at the moment.
So Azuchi using priority to the tune of a 3. Still plenty of time left for him. It's a real short paddle out as well, and he'll be back in the lineup. And now, when he gets back, priority will be established. Let's have another look here.
You were talking about hitting the lip, and that's exactly what he does. He hits the lip, gets a nice airdrop down, goes up for the second turn, but the wave almost sort of backs off a little bit. And then as it hits that easterly swell coming towards him, doesn't give him that opportunity to finish like he was maybe looking for there, Paul.
Just the length of this wave surface, maybe looking for maybe 3 maneuvers, but interesting to see Crawford just with the 2, with the high score from that opening exchange, and just real clean from him in the transition as well. If you're able to go into your bottom turn straight up into the lip, just is going to reward that. And a 6-5 is a great way to start things off on the Challenger Series.
He had a solid wave, probably the biggest wave we've seen of the heat so far. It had that clean open face. I really liked that first turn, how he threw that spray in the air, and when it backlit with the sun like that, it looks impressive. And transitioned very cleanly into the second one and rewarded with the highest score of the heat so far.
So we've been blessed with consistent swell on our forecast throughout the week, but also just the last couple of days in terms of the warm-up for these surfers as well. And, you know, warming up and getting used to your boards and getting used to conditions is key. Let's see what Azuchi can do here. So after a patient start, not wasting much time from fourth priority, getting a little inside wave and almost a little stumble there, but a really good recovery for the finish. And just as I say that, he gets overcome by the white water. And he'd just be wanting to get the proverbial feet in the wax and just start surfing. You don't want to be too patient out here with 3 other surfers in the water.
I'd imagine his nerves are a little bit settled now. This is his first Challenger Series event. You know, it's a long way from Japan to South Africa. He's had a couple of warm-up surfs, but there's big pressure when it's a heat like this against such experienced competitors like Josh Muniz and somebody that's already on a roll and did so well in the juniors, Sharon Crawford.
Talk about that 4 surfer priority. And at some venues, surfers are a bit more spread out. Doesn't necessarily always come into play, but out here, really significant. It's a tight takeoff zone. Here goes Azuchi with some really nice travel time, so unable just to pick someone up as he's paddling back out.
You're gonna. He's really busy. I think he's surfing quite smart here because he's getting 2 scores on the board. He's building that platform so that he can possibly use that priority later in the heat, sitting out at the back and maybe wait for one of those sets. Paul, you were saying earlier about it being quite a busy heat. The heats are 25 minutes in duration, and already we've had about 7 or 8 waves ridden in the first 5 minutes. So there's certainly not a lack of waves out there. It is consistent, but it's going to be about getting those quality ones like Sharon Crawford did. Now, he's been here a while already. He's surfed a couple of heats. I wonder if that experience from the juniors is coming into play here. He knows exactly what is required and which type of wave to take out there.
Yeah, definitely feeling out the energy, the kind of rhythm in the swell, getting used to the bank and conditions, picking out the gems. The warm up for the last couple of days. We've been running a juniors event out here, but you mentioned those peaks up and down. I'll tell you what, I saw Carlos Munoz yesterday surfing down at Boggs. Mate, I reckon he rode 20 waves. We talk about Italo Ferreira and some of the sort of reps he does. I saw Carlos get about 20 waves in about 7 minutes. And so surfers are stoked. We got waves, a key ingredient. It's going to be pumping pretty much all week. This is one of the smaller days of the waiting period, but already you can see some real quality out there. Just dreamy conditions as well. Here goes your heat leader, Brody Sale. A couple of 5s already for him. A little shouldery from the takeoff. He's kind of reaching for a second section. And you mentioned those combinations swell and kind of got the better of that wave there, really, those mixed up conditions.
Yeah, when he took off, you do get those ones. They come from deep next to the rock, and that one actually has a sort of tapered cutback section there. When he took off on that wave, I thought that's what he might do, is do that big sort of roundhouse, smash it, and then go for the closeout turn. But he had his eye on down the line. I was just having a quick look at the tides. The full low tide this morning is at 8:30 this morning, or maybe just closer to 9 o'clock. And then high tide this afternoon at 2. So we're actually approaching full springs. I don't know if you saw the moon last night. Massive full moon rising over the sea here. And it's a huge difference in tide. So we've got about 2 meters of water that is going to fill in here through the day. And the tide's still going out at the moment. So it's only going to get shallower. The ideal time to sort of surf the spot is at about mid-tide. You can see on the full low on an outgoing like this, it exposes the swells, very much so, because it's so shallow out there. On the mid-tide, that'll settle down and you'll have a more defined sort of break.
Ballito Pro really establishing itself as one of these standout competitions on our various tours, somewhere where surfers always look forward to coming. There's a lot of love for South Africa, and, well, there's a bunch of reasons for that, but basically, just the waves are so good here. You guys have got an embarrassment of riches.
We love having the internationals here. It's incredible. I look at Instagram as an example, and I look at some of the swells they have in Australia. I have a look at even some of the British beaches when there's swells, or the US. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in the water. Paul, on a good Saturday, when it's cooking out here, there's about 15 to 20 people. And we really are blessed with some of the best conditions, surf conditions in the whole country. And like you can say, it's the middle of winter, you can surf in boardies out here.
All right, having a paddle here. It's Brody Sale, still with that heat lead for a couple of 5s, and he's S-ing down the line here. Wow, goes tail high. And that was an explosive, progressive maneuver. and doesn't get a completion, you've got to be thinking that would have been huge in terms of a score, because he's taking loads of risks on a heavy section. There's some of the Hawaiian squad with Cole as well watching on. What do you think they're making of things so far?
So Zeke and Keanu have been here for many years. They've been here. They always travel together. I saw them at dinner the other night. Zeke actually went last year from this event. He didn't have a great result here, but then he went on to win the US Open. Keanu made semi-finals here last year. So they know this wave well. And when I was talking to Keanu earlier in the week, and I was letting him know about the forecast, they were like, oh, so amped, so amped.
Yeah, one of the smartest guys as well on tour. Just in terms of that surfing brain, that analytical brain that he has. He's been doing a little bit double duty with a support role, a coaching role as well, but he's surfing in heats and he's making them. He's still surfing incredible. We've had him on the Challenger Series last year up in Portugal. We had him in the studio. Unbelievable in commentary. Like, his insights are so dialed in. So, yeah, it's definitely someone, if you can get to pick their brain about conditions and things like that, if you are a competitor. I'm not sure he's going to give too much away to his rivals, though. And, of course, we know all about Zeke, and his quality definitely has championship tour pedigree surfing. Let's see if he can get back there. Let's see what Azuchi can do with this one. Nice looking wave. And he's got a spring in his step and just pokes the nose on the landing there.
Yeah, just got caught out by another one of those little lumps as it hits the inside section. So Josh Muniz gets a lot of speed. This is what stands out to me when we compare our local surfers to the guys that come through from international. Speed, power, and flow. It's like next level. It's like turned up from 5 to 10.
Yeah, real quality combination there to finish from Josh, and that is that pedigree just showing. You can sometimes get tempted to just trying to real smash the lip on individual turns as hard as you can, but judges do reward those combinations of turns, and that was a really technical section. We saw that bottoming out. You talked about that low tide, just kind of gargling on the sandbar. Let's get another look here, but really nice surfing from Josh.
The wave comes through to that inside section. You can see he airdrops pretty much off both of those turns, and it's very shallow there. I'd say it's going to get about knee deep on the full low. That one on the inside here is just below sort of knee deep. So it is very shallow. It comes out of deepish water. The continental shelf is very close here. And there's generally always, no matter the size of the wave, quite a hollow wave here at Surfers in Ballito.
Josh Muniz sat with the priority for a while after his opening wave that got him a reasonably modest number of a 417, and that'll feel good. He'll have a legit 2-wave total now. Let's see where it puts him. He's certainly going to go in at least a second. Well, he does get a second. He gets a similar order, slight improvement. 477 for him. So he's nudging his total up. Eyes really now. He'd be thinking on Crawford, who has the high score. He's just got one wave as well. He needs a small number for seconds. But this will ask a slightly different question. You've got good points on the board. You've got priority as well. And it's basically about picking a good wave. What are our surfers looking for, really? Do they want one with the wall? Do they want like a little triangle coming through? What exactly are you trying to look for in these kind of conditions if you're out there with priority?
I think you're going to look for something like Sean Crawford had on his first wave. It's, if you look at the screen now, okay, these are small little ones coming through, and that set wave is, I'd call it touching on 5 foot in terms of face height. You're going to wait for one of those. There's plenty of them out there today. I'd imagine there's probably maybe 6 to 8 of those waves that are going to come through each set, if you can get it. You're going to have to fully maximize it, though, because the rest of it is not going to be waves of that type of size. So a couple of sets coming through each heat ball, but only a handful of those ones in that sort of 5 foot range, and you're going to have to use that priority to keep your eye on one of those.
No safety net of an elimination round on the Challenger Series. We'll take 2 through to the next round. 2 will bow out of competition at this stage. It's brutal, and the heats come really thick and fast. It's absolutely stacked with talent. As we see just a little break in the action since Josh Muniz's last wave that put him back into second, but he's pretty vulnerable in that second right now with a couple of 4s. Not really the sort of scores he'll be hoping to hang on to in just over 11 minutes time. But already so far we've seen a bit of quality in this, and we're very much buoyed by a strong forecast throughout the week. A little bit of spread now from our surfers, just drifting a little wider. Looks like Azuchi having a look down the line, and he's put himself at the apex of a peak here. This one cupping out for him, and that one running away, maybe caught in two minds about possibly pulling in. All he could really do is pull through the back.
He sat very wide to get that wave, so that was well off the peak into the sort of second section of the wave. That's right in front of a section of the wave. There's a sort of a road at the top there called Surfer's Lane, and where that closeout section of that wave was right in front of Surfer's Lane.
All right, just over 10.5 in this one. So far, it's one of our three Hawaiians, Brody Sale, in the lead. He leads Josh Moniz in second place at the moment. Shane Crawford, well, he's got the high score and he's lurking with intent, with priority as well. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action from the opening round of the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Opening heat of the men's rounds. And so far in this one, Brody Sale with a couple of numbers in, got him in the lead. Josh Moniz in second place at the moment, two going through from this. Shane Crawford, he's got the high score, the 6.5. He's shown us the best of the opening, well, 2/3 really of this heat. And he's got another number just dropped in. So gets himself a 3.9, a pretty smart move. Didn't want to sit for too long on just one score. And he's got himself into second place. Everyone having a paddle there, but no takers. So now with 8.5 minutes on the clock, it's Moniz and Azuchi with a little bit of work to do.
Brody Sale got those first two waves very quickly in the heat. He had it within the first 5 minutes. He had a 5.5 and a 5.17. That's a pretty good foundation to build the rest of the heat on, and he's sitting there now with priority. So I'd imagine he, at this stage, if a set came, is looking, you know, pretty solid and confident right here.
All right, this happened during the break. This was Shane Crawford, and this was 3.9 he got during the break.
Yeah, so he tags the lip, comes off the bottom. Another one. I love the way he's throwing that spray in the air. Fast, fluid surfing. Oh, unfortunately, just sort of digging the rail and didn't quite manage to pull off that third turn. The first two turns looking very fast and fluid. That second one in particular, I like the flow through that turn, and just overcooked the last one.
Yeah, but even with the 3.9, just put himself in a strong position in this one. In second place behind Brody Sale, but a little bit of distance back to Josh Moniz, looking for the 5.64, so he needs to improve by about a point from his previous in this. Azuchi with a bit to do, 7.4. 7 on the clock from Deep Moniz, having a little sniff, realised that one was going to kind of peak and go a little bit soft, but we got more waves coming out the back. Priority is with our heat leader, Brody Sale. He'll look to try and improve on his numbers as well. So up the top of the point here is Josh Moniz. Let's see what he can do with this as he goes flying down the line, throws up an air reverse. Is, well, a failed one, and crucially stays out of the way of this guy who had priority, Brody Sale, the heat leader, who tags that really nicely with some aplomb. Meanwhile, right behind him, Azuchi, good looking wave, really nice turn off the rail from him, jamming in the pocket in that tight corner. Another hit, bang again, much better from the young Japanese surfer. Gets a little tangled on the finish, but will get it done, and he wants to get back in this heat. That's a pretty good way of doing it.
A lot of action there, plenty waves. I thought Josh Moniz was gonna land that thing. Brody Sale using his priority. Now that for me was the type of wave he was looking for. It had a bit more size. It had that big open face, and he managed to lock in two pretty solid turns there. Nice flow on the turns, and then the second wave just behind that. Often the second wave can be better here.
Dolphins out the back. This is, of course, the Dolphin Coast, an absolutely gorgeous part of the world, and a dreamy looking lineup in terms of conditions this morning. Let's see how Brody Sale's score comes through, your heat leader prior to those couple of quick turns. And here goes Crawford. High line from him, really smooth with the speed, and a critical functional floater over a meaty section, a really nice crack. Oh, and I thought he was going to hang on to that, just didn't quite have the speed to get in front of the whitewater, but he's rallied here and trying to get himself an improvement on the 390. Won't be scored on that final maneuver. Got a score for coming for Brody Sale as well as Azuchi. Be interesting to see where the Japanese surfer's score goes. I thought he surfed that wave really, really well. Moniz under a bit of pressure now, possibly, as we see Brody Sale again with priority. And he just drops straight in, as he's allowed to do. And he will go down the line with a snap, throwing up some spray in that morning light. And he'll get a finish as well. So we've got numbers in for everybody. 2 surfers to come in for Brody Sale. And we talked about priority, and it will be significant. These surfers are pretty close together. Josh Moniz using the experience to make sure he stays out of the way of Brody Sale.
We're down to the really sharp end of the heat, and with a couple of scores to drop in, the surfers have got a lot of work to do. We could see a shake-up here, because with all those scores outstanding, it's Joe Azuchi, his last score to come in is potentially the best one he's had of the heat, and waiting for scores to come in for the other 4 as well. There's going to be a pretty frantic last couple of minutes here, because it's quite a close heat at this stage.
Yeah, you got to be thinking, if Crawford was able to land that second final turn, good chance of improving on the 3.9 for sure, to make that job harder for Azuchi, and it already is a 7.4, that requirement. So a pretty tall order. 4 on the clock right now, and this scores in for Crawford. He doesn't improve, he'll remain where he is. Azuchi's number comes in. It is his high score, as you thought, but he's a little way off the requirement, 4.77. But crucially, he's brought the number right down now, and a 5.64 will feel like much more of a gettable score, but time not really on his side, and it's ticking away here. This guy's Sale, we're waiting for a number for him to come through, but he's looked pretty good value with those couple of 5s early on, and never really looked back in this one. Let's see how he goes in the final 3.5 minutes of this heat, but already loads of action, loads of waves ridden, and some quality surfing available.
We see another set come through. Can you see the swell direction there, how it's going from right to left on the screen? That's the indication that the swell has turned, and it's now, we're getting more of a southerly ground swell. So I think as that easterly little bit of influence in the swell wanes, we're going to get much cleaner lines throughout the week. And Paul, looking at the long-term forecast, the period ranges between 12 and 15 seconds, which is pretty powerful. And here in Ballito, it's not so much about the size of the waves, it's all about the period.
Crawford here on a nice looking cupped out bowl section, and puts loads into a couple of turns on that wave. So 2 big hits from him. Second place prior to taking off on that wave. Needs a 4.17 for first, assuming, of course, Brody Sale doesn't get an improvement. A couple of numbers to come in for him right now. I'm not too sure anyone's particularly thinking about requirements. It's all about just catching waves when priority is with you and trying to squeeze any real potential out of them. And we could see a frantic couple of minutes here. First heat of the opening day of competition. We're in Ballito on the Dolphin Coast of South Africa. An absolutely beautiful part of the world. Numbers coming in.
So just having a look at that, I think we've had 24 waves ridden in this heat, and lots and lots of waves out there. Most of the surfers have had all of their best waves in the first 2 waves that they've had.
Yeah, we're all caught up with scores now. It's as we were. Sale and Crawford, you 1-2. Moniz looking for a 5.64. Azuchi looking for an identical score of 5.64. Those 2 will have first and second priority respectively. It's Azuchi with first dibs on whatever comes through. Moniz has had to basically take a couple of waves from second priority and cede ground to surfers with superior priority over him in the form of Brody Sale. It's happened a couple of times for Josh, and he'll want to get a wave of his own here in the last minute and 15 seconds in this. And these are those nervous moments. You travelled a long, long way to come here, and you've been surfing in the warm-ups. You're feeling good about the way everything's working, your surf and your equipment, you just want an opportunity. Might get one here. Josh not going to quite get on that. That wave will just slip underneath him. Crawford having a concerted paddle. By the time he gets on that wave, it'll just run away from him. And you can see how shallow it is on that sandbar. Meanwhile, here goes Azuchi. He's looking for a 5.64 opening turn from him. And gets on the gas with speed down the line. And a really aggressive finishing turn. He just generated that speed to take on the lip. And he's asked a serious question of the panel here.
Under a very pressurized situation, he took off on that wave, 45 seconds remaining. Whatever happened, he had to stick it. He went into it with confidence. That last turn, really critical section. It's heavy on that sandbank, Paul, and he stuck it with style.
Let's see where that goes with our judging panel. The first turn really sort of a setup, but he just kind of S-ed his way from a low line on the wave, built up some speed, and that thing just bottomed out. And he took on the lip real square. It's aggressive surfing. That's what the judges like to see. Let's see how much they enjoyed it when the number comes in. And Brody Sayer will bring this one in. We reckon whatever that goes for Azuchi. He's safe. He's in first place. So he'll be making it through to the next round. He'll be absolutely delighted. And we talk about strong starts. It sounds fairly obvious, but you get a couple of fives or better early on, and you're in a good position for the heat. All right, numbers are coming through for Azuchi, and it's going to be close. Let's check out that last wave from him. What did you enjoy about this?
So it takes off, gets back into that cutback section, that first section of the wave. Now, this is the critical, this is the money section of the wave. You do something big there and you stick it, it's going to impress the judges. You ride out with a bit of control, and you're in the game.
Degree of difficulty is rewarded. How about that? He goes from 4th to 1st in the dying seconds of the heat. The last minute, really, Azuchi gets the win from pretty much nowhere. And that's the way these 4 surfer heats can go down. Brody Sayer will advance as well. And Crawford will be pretty upset not making it through that one. Join us for more live action from Ballito right after this. Welcome back to live coverage of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and let's pick up live action right now. In white, it is the Goofy from Australia, Geordie Lawyer, just sluicing on the backhand. Vertical approach from him. Of course, we've seen him do real damage on this tour in seasons past. Throw himself up in contention for qualification. A real quality surfer, great competitor. He's a pretty cool head on his shoulders as well. He's coming up against 3 other surfers, also looking to get into the next round. Let's set the heat. We're going to see Jordan Lawler of Australia taking on Connor Slipen from South Africa, John Mark Takong from the Philippines, Kai Martin from Hawaii, and 4 surfers entering the water. Only 2 can go through. Drama in that last one, Mike. And I'm really enjoying already just how tightly contested this is. Surfers in each other's faces. Priority super important as we paddle. Surfers looking at the same waves. it's hotly contested.
It sure is. It was such a close heat. If you look at the scores of that last heat, and really showing why he belongs at this level of surfing is Joe Azuchi. In the last 45 seconds, gets the score and goes to the lead, takes the win into the next round in his first ever Challenger Series heat. He'll be so stoked with that.
Well, we've already been talking about this region in terms of some of the world-class talent from down the years. What about Connor Slipen, a new name, a new face? Do you know much about him?
Yep, Connor Slipen is from Cape Town, and this is Connor up and riding now. He's one of the top juniors in the country. He's been on the sort of South African radar for many years. Came onto the scene when he was 10 or 12 years old in the Real Junior Series, and he's on the Challenger now. He's represented South Africa at international ISA events, and there's a hotbed of talent in South Africa where Michael February is from, Komiki, and that's where Connor Slipen is from. He lives right there, and he would have had his eyes and watched what Mikey February's been doing over the last couple of years, and that experience filtering down into that little community.
Yeah, also, just from glimpses there, nice style from him as he kept it clean, just kind of drilling down the line. Look for an air section on the finish, but already just showing us a little glimpse of what he's got in the tank. Good number in already for Kai Martin of Hawaii, a 5-point ride from him. Surfers would have been probably paying a bit of attention to scores, and 5s and 6s probably good enough, or certainly good enough in the previous heat, but thinking about trying to get in second place, numbers of that order, of course. Scores are, waves are scored out of 10. Your best 2 rides go through. You're going for 10s, but, you know, there's a certain amount of pragmatism as well. Get a couple of big, powerful hits, take on that end section, maybe get barreled. You're going to be well on your way to a number.
Talking about 10s, everyone in this heat, including us, watching the heat, would have seen Jago in Brazil yesterday get a 10 for that one maneuver, no pump, straight into there, bang, 10 across the board, and yeah, all it takes is that one big maneuver sometimes, and Ballito has those sections, Paul, on the end here, that big closeout section.
All right, we see a wave stand up here. Looks like Tukong. He likes the look of it. Nice looking section in front of him. Quick hit off the top and a nice combo as he throws it up. Just kind of lost traction, really. Not enough pressure on the board. And he'll go down. He has a little slightly disgruntled look down the line at the wave. And he'll be getting a read on conditions during the heat, really. Just trying to do things on the fly and figure out this lineup. 24 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and there's plenty of time. It's Kai Martin so far with the high score. Other than that, not much to bring you. It's 2s for Tukong and Lawler early on. And these surfers really just trying to figure out this lineup and where they want to be. Jordan Lawler's done well here in the past. He's got a bunch of experience, and he's one of those names that we've been seeing for a little while. We'll be feeling about, well, really establishing a bit of authority in this heat against some more up-and-coming surfers. Let's check out a replay of Kai Martin on the backhand. This is how he got his 5.
I really like how he's hooking it in the pocket there. On your backhand, you can get really tight up in that critical section, and if you manage to rotate the board and turn it in that critical section, it's going to throw spray in the air, looks impressive, impresses the judges, and he's rewarded with the highest score of the heat so far. It was just the one turn. The wave didn't offer much opportunity down the line.
Here's Slipen. Has to be a little patient for his opening maneuver. Saw a little section, gave it the treatment. It was kind of a speed turn as he tried to look again down the line, and you feel like this guy's got loads in store. He's really looking for that section down the line to do something. So far, the waves just run away from him a bit. It'll be another modest number for him. Meanwhile, here goes Tukong. Better from him, and he'll get a finish as well. Just maybe slightly lower energy from that wave, not loads of power in it. That'll probably affect his score.
The wave had that little punchy section in the beginning, got the first maneuver in, but as you said, it did lose a bit of energy, and it got a bit frothy on the inside as well. Had the foam from the previous wave that he had to contend with too. Talking about Jordan Lawler before we saw the replays there, he was in South Africa in 2018 and 2019, well, a couple of years ago now really, and surfed a lot of the junior events. He was in Cape Town. He made his way through J-Bay, Port Alfred. He spent quite a lot in Durban. We used to have a WSL event called the Surf City Series a couple of years ago, and he won a couple of those events. And that set up a great momentum from him to go and post some big numbers and results on the Challenger Series over the last couple of years. And for me, he's a big threat in this heat because he has so much experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And they want to use that experience to good effect. We talk about smart surfing and building a heat. Maybe a bit of pragmatism as well. Just try and get scores up as early as possible and then try and go through the scale and just build and build as that priority situation rotates amongst the pack. The good news is for surfers, it's pretty consistent. We got a couple of minutes at most between sets. We're not looking at really long lulls, and we saw that in that first heat. Surfer in 4th, getting a wave at the end, going to 1st place. Let's have a look at a paddle here. It is Geordie Lawler on his backhand on a nice looking opening section. Good hit from him. Off the bottom again, really nice if he can hang on here, and he can't. And we've seen a few surfers of real quality get blown up by that white water.
It's such a tricky section, and Paul, you got to know when the best in the world are finding it tricky out there. You know that section is quite heavy, and you really have to time it well. Go into it with the right speed, and you almost know halfway through that turn whether you're going to make it or not.
All right, just under 21 minutes to go in this one. Jordan Lawler gets himself into 1st place with a modest number on that. In the meantime, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat with Tasha.
Standing alongside our first heat winner here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, Joe Azuki. Joe, how were the conditions out there this morning?
This morning, so slow wave, but coming wave, so good wave, yeah.
And Joe, it is your 3rd time in South Africa. Do you enjoy being in Ballito?
3rd time, Ballito, it's every day good wave, so fun. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Azuchi loving life at the moment, getting that wave in the dying minute of the heat, the last minute, getting the score going to 1st. Let's pick up live action. Martin here, backhand from him late at the last section. He'll go down again, and we'll just revisit that talking point of hitting the end section, how hard it is to do. Here's Lawler, live action again from him, swings one off the top and tight off the bottom. Really nice turn from him. And works the angles here to really good effect. So made sure he got a completion. And we talk about experience and quality and maybe learning from that previous wave in terms of getting the landing done. And that'll put him in an even better position. He's already in the lead.
He's a powerful surfer on his backhand. He's a big guy, and he used that to full effect on that wave. The way he went up on that last turn, he went in with confidence. And almost halfway through the turn, you could tell from his body language he was going to come out of that thing. He'd set his body as coming through and rides it out.
All right, let's check out a replay here. This was the 383 from Lawler.
So he comes off the bottom, tags it. Such powerful surfing. The board comes right out. The fins came free on that 2nd turn, and just comes unstuck with that section on the end.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. One of the entertaining parts about that end section is we'll just revisit that as we pick up live here from Lawler, going for the big air reverse, landing on the flats, landing pretty hard. And he's just checking the fins. They seem to be all good. He's fine. He'll dip under a wave and get back in the lineup, so wasting no time at all. Finding himself a left, our first left so far of the event. Generally speaking, this is a right, but there are opportunities. There is a little left bank to the left of your screen there, just down the beach.
Yeah, in front of Surfer's Lane, there's a classic left that breaks there. The way the sand sort of flows around these points, it sets itself there in front of Surfer's Lane. And on this type of swell, you get a lovely little sort of triangular V in the sandbank there that creates those lefts. And in years past, we've actually had some Ballito Pros where we've had more lefts than rights, just depending on the swell direction. And that's still the leftovers of that sort of easterly swell out there.
Okay, Martin having a paddle here, dips in. Quick opening turn from him. A bit more venom in the 2nd turn. Crucially, he gets the completion. And yeah, we're just revisiting that chat on the end section. It feels like it's not really one you can kind of nurse. You've got to sort of go for it out here. There isn't really an angle in where you can kind of go soft and safe, which we love, and it's entertaining.
No, if you nurse something like that, it's going to end badly, and you're going to come unstuck. You've got to go into it with confidence and a lot of speed.
So this guy got the 617 previous to last. His last wave was the left, the incomplete air, but the 617 for some backhand work, got the completion, got the highest score of the heat so far. He's in the lead, and he'll be feeling much, much better with a legitimate score on the board. Doesn't want to get stuck in the threes as you go down towards the midway point. Just having another look at that Channel Islands, making sure everything's all right. We haven't chatted about equipment yet. Oh, almost thought that was a signal back to the beach. Okay, it is. So there we go. A signal back to the beach. So already we've seen some equipment damage, and that's a result of explosive surfing. You take risks, and sometimes your equipment, well, comes a cropper.
It could have been from that 383 where he didn't make the turn, or it could have been where on that left where he went for the air, and most likely could have put his foot through it or creased the bottom. We saw him look at it straight after that wave in the whitewater. Didn't sort of see much there, but he's obviously got something wrong with that board now.
In terms of equipment here, we talk about this wave does pack a punch. Regular shortboards, you think, PU, for most surfers?
A regular shortboard, I'd say. Everyone rides it. It doesn't really offer the opportunity to ride anything really big because it's a quick, punchy wave.
Kong streaking through a beautiful looking barrel in this morning light, has a little gouge to sign off as he comes out as well on the rail. And you'd be stoked to get that wave in a free surf. Let's see how impressed the judges were. He'll dip under the next one, explodes behind him, and real energy in that set. He was able to pick off that wave. Just took him a little while to get in the tube. It wasn't straight from takeoff. He had to mid-face it a bit. I wonder where this will go score-wise. We'll find out shortly. 15.5 on the clock.
We saw a couple tubes in that first heat, but that was the first one of significance that we've seen in this heat. And he really came through with a lot of speed. So we'll hopefully we see a replay of that, because it'll be nice to see how deep he got in that tube. It was quite quick. But tubes are going to score, and they always do score here at Ballito, and there's always a good mix of maneuvers and tubes. You were asking about or chatting about boards now. So you've got to have a board that's very multifunctional out here. You've got to get into that big drop tubes, but you also got to do the maneuvers. You got nicely covered up in that section, dodged the sort of pinchy section, and then managed to get another maneuver in.
Number in for John Mark to Kong. It's a 4-8, a reasonable number. Lawler's back on the beach, switching boards. Looks like Reef Hazelwood there. Is it? He's got another board, and he's going to head back out. This will eat up a little bit of time, but not loads. It is a pretty accessible lineup. It's a reasonably short paddle. He's in pretty good physical shape as well, Jordan Lawler, so he'll be back in the lineup. Hopefully, from his point of view, still in the lead as well. He does have that 617 in. That's going to make him feel a lot better about being back on terra firma for a short period of time, but he'll be desperate to get back in the lineup and go to work on that 383 in particular as he negotiates this little paddle out. So basically, top of the beach here next to the rock, a little gully there for your paddle out.
There's big rock fingers. There's fingers of rock that go out along this coastline, and it creates these little bays. It's not a traditional bay. It's not very deep, so it's really just a finger of rock. But it's solid, essentially. There's no water coming across from the beach next to it. And so what it creates is a rip. So your quickest way to paddle out is to hug those rocks on the right-hand side of the beach, and it basically pulls you out there. The only problem when it's big is at the back of that, you can get absolutely thumped. So you kind of got to time it well, but not on a day like today.
Kong being busy now, and he's got a real spring in his step. High lines through a section, real big tail throw on the air reverse. Doesn't get a completion. I like the way this guy is taking it on here. He's not sitting around kind of thinking about, ooh, what do I need to do? He's just like, okay, identifying waves, let's go for it. And I think that's a really solid approach. Third at the moment. He's not a long way back from Kai Martin. 4.54 his requirement. More waves pouring through as we get towards the midway point in this one, and already a really entertaining second heat of the day.
It sure has been. We've seen a tube. We've seen guys going for airs.
Beautiful looking wave for our South African surfer, Connor, off the bottom. He's been real patient, and he's pushing so hard and loses the footing, and he's waited a long time for that wave. It was a beautiful looking wave, maybe just overcooking it with a maneuver selection.
As he went into that turn, I had a flashback of that Tom Curran turn where his foot came off. And I thought, oh, he's going to stick it, but he didn't.
All right, so Connor Slipen there He'll have to go back to the lineup and think again. He's in 4th place at the moment in this. And he's got a little bit of work to do. It's Jordan Lawler and Kai Martin at the moment in this. We're going to get a quick commercial break. 12 on the clock. It's an enjoyable competition already from Ballito. Join us for more live from beautiful South Africa right after this.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Welcome back to South Africa. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Second heat of the round of 80 for the men on the Challenger Series. Stop 3 of 6 in a tour all about getting surfers onto the championship tour, either back on the championship tour, if they're surfers already with experience, or in terms of up-and-coming surfers, a chance to really shine and stake a claim. One up-and-coming surfer from South Africa, Connor Slipen, on your screen right now. He's just had a couple of misfires so far in this, but he's got plenty of time, and you just feel like he's got loads of quality in store for us. He can find himself the wave and the opportunity on the prowl here, a little deeper on the point, and a smaller wave. Think about it, realise not a lot of energy on offer. Meanwhile, leading this heat, it's the surfer from Australia, the goofy with the most experience, Geordie Lawler. He's leading this one. He's had a little bit of an equipment mishap. He's on a backup board. He's back in the lineup right now. He's got priority as well. At the moment, Kai Martin with a strong start, that 5 early on, good enough for seconds. Here's Connor Slipen. He is streaking down the line. And punts really nicely done, sticks it. And I really like the look of this kid. He's got spark.
Yeah, that's more the Connor Slipen that we know. Oh, going for a huge air there is Tukong. That'll break your board if you land wrong on those kind of things. Never mind your board, your ankles too. But Connor, that last wave for me looked like he suddenly found his rhythm. He's been out of rhythm a bit this 087, 163, 077. Those are not the kind of scores we're used to with Connor. He actually distanced himself and he went and sat a little bit further right, much deeper. And I think just looking at his body language, the confidence, like how he stood up after he landed that, I think he's possibly in the game now, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. 777 is requirement to go to second, but if you break it down into a couple of waves, Kai Martin's on a 5 and a 4. This was Kai Martin, as we just see a set stand up here, and everyone's just scrambling a little wide. Priorities with your heat leader, Lawler. He's deep, he doesn't go. This is Tukong, who's an entertainer. Wow, massive risk from him. I tell you what, he is putting everything into these maneuvers. Safety surfing isn't something that John Mark seems to be into. He's shown us some big airs already and just going super vertical and aggressive into that turn.
Sure has. He threw everything at it, and halfway down, I thought he had control there, and just the way he landed, it kind of bounced him off his board.
Slipen here off the bottom, coiled with intent into the lip, gets a little tag finish on a kind of tricky, complicated, crossed up section. Does well to get a completion. I tell you what, he's right back at this. He got a 5.93 prior to that, and his requirement is modest now, 3.47. And he nudges his way up. We'll get a number in for that, 2.53, so not enough for second. Still requiring a 3.47. That is not a big score. By the time he gets back in the line, he's going to have it about 7 minutes, and hopefully a couple of sets for him from a South African point of view.
Oh, he's in the game. You know, I can just picture everyone down in Komiki tuned into their television sets watching this, and everyone in Cape Town supporting Connor. This is a beautiful looking barrel there from Takong. He was deep in that section, travel time, but it just shut down on him. He's very far down the break. He's way down on the left-hand side there, and that is where the closeout section of the wave is. Quite tricky to come out there.
Yeah, 7th wave for him. He's been relentless in this. He's pulling in. He's throwing airs. He's taking on the lip. He's an absolute entertainer. Meanwhile, Martin here looking to put a bit of a cushion. He's vulnerable in second right now. Nice attack from him on the backhand. Nice and precise. Doesn't need to do too much on that wave. Read it pretty well, the speed of the wave. Managed to get a couple of hits. Comboed them up. 9-4 his total out of 20. 4-4 his low score. And he is vulnerable at the moment, all the while he's sitting on those numbers. Let's get caught up on replays from earlier on. This was Kai Martin. Got himself a 4-4 early on, and this is part of the reason he's in second place.
Comes hard off the bottom on his backhand. Really hooks it. It's critical as he comes down. Rides it out clean, and the judges reward him. It's his second highest score of the heat. This was Connor's air. I really like how he stuck that. Stands up. And he's got a bit of confidence. And, you know, that could be the turning point for him in the heat. He waited almost, 20 minutes or so to get to that point.
He's got a bit of swag. I like it. You mentioned the confidence. That was a technical landing as well. He kind of just drifted that one up. He had quite a bit to do on the landing. That was pretty technical, and he didn't look surprised to have made it. He stood right there. He's just like, yep, I'm back in this. Let's see where he goes now.
If you're a young junior on the junior sort of comps around South Africa, or you see a slapping in your heat, your heart skips a beat because you go, oh, they're going to do airs. They're known for their airs. His brother, Luke Slappen, also a very similar natural footer, and both of them renowned for powerful surfing, but they got that air game down. At this level, I don't know how much, sort of nerves is playing into this particular heat for Connor, but that last one of his definitely has got him in the game. He's just running out of time a little bit, though. He's in second priority, 5 minutes to go, looking for a 3-4-7 pull. He's capable.
Also,
lead the wave.
What'll be interesting as well, previous to that, he was looking at big totals. I think he needed a 7 or something like that. But right now, there is that element of surfing to the requirement as well. Do you try and get a 4? Do you just surf the wave as you see it? We'll see all that play out in the remaining 4 and a bit minutes of this. There's your heat leader, just kind of meerkatting on his board, having a look at the sets. Lawler, at the moment, looking good value with that 6-1-7. But I tell you what, on a 3-8-3, and we've seen multiple wave sets. Surfers chasing him, could hunt him down. He'll definitely want to improve on that 3-8-3. That's keeping him vulnerable right now.
We saw in that last heat, Joe Azuchi, he was in 4th. And it came down to the last 45 seconds. He went from 4th into the lead. And if just looking at the screen and the point spread in this particular heat, no one has bolted out way in front here. It's all very, very close. And it's going to come down to that last 4 or 5 set waves that come through in these 4 minutes. Who's going to be on it? And this heat certainly could go anyway. So no outright sort of leader here, although technically the heat has been surfed the smartest by Jordan Lawler, who has the most experience.
Yeah, he's got priority as well. That'll be pretty telling, I reckon, in this remaining 3 minutes and 40 seconds when a set comes through. There's a really good chance of him improving on that 3-8-3. We talk about surfing to requirements and just surfing to situations, really. He's maybe not necessary, doesn't need to go mad if an opportunity comes through. Just want to consolidate, put someone else up on the board. Let's see how that goes down. A little spread from these. And the first real lull in terms of this heat, and what a time for it to come. We talk about head noise and nerves and things like that. And if you're a surfer chasing a score right now, well, this time will be flying by and you just be thinking, where's my wave?
For Jordan Lawler, the time will be expanding. The longest time or heat of his life. For John Takong, this will be the shortest 3 minutes of his life. It just goes, when you're in the lead, it feels so long. And when you're in 4th place, it feels like that time is going double time.
Yeah, he's been really entertaining, Takong. I've enjoyed what he's done. He's been real busy as well. But just his energy and his aggression, that's kind of what we want to see. If you're going to go down swinging. And that's what he's done. He just might need to dial that back a touch if he gets another opportunity. Because his requirement in 4th is not a big one, a 4-6-1. And we've seen 1 turns for a 4-4 from Kai Martin. Just the 1 hit on the backhand. Let's see what Takong can do. He's in third priority, so what he wants is a multiple wave set or a bit of physical distance from the pack. We might see someone head a little down the beach towards the dying stages of this.
Looking at the screen, it looks like the surfers have split up here. Connor Slipen has the sort of inside position there, but Jordan's got priority just on the left-hand side of him. So if Connor finds a wave there, he could potentially be blocked there by Jordan, and that's not going to be good news for Connor, where Martin is blocking sort of Takong on the other side. Well, no, Martin's in fourth priority. So the first South African of the event. Yeah, it's a big deal to get into these events, and the whole country will be watching the next 90 seconds with their hearts in their mouth a little bit here, Paul.
Martin sitting wide there, got that 5 early on. It's put him in good stead, but second place, ever vulnerable in 4 surfer heats. Final minute and 20 seconds here, and it's been our longest lull. We've had about 2 minutes without waves coming through. Looks like a little belt of energy standing up. Slipen's feeling that too. He's going to try and slip a little deeper. As you mentioned, Lawler with priority over him will be able just to burn him if he wants to, if he sees an opportunity. Of course, at the moment, if things stay as they are, Lawler doesn't need to ride another wave. He's in first place in this. A little mishap with the equipment. Didn't lose too much time back on the beach and back in the lineup. Got himself into the lead with that 617, the backhand attack from him. And he might be interested here. He'll want to wash off the 383. He goes, Geordie Lawler on the backhand, off the bottom. Quick hit from him. Had to speed and tighten up that turn. Realized this wave was going to run away. A third hit. And that is how you try and see out a heat, consolidate a winning position, work on your backup score. Don't try and do too much or over-surf it. And a pretty polished performance from Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, that's how to punctuate the end of the heat for sure. I really thought there might be 2 more waves in that set in shot as he took off for Connor. Connor's got priority now, but 15 seconds remaining. It's looking tough for the South African.
Yeah, the chasing pack will be wondering where is their opportunity as they get to the countdown. And it's this guy, Jordan Lawler. Score comes in, does get a marginal improvement, the 483 from him. So just improving on his position overall, 11 points out of 20 and a job well done. We mentioned the equipment mishap, and he seemed to take all that very much in his stride. He's going to advance through to the next round. I'll be delighted with that. Always tricky getting out of an early heat. Kai Martin of Hawaii as well will also go through by virtue of the fact he got good work done with a 5 early on in the heat. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you Giggs and Kai in for the call. Join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro right after this.
To the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Welcome back to day 1 coverage of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. The third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It's a very good morning from the east coast of South Africa. Dick Cilliers alongside Kai Linder. And Kai, it's festive. It's a festive feeling down here. There's a lot going on around the Ballito Pro on many levels, but the surf is pumping.
Well, the surf's been pumping for days, Gigs, as we go straight into action here. And it's probably the smallest day thus far in the sort of whole period of the Pro Juniors and everything else, but still plenty on offer, and the forecast is looking fantastic.
As we mentioned, a festive atmosphere here, many activities in and around the Ballito Pro this year, and we've got lots to talk about as you join us here. First morning of competition, it is men's round one action, and we've had 2 heats already. This is the 3rd heat of the morning. It is a very good morning local time here, around 8:35, and a South African in the mix in this heat. We did lose one in that last heat, care of one of the Schleipens. We have a Luke van Wyk out in the lineup. He'll be taking on Sheldon Simkus, no stranger to our Challenger Series. Leo Casal has been performing well. He'll be from Brazil, and then, of course, George Pitar as well. And here is George. He'll open his account. What? He just let go of that first turn there. Wrapped it around, incomplete. We're seeing a lot of punchy, short rides this morning. We've seen a couple of barrels in that opening heat. Josh Moni's got a real tube to start the very first wave of the Ballito Pro. But, punchy waves and consistency on the low tide this morning. So we're looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and just watch this wave now. Like you were saying, very punchy. Bogged the rail there. But there's most of the waves you're looking at kind of one major maneuver, maybe 2. I'm seeing the scores in those first 2 heats, Gigs. Really, the guys who are concentrating on getting the big power maneuvers out of the guys getting the scores.
Well, nice smooth delivery on that backhand from Leo Casal to get his campaign underway here. Young Brazilian talent. Talking of talent, let's see where the South African hopes lie in this heat. Lovely backhand knifing turn from Luke van Wyk. He's already opened with a 4.33. That's quickly to his 2nd score. We're only 4 minutes and 45 into this, so head judge setting out 30-minute heats, and as we say, no shortage of waves here for the opening day.
Just the swells on tap, and of course we've just sort of hitting that bottom out of the low tide as well, so that's why that bank in the middle of the break is going to be especially dangerous for these guys. We've already seen a broken board in the previous heat as well for Jordy Lawler. And Luke van Wyk, young kid from Cape Town, he's really coming through the ranks, and he's working with Chris Bond, who's the SA coach. So excited to see what he brings to the party.
Simkus with the floater. He has the 3.33 already. That's his 2nd ride. So Surf is finding back-to-back waves pretty quickly here in the lineup, as there's a full moon week. So how that works on the east coast of South Africa is it brings the very low tides to right about now, as we mentioned, 8:40 in the morning here in South Africa, and a low tide at around 9 a.m. So pretty much consistency for the next hour. I would say the next 2 to 3 heats we'll see very similar conditions, and then that tide push will start. You can also see a little bit of a wind stain out the back. We are expecting winds out of the south as day one unfolds, and of course Commissioner Travis Logie has said, let's get men's round one done. Let's also get women's round one done. So looking forward to it, a full calendar for the day. Lots of action and activities around. The temperatures already starting to make it another perfect beach day here in KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, Kai, you were very involved with the skating yesterday. Lots of music festivals penned out on the diary for the week. And it's just a cultural melting pot of activity, music, arts, and everything going on here this year.
Yeah, and I think, for a very long time, everyone thought wintertime surfing, South Africa, the focus very much on Jeffreys Bay and the CT, but I think that is changing in a major way for Kwatakuza and Ballito. People want to come here because it's the middle of winter. The rest of South Africa is just freezing, and it's pouring with rain. It's a real proper winter. And here we are sitting in Ballito. It's 25 degrees, balmy, water's warm, and you've got all this action and festival going on around it. It's really is the place to be.
Yeah, it's very infectious. There's a great feeling in the atmosphere here, and we're getting day one underway, and everyone is very excited, and everyone will be holding hopes, the folks on the beach here, for young Luke van Wyk, a number of young South Africans in the draw here at the Challenger Series, so opportunities for our local talent. Meanwhile, Leo Casal Found a 4-6 to open. Here he goes. Beautiful knifing backhand turn. And just lets go that second one. So everybody pretty much except for George getting their reps in real early.
Yeah, and Leo's like one of those new young Brazilians coming through the ranks really hard and fast. He's in the top 7 surfers in South America as well. So keep an eye on him. Here's the young South African though. And really going for broke on that turn, Giggsy.
Yeah, he's got a lethal backhand. We've watched him come out of the Cape Town area. Of course, lots of young talent coming out of Cape Town. We mentioned the Schleipens. We just lost one of the Schleipens in the previous heat. But a bunch of talent coming out of Cape Town area.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, in previous generations, I think Durban was really sort of the focus. If you look at that, like, generation before this, Davey Weir, you know, and all those guys. So Cape Town, with kids like Luke van Wyk, have really come to the party. I love that first turn. Getting up a little late on the float, though, but the first turn really good. And then we watched Leo. He's got a 4.1 for this one. Also, again, good first turn. Liked how he got up and over on the lip on the second, but no one really in this heat has unleashed that big maneuver yet. So I think whoever does get to that is going to be the first big score of the heat.
Well, George Pittar, little tapered wave. Let's see if he can find it. He'll find the inside bank. Slams it home. Brings a completion. Nothing really exciting standing out from George's scorecard just yet, but plenty of time. Clock still well over 21 minutes to go. So we're going to see heats with, I would say, up to a dozen waves ridden per surfer. So there'll be a lot to break down as we get stuck into day one of competition. You were mentioning the backhand of Luke van Wyk, but right now it's the backhand surfing of Leo Casal that is steering him into the lead, an early lead. Let's have a look at that one again as we break down this one.
Yeah, again, gets that first hook off and did really well to come around the section and get up into the lip, but none of the scores in this heat yet really going up into that excellent range yet. We're sitting kind of under the 5 mark, Gigs.
Yeah, we saw Geordie Lawler get to a total of 11 on that previous heat. That's a ripping turn there from George, who wants to get some momentum out of this now. Joins the dots. Seems to be a little bit of overlap of 2 swells here, Kai. We had that straight on, more easterly swell yesterday for the juniors, and a new south swell starting to filter in. So we are seeing evidence of 2 swells in the water this morning here.
Yeah, and the last few days, something you don't see that often in Ballito is big barreling lefts at Willard's Beach, but you could really see the east swell in the water for the last few days with that left. I know I saw you getting a couple there yesterday morning.
Huh, thanks,
yeah,
Kai, thanks for that.
Giggsy still gets his barrels. But yeah, and now that southwest swell came in late yesterday, and that's why you got that sort of little, you can actually, just looking at the shot now, you can actually see that sort of peakiness and those like different peaks down the beach. But what it does do is it makes some nice bowls for these guys. But on this wave of George, love the bottom turn into the carve. Big power wrap from him there. But then the wave kind of loses a bit of momentum, and you see that little warble that he had to go across, that little cross wave. So wave choice today is really going to be key. You've got to find those waves with a bit more wall that are going to allow you to unleash either a big barrel, big air, or 2-3 turn combo.
Well, the wind has gone pretty much glassy on us, and it's a beautiful beach day down there. We're just having a look at this wave approaching here. It is priority to Simkus, so he is going to use this. Gets a nice tight snap combo. He'll let that one go. And with that beautiful beach day down there, let's go down to the beach and hear from Tashmin Testi with the winner of that last heat.
Winner, Jordan Lawler for heat number 2. Jordan, first heat to get through in the Challenger Series here for 2023. Good start to your campaign for the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, feels nice for sure. Yeah, been a bit of a rough start, but yeah, the curse is broken now, and now can hopefully get a couple of results.
Yeah, well, we've got a good forecast here for Ballito. Do you enjoy these types of waves? It's quite stronger, like quite a strong wave that breaks along these sandbanks here, and how do you feel? How comfortable do you feel in Ballito?
Yeah, I love this place. Yeah, the waves over the last few days have been some of the best waves I've surfed all year. So, this place is incredible, and really got a good connection with this wave in particular. So, yeah, I look forward to it.
So we're going to be seeing Jordan Lawler into the next round, which should take place hopefully tomorrow.
All these reps. Meanwhile, into focus comes Luke van Wyk. This is the South African hope in this opening round of competition at the Challenger Series. Leo Cassel still with a firm lead on the heat, but Luke van Wyk now challenging to see if he can build his numbers. Best wave for Luke van Wyk thus far, just the 4.33. See what the judges say of that. And we want to see where the two Australians go in this heat. George Pitar in red, Sheldon Simkus in white. And as I was mentioning, just the wind's gone absolutely dead here. You see that wind line on the outside there, Kai. So as the tide turns over in the next hour, we'll just get that breeze coming right to left across screen. And it's going to set us up for a good day of consistent surfing.
Yeah, we're looking at the forecast. The wind, I don't think it goes much above 8 knots today. So it's really not going to be a hectic wind coming up. But what it will do is it's just going to help push that more southerly swell a little bit harder into the bay and into the break. So we might even, with the pushing tide and the wind swinging to the South Sea, a little jump in size as well as we go through the day. But if you look at yesterday and the day before with the juniors, when that tide starts pushing about 30 minutes into the push, you definitely see like a little jump up, and you'll also start seeing a few more sets lining up on the bank a little bit cleaner. You've seen these last two heats have just got that little bit of a wobble on it from the low tide.
You see the jet ski there, proudly presented by SMG and Yamaha, one of our sponsors here at the Ballito Pro this year. Sets approaching, priority with the Brazilian heat leader in blue. He won't use that one. And while we wait for some more action, we'll take a quick break here. It is day one of the Challenger Series from Ballito. Let's have a look at this one. Here comes some more sets into the lineup here. So Cassel will use the priority now. Needs to up those averages. He's kind of got scores stuck in the 4s. That's a nice let go on the second turn. Third one comes in. You'll like that. There's the body language already. Little mini fist pump. And that's going to see his numbers perhaps improve a little bit here, Kai, because in the meantime, Luke van Wyk has taken the lead with his last score in of a 5.27. So the pace being set here by the two goofy footers in this heat.
Yeah, definitely. And what I'm liking about what I'm seeing from Leo Cassel there is the bottom turn. Really attacking the bottom turn, which is giving him the opportunity to really go into the lip line. So good surfing from the two goofies, and they're putting the pressure on the natural footers right now.
We'll wait for that score from the Brazilian in blue. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from day one in Ballito. Welcome back to opening day of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the third stop here in South Africa at the Ballito Pro. You're joining us in the third heat of the morning. It is the opening round of competition as we go straight to George Pitar, who's finding his best wave of this heat. And that was a nice little combo right there. I like that. A couple of nice strong rail turns. And finally, George Pitar is going to break free of those averages of 3. Priority being used here by fellow countryman Sheldon Simkus. And he'll drop that one out, but plenty of time here, Kai, 13 minutes to go. And finally, a couple of strong rail turns from George.
Yeah, 30-minute heats. They've got all the time in the world with the consistency and the swell. And like what I saw there from George, finally found a wave with a bit of a lip line and a bit of juice behind it. The floaters definitely, 2023 is the year of the float again. It's come back hard, but that closing turn was the money turn for me, really putting the tail through the lip.
A little paddle battle here for priority in the lineup. Simkus and Pitar. There'll be no mateship here right now as they try and establish. Looks like Simkus will fetch that third priority. Meanwhile, during the break, Leo Casal fetched the best single wave of a 617. We're trying to get a look at that shortly. 3 backhand turns for the Brazilian. Gets him back up into the top spot. The South African still loitering there in second. And we'll see where George Pitar's last score goes as we'll wait for that number to land. It's looking like the best wave of the heat here. We did speculate that as it unfolded, it looks like judges are going to go into the very good category. He's going to fetch a 7.1 and turn the heat upside down.
Yeah, and here he goes again.
Well, here we go. Late charge. Pitar's last ride, the 7.1. Just opens that body up combo. There's that drop step float. And he will now try and improve on his backup score of a 3.6. So that 10.7 top left of screen made up of a 7.1. We'll see where that last score goes for George Pitar, who's finding some momentum here in his first round at the Ballito Pro. Let's have a look at the replay of Leo Casal. This is that one just before the break.
Well, again, just look at those bottom turns. Really just drives off the bottom, gives him the opportunity to attack the lip. And the wave got a little washy at the end, but he did well. I like this one. They're one of the bigger waves we've seen in the heat. Lovely little tail drop float, gets straight around into this carve. But here comes the turn I like. Bang! Just gets the fins straight out the back. And that is, I think, where the big part of the score came from, Giggs.
Well, the 6s and 7s starting to come from the judging panel now. I had a look at the judging notes this morning. Today's scoring will be based on the surfers performing major combinations in the most critical sections. That was the key emphasis from the panel this morning. We're starting to see it turn into points here. There's a lovely, nice sweep in the lip again. 2-turn combo. Now is their third one on the inside. We saw Leo Casal fetch a 617 on his previous ride. Now looking to improve on a 453. May just have done that again. Just emphasis on the combination there, Kai.
Yeah, not shy to throw the Sylvester Stallone claim either after the good ones. But I think when you look at the waves today, quite bowly, very tight in the pocket with those 2 overlapping swells. And it's giving the goofies a little bit of an advantage, is my feeling, because they can just drive so much harder off the bottom and stay tight to the pocket. And Leo Casal is a perfect example of that.
Well, Pitar back at it. We had a brief look there at all scores from everybody. It was about 6 waves ridden by George Pitar. Most surfers coming to 5 and 6 waves. So half a dozen waves in the lineup already and still 10 minutes to go. Starting to look at the stretch of scores. There are the requirements. Pitar in the lead. Casal needs a 4.71. So Leo Casal not really improving on his situation. What's happened here is the South African holding priorities dropped down to third. Mid-range 5 required. And, well, Sheldon Simkus has been the quietest of them. And he's probably the one that's had the most success on Challenger Series up until now. So we'll see where Sheldon Simkus can steer his campaign here with 9.5 minutes to go.
Well, they don't call the Challenger Series brutal for nothing. You know, you see the first heat of the morning, a guy like Josh Moniz with his caliber and quality, all the way out from Hawaii, 1 heat, 4th place, and probably going to wait for the next Nimba swell.
Well, of course, Josh Moniz will be watching his brother Seth Moniz in around a week's time, because that's all it is until middle of next week. We get it's the 8th stop on the Championship Tour going at Jeffreys Bay. Looking forward to seeing Seth Moniz in action. So Josh Moniz out of the draw here early on. Disappointing. I've always thought, just, older brother Josh would make the tour, make the highest level of the tour before Seth, but Seth has just been a standout. He's back in fine form this year, and we'll see where Josh Moniz can get a number out of the next Challenger Series coming to us from Huntington Beach, at the end of this month.
Get ready for the Gravel Fest.
Well, it's that kind of year with the El Nino where we're getting a lot of south swells.
True.
Could end up with 8-foot Huntington. You never know. Certainly this El Nino pattern, which is in full swing around the planet, is serving the east coast of South Africa really, really well. It's been a phenomenally good start to winter here, April and May and into June. The swells have been non-stop, and, well, it looks like it'll continue for us here in the first week of July. Can you believe it's July already? And here goes your heat leader, Pitar, 2-turn combo. Now that is going to light up the judges' scorecards as well. That was power, that was speed, very little blemish in that. And I'm thinking George Pitar might be definitely getting rid of his 377 there, Kai.
Yeah, I have to agree. That was great surfing, and he wasn't very high up on the priority system there either, so he did well to move up the beach and find a peak off on his own under priority. And if you watch the wave now, got into this one, and I'm sure
we'll pull that tape back in a minute. But having a look back at the short track record of George Pitar, is fairly new name to us out of a big melting pot of talent over in Australia. Made a finals in Newcastle against Joel Vaughan, got that runner-up. So sitting well on the qualifying series back in his home region. But Kai, let's have a look at these two great turns from George.
Well, really got the fins out on the first turn, and then doing so well to get down the line and get the big second turn on the closeout section. I'm sure you had the North Stain board riders all screaming for him on the webcast early in the morning down that side.
Yeah, well, wee hours over in Australia. Of course, here in South Africa, approaching 9 a.m. in the morning. We are right on the low tide. And I did mention George Pitar on the Australian leg of the qualifying series, making that final in Newcastle. Also, a quarterfinals against Jacob Wilcox. So it's interesting to see where George Pitar is. He's right there in the mix, and certainly there's that number now. 5.5 for George sees him stretch his lead out to the 12.6, and the South African now with still that same requirement. So we're keeping an eye on the Brazilian, who is occupying second place, 617 and a 453. So a bit of a stretch for Leo to go to the lead, but we'll look at the requirements for both Luke van Wyk and Sheldon Simkus with around 6 minutes to go. And here goes the South African. He's using a priority here. Upside down, a little too tight. It's compressed. And he'll go for the fall there. He'll go back now into fourth priority when he gets back to the peak. And that's not going to help his campaign here to fetch that mid-5.
If I was Luke's team on the beach, I'd be pointing directly down the beach. Over the first few heats, we've seen
go and surf some lefts.
Really good scores down the beach, and the left is there as well. We saw Lawler having a look at a left and launching the air earlier.
Well, here goes Leo Casal, who's going to just stall it out. He's behind the curtain, lovely. He'll come out. It's always a beautiful visual for our surf audience. But it wasn't particularly deep barrel. Let's have a look. This is a nice set that's pulsing through. There's still a few sets left, and that's a big junction. And Sheldon Simkus will disappear on us. I thought for a moment he may re-emerge here. More waves on the way here. And the set is still delivering through the Ballito lineup. And George Pitar is going to knife that one. So a whole bunch to break down in 30 seconds there with that three-wave set approaching.
Well, and what I will say is Luke van Wyk just won the lottery there because he didn't really get a score on that wave of his. But what's happened in the interim is that Casal's had an okay barrel. I don't think it's going to be a massive score. But the other two surfers both falling. So you should see Luke getting back out into the lineup first, and he's going to have an opportunity to chase that score. So we'll watch that barrel. Watch how Casal did really well. Good positioning, gets the rail. Not too deep, didn't really disappear from view, and he didn't claim that one, so I don't think he'll be expecting too big a score.
Well, the Brazilian will return with priority in the lineup. We asked the question, does he replace the 4.53 and put a bigger requirement on both Luke van Wyk and Sheldon Simkus? Now you can see 7 waves in the lineup ridden by the two Australians. And highlight scores the 7.1 and the 5.5 for Pitar in red in the lead. Down to 4 minutes, this one's flying by on us. And we'll just wait to see for numbers settling for Casal's tube ride. Is he going to replace the 4-point ride?
I think it's going to be pretty tight. I think the judges are going to look at that one. It wasn't the deepest barrel out there. And when we look at the criteria today, I think the focus is way more on big explosive maneuvers up into the lip. But we're not the judges, so I will leave them to do their job. But my feeling is no, he's not going to replace the score.
Well, let's hang the discussion for 3.5 minutes to go on the South African in second priority, chasing a 5.44. Meanwhile, Casal is going to try and extend his points. Inside runner, nice combination again. Just does a little bit of body drama there just to sort of drive home the point that I'm 2-turn combo, nice and clean through the delivery of those turns. And we'll see now. We keep asking the question. He tried a tube, but didn't improve the 4.53. did that last set of turns improve on the 4.53?
I think it's going to be close, Gigs. If we look at one of his previous scores, which was the 4.53, a very similar wave, although he did get 3 turns out on that one. So they were good turns, nothing too explosive. Didn't see a lot of spray off the back, which for me here at Ballito, if we look at Pitar's waves, like really getting that like big rooster tails out.
Meanwhile, out the back, a little bit of dolphin life out there. This is the Dolphin Coast. So if you did spot something on your screen, don't worry. Our water safety is in position. And a pod of dolphins. We've had tons of marine life here, and especially the dolphins this time of year, just charging up and down. And it's just such a celebration. It's a celebration in the lineup. It's a celebration in and around the contest site. And of course, all of this, if you see how much blue is on your screen, well, that's the theme from our sponsors. O'Neill is everything is blue. Kuluhlaza is a terminology in the broad Zulu language, meaning everything is a tone of blue, a little bit of green mixed in there. And that is our campaign for 2023.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I love how this event always embraces the Zulu culture because we are in Zululand.
Let's have a look at live action here. This is your Brazilian currently in second place. He's going to go to the air. A little bit of a flat landing there, so incomplete. This heat is whizzing by, down to 90 seconds to go now. Pitar still out front, and your man in blue, as we mentioned, the blue theme, Leo Cassel sitting in second. Now, is this going to be at the expense of Simkus and Luke van Wyk? They're chasing mid-range 5s and 6 points, and we've got more sets underway. So this is an important exchange coming our way. Simkus with second priority will fetch this inside wall. He's going to have to do something special here. Board speed is up, and he'll let that one go. So just coming up now to 1 minute. Here's the South Africans' last input for the opening round in Ballito. Luke van Wyk stabs it, loses the board speed. And Kai, you know that once that forward momentum is lost, he'll just sink, and he'll be a little bit irritated. Maybe the chance to fetch another wave in the lineup because it is a short paddle. But I'm seeing 45 seconds on the clock. I think this is going to be a Pitar and Cassel advancement to the round of 64.
Yeah, Giggs, and you say it's a short paddle, but that short paddle at Ballito can be the longest paddle of your life.
Well, if the set's coming, right?
That bank is so shallow and there's so much power. I mean, you can duck dive on a 2-foot wave at Willard's and know all about it.
Yep, there is a element of North Shore Hawaii to this year. Deep shelf off the back allows these south swells and east swells straight up onto these ledges. It is a sand bottom, but held together by rock bays. And we're down to 10 seconds. Let's look for the last roll of the dice here. And it is going to be Cassel just planing out to the beach. So Pitar and Cassel are not going to be under any threat from either Luke van Wyk or Sheldon Simkus. And here's a little victory lap for George, who's done a good job. He's done everything. He left it quite late, though. Remember, we're only at about the halfway mark when George Pitar found that opening real score for himself.
Yeah, he definitely had a slow start, but came out firing. And unfortunately for the South African, they're just unable to get that follow-up score.
Results are official. George Pitar and Leo Cassel through to the next round. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for more from day one in Ballito.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Challenger Series is back in full swing. Welcome to the opening day of competition. This is the third stop on the Challenger Series. We're coming to you from Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. And a new heat on deck will feature some goofy foot surfing from that man, Rafael Teixeira, as he gets his campaign underway. And it is a very good morning to you. He'll be taking on Mark Lackamore, Josh Burke, and of course good to see Tensi Iwami, the Japanese input into this heat. 28 minutes to go as we welcome you back to live coverage. And a beautiful morning here in Ballito, spring low tide. The waves are thundering on the bank here. We saw a few tube rides in the first heat this morning, and definitely combinations of maneuvers bringing points from that last heat, Kai.
Yeah, and this is a stacked heat as well. Some big names. Mark Lackamore has been on the scene for what feels like forever, and a very experienced competitor as we see him paddling into this one.
Well, here goes our Frenchman, Mark Lackamore. Seen him as a wild card a number of times in the championship tour events in France. Two-turn combo for them, just not complete on that landing. He's just one of those smooth, efficient surfers. And as you mentioned, he's already 32 years of age as Mark Lackamore, but good to see him still rolling up his sleeves and giving it a go in what is becoming a really hotbed of talent out of the French region as well.
Yeah, and congrats to him too. Recently married as well. I've been doing my IG stalking and saw all the pictures. Stoked for Mark.
Here's Josh Burke out of Barbados, and he'll jam a turn. And then, well, Ballito will jam him right back. So strong waves on offer here, very low tide, and as I say, very, very powerful waves. The weight to strength ratio of these waves breaking. And that was a beautiful turn from our Japanese surfer in green, Iwami. And of course, I always love to see what the Japanese contingent bring each year. More and more each year, they become a real thing. When are we, other than Kanoa Igarashi, when are we going to see another Japanese surfer joining either the men's or women's tour?
Well, I think in the ladies, if we look at what happened in the Pro Juniors yesterday, the Japanese girls are really coming to the fight. And there's about 4 or 5 of them right now under the age of 20 who are really looking competitive and like they're going to do well. In the men's, it's interesting. You talk about the ebb and flow of sort of nations, and you know, Brazil's on top right now, then it's another country. Right now, looking at France and Japan, I was looking through the top 30 currently on the channel, on the Challenger Series, and a lot of Frenchmen right now in that top 30, not one Japanese surfer. So really interesting to look at.
Yep, so many stories to break down here as the third Challenger Series stop gets underway. Of course, the Australian leg taking place through the month of May, with Snapper Rocks and Narrabeen being the focus. Now the world's eyes are set on Ballito, and of course the championship tour coming up in around 10 days' time further down the coast in Jeffreys Bay. It's just a beautiful time of the year to be in South Africa. And of course, everybody arrives here with big smiles on their face. It is a long journey to get down here, a day or two to let go of the jet lag. And then, well, the waves are on offer, and the exchange rate, if you're a visitor, is the Japanese yen goes a long way as well. Not a long way on that particular wave, but once our surfers are here, they're absolutely enjoying the sights, sounds, and cultures of the east coast of South Africa.
Yeah, and there's so much to enjoy as well, including the waves.
Let's have a look at Josh Burke. 267 to start. This is his second wave. Kind of angles it over the white water. A little bit of a boost there as he sets the rail again. Of course, the Burke family have been strong custodians of surfing in the Caribbean. And we're waiting to see if we can get some breakout results from Josh Burke. Could it be this year in Ballito for Josh? We hope so. He's a great talent. Of course, his dad, Alan, and family will be looking on along with the rest of the community in Barbados. Really early in the morning there on the Caribbean side. And you can see these beautiful peaks approaching us here in Ballito. Here goes Mark Lackamore. He'll get a big backhand stab. There's the combinations coming now. Now this is going to be a meaningful score for Mark, and there's still more on the inside. There he is, swivels it again. So nice combination of turns from Mark Lackamore, the veteran Frenchman, getting the job done beautifully on the Challenger Series in 2023.
Yeah, and you got to feel like Mark's going to feel really at home here. Growing up in Hossega, he's surfing beach breaks that are pretty similar to the Ballito lineup in power and how they break. So he's probably feeling like he's just at a more tropical version of his hometown.
Yeah, Mark Lackamore featuring very well all the way to the quarterfinals in Narrabeen, which was strong beach break conditions. That absolutely suited the Frenchman perfectly. So we're expecting a little bit more from Mark Lackamore. We're waiting for that score to come. He'll definitely let go of a low score and replace it. And still plenty of time to do that, Kai. 23 minutes on the clock. Teixeira, for the moment, in the lead with a 4.5 and a 3.6. Not a massive number to chase down for the rest of the competitors in this heat.
No, he's got a small gap, and I think all four of these guys are in the money. I mean, you look at the experience levels across the heat. I mean, Raf and Mark definitely have got a lot of contests behind them. But Josh Burke's been on the scene for a while now, and he's also got a bit of a local sort of advantage in his corner. For the last few years, staying with the Sykes brothers, local chargers, Shane and Justin. So getting a lot of intel on how the bank works, where the waves are, and it's always good to have that sort of local crew behind you when you're traveling around the planet.
Yeah, absolutely, and it always works both ways. You know, there's a reciprocity to traveling the world. Kelly Slater probably was the best exponent of that. You know, of course he can afford the hotels, but always chose to stay with families, submerge himself into the culture. And of course, there's nothing better than local knowledge when it comes to visiting a region that you don't reside in. And so, yeah, it's good to see that the locals are opening up their arms and embracing it. It's a theme. You remember when I'm trying to remember who was the O'Neill team rider that really did well out of. I'll get his name in a second. But meanwhile, I've got somebody else's name, Mark Frew. He's down there with the winner of the last heat.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat, George Patar. George, that 7.1, it's the highest single wave score of the event so far. Talk us through that wave.
Yeah, well, I was pretty nervous actually taking off on that one because I had a pretty bad start of the heat. Like I was just falling off and couldn't really find the bigger ones. And I was like, I just need to get the ball rolling. And then I took off and kind of floated, and I actually got like splashed in the eyes like coming out of it, and I was a bit like weird on the carve, but yeah, I managed to kind of get two in. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just happy. It's such a fun wave out there. There's so much opportunity. Like I swear everyone was getting like 6 to 7 waves each, and yeah, it's an amazing place. I'm loving it here.
It's your first time in Ballito. I know you told me you arrived here on Monday. Tell us a little bit about your experience just very quickly. How were those waves this week and the swell you've surfed so far? The potential of this place.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. I didn't know it could get this good because I know last year it was a little smaller, but this year we've just been like this A-frame peaks everywhere, crew are just getting the biggest tubes, and I can't believe it. And also like the food at this place, I couldn't believe it. We've been going up to like Looper and all those places up there, and it's such a cool culture. I'm just loving it here.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Thank you guys.
Well, George Patar on to the next round. And as we join action with just over 20 minutes to go, the name I was thinking of was Timmy Reyes, who was always staying with the Ballito locals as well. Let's have a look at this. On screen, Josh Burke keeping his momentum alive here in his opening heat of the Ballito Pro. This one tapering down the line, opportunity to slam into it. He does. We have a very clear message from the judges panel this morning. They want to see combinations of maneuvers in the critical section. And so combination, probably the key word of discussion here this morning. And that was a number of maneuvers stitched together there by Josh Burke, and we'll see where that number goes. He'll be letting go over 267, so we know that he's going to improve on that. But for now, Mark Lackamore's fetched a 617 in the lineup, and so that has him out front.
Yeah, he's Mr. Consistent as well. Mark's always there and thereabouts, so you never really see him having a bad day. And watch this wave. Big old bottom turn, whips it off the top, gets a little caught, but does so well on turn number 2, and then works the third. I think the big discussion point here is we haven't seen too many people doing 4 turns on a wave this morning.
Well, that's how you build a 617 in the lineup for Mark Lackamore, who's into the early lead here. Plenty of time to go. Little under 19 minutes remain on the clock. Windless conditions here for us on opening morning of competition in Ballito. Lineup about to come alive again with our Japanese surfer. Out on the face, that wave just flexed and bent a little bit. Here's a new pocket for the Japanese to attack. And he does so beautifully. That was lovely. Lots of G-force into that one right there. Banked that turn into the end section. That'll light the scorecard up a little bit for our surfer in green. Meanwhile, Raf Teixeira, who's no stranger to Ballito, we've seen him campaigning here. He's almost one of those veterans. And he will just try and bring something on the inside. You can see how much power there is in the whitewater here. We said it's a short paddle, but it is a punchy lineup on the sandbars here in Ballito, as it is every year. And lots of power on tap here. So not too much groveling. Lots of managing speed is probably the approach to the surfers in the lineup.
Well, I've got to say, Giggs, speed is so important at Ballito, and you've seen a couple of guys losing their speed down the line when that little crosswave comes. What I loved about Tenchi there is he recovered so well, and probably my turn of the morning on that closeout section. That was really, really good.
Yep, waiting for a replay of that for sure, because that will definitely appear in the scorecard for our Japanese surfer Tenchi Iwami. And as I say, we mentioned the Japanese input, a number of them here for the Challengers Series. You see Water Patrol out the back, care of SMG Yamaha, who are just down the road in Cornubia, which is Umhlanga Rocks, about a 10-minute drive from Ballito. Of course, lots of action taking place here this week. Festivals, retail, and it's a beautiful theme, all hung on the Kuluhlaza Zulu word, which means tones of blue and green.
Fertility. I was in an interesting conversation with one of our Zulu security guards yesterday. He said, you mustn't forget the green is fertility.
Ah, green. Well, let's have, you're talking green for fertility. Let's see how green fared on this one, Carl.
Yeah, lovely bottom turn. As you said, it hit that little warble as he went through the carve, but did so well. Just bam, just really threw the fins out on that one. Definitely thinking that's my turn of the morning. And of course, Tenchi, South Africans, for example, won't know much about him, but he's got a solid South African connection in that, of course, he surfed for Team Japan, and Wade Sharp has been his coach for a number of years. So I'm sure he's got Wade on the speed dial giving him some info on the Ballito lineup.
Yeah, good input there from you, Kai. Of course, Wade Sharp grew up in the area here, did a lot of coaching on the way to the Olympics back in 2021. But point to note of that last ride of Tenchi Iwami was a 6.47. That is the single highest score, and built just on 2 maneuvers.
Yeah, and I think pretty much 80% of that score came from the final maneuver, just because it was such a critical section and he really unleashed on it. And here he goes again.
Well, right to the south end of the beach. He's broken away from the pack here. He's just trying to now break out another score. Fetched a 6.47 on his previous, now trying to ditch the 3.6. We've seen heat win totals, you know, in and around 11 and 12 points. So, you know, you surmise, well, that's made up of 2 6s. Iwami has a 6.47 already. He's now looking for another meaningful number in the lineup. And we're just coming up to the halfway mark in the heat if you are clock watching it. So Mark Lackamore as well, also with a 6.17 to brag about. We want to see something similar coming out of white and blue, Josh Burke and Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, Josh has been a little quiet in this heat, which is unlike him. Such a beautiful surfer to watch. He's one of those guys that's got those really clean rail lines when he surfs on his front side. And he can also get radical. Last year, probably pulled 2-3 of the most radical airs in the event. And he had a good run last year as well. He went pretty far in the events. So it's that lotto out here at the moment, Giggs. We've seen a couple of heats where the guys have just struggled to find those scores. And right now, it's all about wave choice. Which guy is going to find that wave that gives them the scoring potential?
Well, high priority for Josh Burke. We'll get going. We'll focus in on him. Stana set up the inside section here at Ballito. Here's that slam. Oh, and that was beautifully done. Is he holding on to it? Yes, he is. Now, we saw something very similar from Tenchi Iwami, which fetched into around a 6.5 point ride. We'll see where that number goes for Josh Burke. We were just talking of Josh Burke there and his polish and pedigree. Meanwhile, live action with Teixeira as well, who'll let go a little combo. He's got to now back it up, and he does. Section approaches, not able to capitalize a third turn, but a good input to the heat from both Josh Burke and Teixeira. Meanwhile, heat leader back at it as well. So the sets, look at the thunder on that one. That'll explode all around him. Tenchi Iwami trying to ditch his 3.6. So a little bit of action hitting us here with around 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I think the perfect comparative there is the wave between Tenchi and Josh. Whereas Tenshi's, that first carve, he went over the bump, so he couldn't really get too aggressive. I like the first turn from Josh in that he really attacked the rail line and got that carve right around back to the whitewater, and then doing the big blowout on the closeout section. And he did so well to ride out of that. It went pretty much below sea level under him.
Well, that was rapid fire, so the judges will just sit back and break that down. They have their own replays to watch. And, well, while they allocate scores to that whole exchange, we'll just hang that discussion on Josh Burke for a moment, who is perhaps his best score underway. Of course, we saw Josh Burke last year feature as a replacement surfer. He got that run at El Salvador in the Championship Tour jersey. So he's got a little bit of a Championship Tour experience. Of course, this year making the finals and losing to Crosby Colapinto in the Barbados Surf Pro. And meanwhile, Mark Lackamore, he wants to stay involved in this heat as well. Not going to capitalize on that. And we're down to the 12.5-minute mark.
Yeah, Mark just catching the outside there and going down. It was a pretty steep section, and there are the odd bump there, so just didn't quite get the connection on the turn there.
So Josh Burke will be lending an ear to the beach announcers right about now, because he is on the brink of the best score of the heat coming his way. A couple of judges sprinkling in scores. One judge has dropped an 8, another's dropped a 7-5, waiting for those final judge, 5 on duty. Of course, we lob off the lowest and the highest, and then the remaining 3 are divided for the average. That's how the scoring system works as far as tabulation goes. A lot of people not sure how all these weird decimals end up on our screens. It's because 5 judges will give an opinion, and we're just waiting for one last one. But you can speculate that it's going to come in a mid-range 7 at least. So there it is, a 767, an official number. And as we say that, Josh Burke is now stung into action, because he is now the new heat leader. And he's suddenly letting go of a couple of turns. We saw a similar theme to the last heat with George Pitar, and that there is another banking score for Josh Burke. So Josh Burke's going to go from the bottom of the draw all the way up into the heat lead, and now he's just backed himself up. He's going to say goodbye to his 493 as well, Carso. Perfectly approached heat from Josh Burke thus far.
Well, I was thinking the exact same thing as you said it. As Pitar had such a slow start, and then as soon as he got that first score under the belt, just kind of activated his heat for him, and he went straight back in with the backup score. And looking at that last wave of Josh, I mean, he's definitely going to go way above the mid-range on that one too, because a couple of really tight, aggressive turns in the lip for him. And here comes the 767, so lovely little wrapping carve, but once again, the real money is this turn right here. Just such a heavy lip section coming at him, bottom out under him, and then he's straight into action here. Tenchi let him go. Lovely little whip off the top, big vertical section, gets another crack, and did so well to come around the pocket just to get the finisher and another little blowtail. So I think he's definitely going to be dropping the 493 and building a score here.
We'll wait for that opinion from the judges. Still plenty of time, well over 10 minutes to go. And Josh Burke will be edging his point score total a little further out. And while the judges ponder that last wave of Josh Burke, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back to confirm the number. 10 minutes to go. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, 'cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. It's day one of competition here. You are with us in men's opening round of competition, fourth heat of the morning. It is a good morning as we are on the low tides. Gix Elias and Kai Linda breaking it down for you here. And while we were away, judges locked in a slight heat lead improvement for Josh Burke. He dropped the 4.93, now replaces it with a 5.27. All done on those combinations of turns on those right-handers, but slam dunk for the big score, the 7.67 before the break. That's where the big number came from. So heat situation is up to date, top left of screen. Burke leads over Lackamore. Remember, 4-man heats, 2 advance each time. And someone that was in the lead prior to the break, Iwami, Japanese surfer, now down in third, chasing the 4.97. And Rafael Teixeira stretching out a big requirement now of a 6.94.
Yeah, and we haven't seen too many scores up in that range. Josh, I think the 7.67, probably one of the highest scores of the morning. So Raf's got his work cut out for him. Just nice to see coming out of the break there, Gigs, WSL One Ocean. Of course, our whole theme this year is blue and our wonderful ocean. And it's nice to see that other people can get involved and use the hashtag and the One Ocean.
Yeah,
WSL
absolutely. It's a
things
great,
and show us what they're doing for the ocean.
It's a great parallel. The theme here, Konke Kuluslaza, which means everything is shades of blue. And talking of that, Rafael Teixeira will just go down. He's got to fetch a 6.94 in the lineup. It's not going to happen on that one. But back to the theme of blue, it's just talking to the consciousness of the planet. And of course, our responsibility as members on this spaceship. You know, every single human plays a part. Imagine if everybody bent down at once on planet Earth and picked up a piece of litter. The planet would be a lot cleaner, right? So it's that collective consciousness, and that's the message that particularly surfing gets to hold that banner and ask the planet, please be more aware, as we only have one planet and one ocean.
Yeah, we've got to look after it. And that's, I think it's a very simple thing, you know, like every time you go down to the beach, pick up some trash, put it in the bin. Recycle it. It's really not a hard thing to do.
No, it's not. It's a consciousness. Let's have a look at this here. Mark Lackamore, our man in second, owns the 6.17 in the lineup, trying to back that score up. He has the combination. There it is. Beautiful. Out of the lip there. Free falls for Mark Lackamore, who, as we mentioned, has already campaigned to a quarterfinal finish at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, the second stop on the Challenger Series. He'll want to keep that momentum and feeling of perhaps being finals day at the end of this week here in Ballito. And he wants to try and up his number. Sitting on a 5.27 as a backup score. He knows that Tenchi Iwami, sitting in third with priority, only has to fetch a score sub 5 points, 4.97 requirement, to ditch him out of second. So we'll see a little bit of action unfold here for the last 5.5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, Mark really pushing on this turn, threw the fins out, did well on the airdrop, and then cracking the second turn nice and strong into the lip. And of course, Mark sitting currently in 14th. He's like 2 positions out because there's a couple of guys tied on 13 and 14. So he's right on the line for that 10th place to try to get back on, onto the championship tour. So this is an important result for him.
Here's an important way for our Japanese surfer, loading it up. A little bit sort of apprehensive with that turn. This one I don't think is going to impact on his heat. Chasing a 4.97 as we mentioned. And also we were just waiting on standby to see if Mark Lackamore did improve on his 5.27. We felt that his turns were strong. 2-turn backhand combo. And Kai looks like he has 5.53. Just a decimal point improvement. But it does stretch out the requirements for this man here, Rafael Teixeira, now chasing a 7.2, and this is much better from the Brazilian. Finally, a real meaningful wave for Rafael. He'll run through the inside, literally a veteran of campaigning through, the former years of qualifying series. Now his run on the Challenger Series, and that we've got a brief look at Josh Burke there coming into screen. But just wanted to talk to the requirement, 5.23 now required for Tenchi Iwami.
Yeah, and it's also gone way up for Raf, but it's going to be interesting to see the score coming in for the Brazilian there, Gigs. As you were saying it, he took off one of the nicest looking waves we've seen in the last 2 heats, really gave him that nice big lip line, and he went to town on it. 2 really big backhand turns.
Yeah, we feel that Rafael Teixeira is really going to come into the story here as we just drop under 4 minutes remaining. Surfers reappearing in the takeoff zone already. Priorities will be getting allocated shortly. And we know that Rafael Teixeira is going to replace. Prior to that, of course, just a pair of 4s, a 4-5 and a 4-2-3. So goodbye to the 4-2-3. We speculate. But we ask now, back to where do you think Rafael Teixeira's score is going to land? Judges have sent a clear message. They want combinations of powerful turns, and Rafael Teixeira did exactly that.
Well, if I look at the 767, the 617, and the 647 thus far in this heat, the 647, especially for Tenshi, the first turn was quite soft. The second turn was amazing. Here, first big, powerful, fast maneuver, and then really whipped the tail out on the second turn. So requiring a 7.2, look at Josh Burke's 767. I think Rafa might just get there.
Well, we are awaiting a score from the panel for Rafael Teixeira. Slammed into those, and he's going to fetch a 717. Meanwhile, we'll track the live action. Josh Burke remains heat leader, looking to up his numbers. Josh Burke trying to improve on a 5.27 there. He'll throw that one away with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. But Rafael Teixeira's jumped from 4th to 3rd, and now only chases a 4.53 car. It's very achievable. Off the strength of that 2-turn combo for a 717. So a bunch of good quality scores making up the content of this heat now.
Yeah, I mean, he needed a 723. Gets the 717. So welcome to professional surfing, people. Sometimes you just, those margins are everything. But, like you say, a 453 now required. That's well within his means.
Well, you're talking margins. 0.3 is how far off the mark Rafael Teixeira is. It's ever so close. Needs a 453. Sitting on a 4.5. He's got enough time to do it. He's back in the lineup in a 3rd priority. Kai, is there enough time to see Rafa Teixeira roll another dice?
Well, I think his game plan's got to be to avoid the other surfers right now. He's sitting in 3rd priority. The 2 guys above him, they're probably hunting him down right now because they want to sit on him and block him. And if I was him, I'd be scooting down the beach and trying to find a peak all on my lonesome to try to get that score.
Well, 90 seconds on the clock coming up. Waves approaching the Ballito lineup here. We'll see a little bit more action. Josh Burke has a little look over, doesn't see much over the ledge, so he'll just hang on. It was a 4th priority situation for our heat leader. He could have perhaps gone. We saw him go to the air on his previous effort, trying to improve on his 5.27. But let's drill back into the requirements for Teixeira in 3rd, trying to get through this one. Chasing a 4.53. It's very achievable. And what about Iwami? His requirements is in the similar zone. 5.23 requirement, and here he goes with 1 minute to go. A little bit awkward, but another slamming section. We saw him fetch a 6 on a similar wave earlier, and that one's going to spill, Kai. Is there enough time for another one for him, perhaps?
Well, it's a possibility if he can just sneak through the lineup, but wow, he absolutely got body slammed by the lip on that one. Definitely would have rattled him a little bit. But now, the person I'm looking for, and you can see is actually separated to the right of screen, is Rafael Teixeira.
Well, Raf Teixeira patrolling around. We see him just broken off to the left of screen. We're under 30 seconds to go. Josh Burke, though, has done a very good job. Single best wave of the heat, the 767. Has him out front, and he's done a good job to back it up with that 5.27 as well. Mixed approach from Josh Burke. He's been smooth in fetching his points in the lineup here.
Yeah, and we've seen him going progressive as well. He's tried a couple of airs, so he's definitely looking like he's in a good rhythm and he's enjoying himself. But he did really well to take that heat out.
Well, Rafael Teixeira trying to find a score in the lineup. It's not going to happen. It looks like we have an official result as we draw to a close here in the Heat 4 of the opening round of competition. This is a little victory run. It's not a victory run, it's a runner-up run. Mark Lackamore is going to secure that second. No, hold on, folks, hold on. The story is not finished. We'll throw the story to Paul and Mark. They'll come in, but Rafael Teixeira did fetch a score just at the end of that heat. So there's your official result. Josh Burke took the win. Rafael Teixeira fetched a 5.17 in the lineup and sneaks through at the expense of Mark Lackamore. Stay with us. There'll be plenty to talk about here on day 1 of the Ballito Pro. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Mike Frew.
And a very warm welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series this year and straight down to business. First day of the waiting period. Great waves in the water. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Mike Frew. We're enjoying the action so far.
It's been a fantastic start. I saw that 7.1 earlier really impressed me from George in that heat, and just in that break, having a look out there. Beautiful conditions on the beach, and nice to see so many people coming to join us down here in Ballito on the Sunday.
It's warming up as well. Of course, winter time in this part of the world, and there's a slight chill in the early morning before the sun gets up. But right now, it's pretty much warming up. It's feeling, again, like a summer's day for most people, and just blue water, crisp lines, light winds for the moment, and some really good action out in the water. Good scores coming in already. Let's check out a paddle out in the water right now, and it looks like one of our South Africans, Daniel Emsley, off the bottom hard into the lip. Nice and vert as he just stabs that, and then he makes a transition to another section and does well to join up the dots, gets a crisp finish as well. So he's taken on Stermund, Lindhorst, and Reginato out in the water. And Emsley is a name in South African surfing that we know well. We've seen before on the championship tour, and it's my roommate here at the event. It's his uncle, Greg.
That's right, and his uncle was also the Olympic coach for South Africa that coached Bianca Buitendijk to that silver medal in Japan. So rich heritage in that surfing family, the Emsleys, and Daniel really spearheading their attack on the World Tour at the moment.
So early numbers in this heat. You see on your screen the Kiwi, another former Olympian, Stermund, getting a 5 early on. A quick 4 drops in for Daniel Emsley. And here goes Billy right now. Kicks the legs, has a good swing of the arms. And he's off the bottom into a steep, vicious snap and does real well with the timing to get that all-important combo of turns. And crucially gets a finish. And that's how you start a heat. You throw up a mid-range, decent score. You get another one straight away. And crucially, make sure you complete.
Those last 2 waves from Daniel Emsley and Billy Stermund, both of them really negotiated the wave well, because they got a banker first turn in, and they negotiated that last section well. Daniel Emsley has a little bit of rhythm going here, Paul, because he also surfed in the WSL Rookie Rippers the last couple of days. He actually made the final, and he lost that final to Ryan Carnalo. But he's got a good 6 heats on the, in terms of under his belt, and a bit of surfing here at Ballito. So he would have negotiated that end section plenty times, and when it's been bigger, through the end of this week or the beginning of this week.
We're going to check out a replay of Billy's wave early on. This is a 5-point ride for Billy Stermund.
Look how he tags that lip. A lot of power there as that wave comes onto that shallow inside section. The tide has turned a little bit, so it should almost just soften a little bit. We see the waves are a lot cleaner than it was this morning in terms of how it's lining up out there. As the tide fills in, the waves become a little bit more organized on a mid-range tide out there.
So we're hoping for even more opportunities throughout the latter part of the morning, getting into the early afternoon. We've already been blessed with plenty of consistent sets throughout these heats, right throughout this morning of competition. Heat number 5 of the round of 80 for the men. And already we've seen, well, some strong performances. Something of an upset in that previous heat. Mark Lacamart, the Frenchman, who's going pretty good on the rankings coming out of Australia. He'll be pretty annoyed. He got his pocket picked right at the end of that heat. Meanwhile, let's get back to live action. Here goes Daniel Emsley. Bang. Nice turn with some vim and vigor and loose as well. And he picks up the speed and commits to an early kind of layback line into that section. Drags the fins through the lip and gets a completion. I tell you what, he's got a ton of energy.
This, in the first 5 minutes of the heat, or 6 minutes, we've got 24 minutes remaining. He's already got 2 banker scores now. He's got a great foundation to build the rest of the heat on, and this is the experience, I think, coming through for young Daniel, having surfed so many heats out there over the last week or so, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely, and that winning habit as well, surfing heats but making heats as well, finding and identifying ways with scores on, and just getting into that surfing heat headspace. You know, free surfing, you might... Hopefully you're surfing a little bit longer than a normal heat time, and even though you're trying to recreate that pressure, it's not really something you can particularly do. It's all about hearing the beach announcer echoing out scores and all of those sort of factors that let you know you're in a heat, surfing with the nerves and Well, there's nothing like getting into rhythm by, surfing this exact venue for the last couple of days, and it's been pumping.
So he really is carrying that rhythm. And the other South African in this heat is Thomas Lindhorst. I'm not sure if you would have heard of Thomas before. In May, a couple of weeks ago, he won the South African Surfing Championships at a place called St. Michael's, which is about an hour, maybe 2 hours down the coast. He has won some junior events in the past. He's been on the radar. Thomas lives in Port Elizabeth and came up to St. Mike's, a bit of a dark horse in that event, and he went on to win what is essentially the most prestigious amateur title in South Africa. And as a result of that, he was given a wild card into this event. He actually did surf. He just missed out on making the Challenger Series this year. Had he gone to Morocco, he might have made it. Up and riding, this is a replay of Daniel Emsley. This is his second banking ride. Lays back, and this kid has got a lot of power. Comes from East London, same place Greg Emsley comes from. They just build them as power surfers down there.
Yeah, I love that aggressive last turn. Going into the lip with the layback rather than on the face. Sometimes it can be seen as a slightly safer turn on the face. That one was right in the critical section. Judges agreed. Gave him a good number. Here goes Stearman with some flow. Couple of big snaps from him. Big spray. Does well to negotiate that little crease in the wave and gets another nice finishing turn. Stearman's looking polished in this. His prior to his last was the 387 for a couple of quick hits. Let's see if he improves on that. We know all about what he can do on the backhand. Just amazing in the lefts is Billy. Pretty good face in the wave as well. Let's see where that one goes score-wise. But so far, it hasn't necessarily been the surfer with the experience that's been getting it all their way. But Billy be feeling pretty confident after that last wave. Let's get live action here from Emsley again. And a meaty looking wave. What's he going to do here? A tricky section to deal with. Whoa, and he does well. Well, I thought he was going to hang on to that, but so hard. We talked about that end section. That one had the extra froth on the face. It was bottoming out. You can see this sand kind of gargling up the face, and that's a tricky one to hit.
It was impressive how much speed he carried across that super frothy section, that broad looking, very drivey under his feet. So much speed after that first turn. But just coming unstuck on that end section. You got to stick that end section to get a banking score here at Ballito.
So you mentioned the Emsleys coming from East London, because we're in the Durban region here. We're a little bit up the coast. Cape Town will be one of the other famous hotbeds of talent. What's the best place in South Africa producing surfers? Where do the best surfers come from, Mike?
Well,
you're on the spot here, mate.
It changes as it goes through generations, obviously. But at the moment, right now, the Cape is the hotspot, definitely. In previous years, you had Travis Logie, Paul Canning, Warwick Wright, and the likes coming from Dairy Beach, a small little hotspot along Geordie Smith along the Durban beachfront. Now, I would say that Kormaki area where Michael February is from, we saw one of the Slipins in a heat earlier. That has really generated a lot of the top talent. But it's changing, and I'll tell you where it's changing to. Ballito, this area, is starting to produce some of our top juniors. And if you look at the sort of, it's really young, but your under 8s through to under 12s and under 14s, a lot of those kids are coming from the Ballito area now. So it's kind of shifting back this side. And
how good is it being a Grom? You're getting into surfing, you're doing local board riders events, and then all of a sudden, some of the very best in the world, your heroes from Championship Tour, the best men and women around, come and surf your home break and show you how it's done. I mean, what an inspirational thing to have on your doorstep.
So at Surfers Lane, I'll get into that story now. This is the replay of Billy Stearman's last wave. I like how he's tagging the lip there, getting the maneuvers done, making the maneuvers in order to ensure that that score comes in earlier in the heat, or early in the heat, so that he can build on something.
All right, live action here as we'll check out Emsley again, swinging hard, opens up the shoulders in a steep pocket, and again he's eyeing something down the line and projects into a really technical section. That one kind of grew on him, and I think he's pretty stoked to make that landing. Meanwhile, Reginato bit off a little more than he could chew, just arrived late there. I was really impressed with him last year. I saw him surf in Portugal in the Challenges, and he looked really, really impressive. So far in this one, he's been quiet. That's the first wave from him. It's an incomplete final maneuver. Still plenty of time left. We mentioned that short paddle out. But Daniel Helmsley's been real busy. At the moment, it's been good enough for a second. His fourth wave. Billy's got 4 as well. Interesting the approach from Billy Stearman. He's not trying to do too much, I would say. He's kind of surfing waves to where the potential of the score would be. He's looking for those mid-range good scores, try and get in the 5s and 6s, then improve. But crucially, he's getting the finishes. And I think we've seen surfers in previous heats so far already take on that end section, come off second best. You leave a few points out there. It can be costly come the end of the heat.
Yeah, Billy definitely using his experience. He's been here a number of times. He's a very familiar name on the Ballito draw. He'll know this wave well, and he would have analyzed this over his wins and losses over the years, and probably the most experienced competitor in this heat. So he would have had a strategy worked out. He would have surfed these type of conditions in the past, and that experience is sort of resulting in him leading the heat at this point.
Plenty of time left to go in this. We've seen surfers generate a couple of scores within this place of a couple of minutes as well. So easy to do quick reps here. It's a short 30-second at most paddle back into the lineup. When you do get back, you'll be in an inferior priority situation. It's Lindhorst at the moment with Prio, just a small number for him, a 2. He's been a bit patient. He'll want to change that when a decent opportunity comes through. But obviously, he's identified what he wants to look for exactly in terms of waves. Meanwhile, Reginato here looking to put something on the board, and that's not what he wanted. That one hollowed out. He was looking down the line. He just poked the nose, buried the outside rail.
Yeah, overcooked the little bit too over enthusiastic on the takeoff there. His eyes were already down the line, and just dug the nose in, a classic old nosedive. Thomas Lindhorst has been quite slow here. I've got an interesting story about him. He was a top junior. He's won a couple of events before. He went and studied in Port Elizabeth. He lives down there now, and regularly surfs J Bay and Port Alfred. And when he won his SA title, Paul Canning actually was down there, and he took a photo with him, and he said, "Paul, do you think this is enough to maybe get a wild card for Ballito?" And Paul was like, I'm not sure, but let's see how it goes. And then about a week later, they awarded it to him, and he was so stoked. And actually, Greg Emsley reached out to him and gave him a bit of coaching for this event.
All right, just over 15.5 minutes to go in this. Stearman and Emsley so far, you 1-2. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Josh Burke. He's with Gigs.
A heat win for Josh Burke on the first day of competition. Josh, it must feel good to be back in Ballito, and a heat win for you.
Yeah, it feels good. It's always good coming back to Ballito. The waves are so good here. Staying with Shane Sykes and his family, and yeah, I love coming here because the waves are really good and we got to surf a lot.
Nice. Any other thoughts from the energy in the lineup? How's the lineup feeling for you? Boards feel good?
Yeah, my boards feel great. And honestly, this is my first time this trip surfing the comp site because it's been so crowded, and there's been juniors on the week before, so it's kind of hard to surf out here. And I've been surfing down the beach, so knowing that I haven't really surfed out here much this trip, it was good to get a heat win for sure.
A regional qualifying series final against Crosby Colapinto earlier this year. You ready to attack this Challenger Series event?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's my first heat win this year in Challenger Series, so hopefully the momentum keeps building, and I'm very hyped to be here in Ballito, and hopefully I keep winning heats.
That's the plan. Keep going, Josh Burke.
All right, great debrief there. Love Josh Burke. He's been such a polished competitor out of Barbados for a number of years. Got some good experience. He'd love to go deep into this event, set himself up with a platform on the Challengers this year. And he's going to have to make it through rounds against some extremely stiff competition. Stearman at the moment still with the lead in this, couple of 5s. He's just nudging that score up. And we talk about the experience he's shown it thus far. Loving the energy of Daniel Emsley. So far good enough for second place. A couple of missteps from the Aussie, Reginato. And he'll need to get going here. Lindhorst, he's been pretty quiet, sitting there with priority. A little lull in this one. We're going to get a quick commercial break. More live action from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Heat number 5 of the round at 80 out in the water right now. Sun's out, waves are pumping. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Challenger Series Stop 3 of 6 on our 2023 tour. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're on the east coast of South Africa, the Dolphin Coast of KwaZulu-Natal, and we're looking out over the Indian Ocean at fresh lines filling in. Well, it's a swell that's been with us for a number of days, and we've had some big waves a couple of days ago, and it's dialed back a touch in terms of energy. We think the swell's coming again, and Mike, we're loving the forecast for this event.
We sure are, and everyone is very excited. Having a look at the forecast for the next 8 days here in Ballito. Today we've got a 2-meter swell. It drops down to about 1.5 meters at 12 seconds, but then into next week it peaks at about 2.9 to 3 meters at 15 seconds. And talking to the contest director, Jono Hutchison, I was having a chat to him yesterday, and he said it's not about the wave size here, it's all about the period. That period is what improves the waves here, and we've seen that period increase.
So we want the long period swell. I mean, generally speaking, with swells, the longer the period, the more they're going to wrap in. We know about, South African away is lines wrapping in out of a powerful ocean. Meanwhile, speaking of a powerful surfer, Reginato hitting it much better from him. So with some speed and aggression, crucially with completion as well, gets a little combo to finish, and he'll get himself a score. He's got a 3.73 early on, but he'll get another number, and he'll get back into the lineup with about 10 to go and look to attack. He's a little way back at the moment, 6.44. That'll change. This will definitely improve on his low number. Well, the score's in already, 3.53. There it is. So that's his requirement. It remains unchanged, 6.44, but he's back within spitting distance now. Still plenty of time on the clock, but just revisiting that chat about the period. So the longer the period, the more the swell's wrapping in, the better quality of the waves. Yeah,
it's going to provide more energy. So the longer the period, the more energy in the swell. Look, it can't be under sort of half a meter, but anything over a meter and a half on this coastline, and it's going to be cooking. This is the last wave of Reginato, a replay. Just gets that one tag in. It's a smaller wave, but he finishes it nice and clean. A lot of the big scores that we've seen today have been big maneuvers on a significant wave size on the end there, Paul. Looking at the screen right now, that's the kind of waves we're expecting this week. So we see that new swell starting to fill in. The period will continue to increase.
Beautiful turn on a rail there for Reginato. Just using the power and really dialing into the juice on a beautiful looking set wave. Meanwhile, Emsley here on a bomb as he goes off the bottom. Twice as big as anything we've seen ridden, really, and he takes it on. Goes up vert and just hangs up a little bit. And crucially, while he was up there, that wave just bottomed out beneath him. And then by the time he's coming down, it's exploding coming at him. Can't get a completion.
Man, it's tough to negotiate when that explosion is coming back at you. Paul, I'd say that was one of the biggest waves I've seen this morning for sure. And as the tide fills in, we're going to see it possibly a little bit, not a big increase in swell, but you're going to be bigger wave heights out there and cleaner waves. Look, here's another one, another nice set pouring through the lineup.
Big paddle from Billy Stearman, a big wall in front of him, patient off the bottom. Speedy turn, almost loses the bottom turn and gets a lip kind of in the face. And sort of groans here in the studio as Billy goes down pretty hard. He seems all right, but maybe a missed opportunity there. Tried to pack the 2 turns in. Maybe one turn would have been more prudent. It's pretty late, that second section.
After his first turn, he went into almost a check, and it's like he couldn't quite decide whether he should go straight up then or wait for that next section. And that indecisiveness resulted in a lip to the face.
Stearman, your heat leader, going down, attacking. Prior to that, we saw the surfer in second. Daniel Emsley also going down, taking on a section. I like the risk taken so far we've seen. I think that's been kind of one of the takeaways from competition so far this morning. People aren't really surfing safe out here. It's Challenger Series level. It's really high levels with big talent. And you have to take risks. It's not a super long wave, right? We're used to South Africa, generally speaking. We're used to these roping, running long waves. It's not really what we're dealing with here. You've got a couple of opportunities to take on sections, and when they present themselves, you need to go for it.
When the wave lines up here, you may get maximum 4 maneuvers in. And today, with a punchy sort of beach break that we're dealing with, we're looking at kind of 2 turns. Billy Stearman's got a good foundation in this seat. He's got a platform to build on, a 5 and a 5.63. So I think, that indecisiveness on that last wave, he was perhaps looking at going big on that last turn. had he pulled it off, he could have improved on his scores there, but with a lot of time left still.
Kehu Butler there, centre of your shot. He is one of the funnest guys on the Challenger Series. Great energy from him. Always stoked. He'll be cheering on. Billy Stearman out in the water right now, his compatriot. We also saw Zoe McDougall there on the right of his shot. Macy Callahan as well, watching on, getting a read on things, supporting surfers that they're hanging with, but also just trying to figure out, get some more line-up knowledge, see what the judges are favouring, where the scores are coming from. Stearman has done a pretty reasonable job so far of opportunities that have come to him. And looking good with a pretty strong lead so far. 10.63, that's not huge numbers, but they're pretty healthy in a 4-surfer heat. And he's asking a little question about whether priority switched over there as those two had a little sniff at a wave. 6.5 on the clock. And it's Lindhorst with a little bit to do. He's been really, really patient. And he's just ridden 2 waves, and interesting tactic from him. Not really paying off so far.
No, he's been very, very patient out there, and we've only seen 2 waves of real set size here. The one from Daniel Emsley, the one from Ballito Pro, and those are the only 2 biggish sets we've seen this heat. So he's got a lot of work to do in the next 6 minutes. Tom Lindhorst, one of the event wildcards, as I said earlier. He's got incredibly, incredibly powerful backhand. He just needs the right wave and being very selective out there. Up and riding, Daniel Emsley.
Yeah, wave number 6 for him. And just got a little off balance there as he came out of that top turn. Kind of got his weight a little bit behind the board. And it just unseated him with a wobble. Couldn't get a completed maneuver. And he'll be redoubling his efforts to get back into the lineup. But the busier pair of surfers are the surfers in the advancing position. Yeah, Lindhorst will just need to ride waves. He can see surfers getting scores all around him. He needs to get amongst it.
18 waves ridden in this heat so far. A lot of waves out there. 18 waves and, 3 sets. And the 3 sets being taken advantage of by Billy Stearman and Daniel Emsley. They got the best scores. Daniel Emsley's in a nice rhythm here. He is in second, but I can see, knowing and watching him for quite a long time, his body language is looking good. He's not looking terribly desperate out there. He's surfing with nice fluidity and flow. Thomas Lindhorst really up against the ropes at this part of the heat, though.
Yeah, it feels like from what we've seen, there's a bunch of different ways of getting scores, and surfers that are doing a lot of reps, they're just obviously just affording himself more opportunity. There's sometimes always a bit of a random nature with sand bottom waves, and particularly when things get shallow, you get a little side wave, and various things can happen. You can't really wait for that perfection necessary, that lined up wall. Meanwhile, live action here. Redonato needs to get back in this. Got some speed and got a vicious snap with a ton of spray. A little stiff-legged in the recovery from that, and he'll just poke through the wave. That's better from him. He'll need a bit more where that came from. 6.44 is his requirement. And I've been a little surprised to see him just post a couple of 3s thus far. Just shy of 26 minutes gone in this. And he's going to need to surf another wave. I'm not sure it's going to be the 6.44. Let's see where it goes. He'll want to get back at this. But just talking about that busy approach from Daniel and Billy. Certainly paying off thus far. Looks like Nolan Raposa heading out. We'll talk about energy, that young American crew. The next generation really is surfers out of California. I love Nolan Raposa's whole approach to anything on tour. He's just bringing that real positive energy, and seems like a guy who loves to travel and compete and surf, but just kind of big picturing it. He's intense in the water. He's got that spicy air game, but it's also just kind of a fun guy and just stoked to be out surfing. Why wouldn't you be?
Interesting where he's chosen to paddle out. You saw the bathers in the background there. That's the beach on the other side of the rocks. It's all the holiday makers. It's school holidays here, Paul. Ballito's packed, the Quatacusa municipality, and this region enjoying the school holidays. And that you can paddle around the rocks, and what that does is it positions you as you sneak around the back of the rocks at the beginning of the next heat. You're sort of on that inside position if you do it right when the heat starts.
All right, paddle here for Lindhorst. He's going to need to use that priority, and he will here, and he's behind a peak. What's he got for us? As he'll come around the section on the backhand, bang, into a knifey turn. That wave shouldering away, and he waited a long, long time, and that's not the opportunity, really, that he was looking for. He'll get another couple of minutes to have another crack at this. He probably needs a couple of waves. If you just think about Emsley's score, 4 and a 5 really is what he's aiming at. So time to get that, but he's going to need to completely change the approach.
With 2.5 minutes remaining, there are there's enough time at this stage of the heats to still get 2 waves, but he's going to need to stitch it all together. That was a great looking wave he had as he came off the bottom for that first turn. I thought, here we go in the game, and just caught the rail there. And I wonder if it's not just maybe a little bit of nerves. A lot of eyes always on the wild cards. They feel a little bit of extra pressure compared to the rest of the guys that are qualified through the other channels for the event.
So a small number in for Lindhorst. Not loads of time for him to do something about that. Stearman, left of those 3 with priority and can just control this one out in terms of the lineup, but on an inside wave that he doesn't want goes our Aussie, Reginato. A small wave for him. Nice clip off the top with drift, but this wave really running out of steam. And as soon as he did that first maneuver, he could tell there wasn't loads down the line. He's joining up the dots pretty well, but really about half the size of even the kind of medium ones that come through that one. Not loads of points on offer, not loads of scoring potential for him. He's going to need a little bit more. He did improve with his last wave, the 5.53. So he has brought his requirement down to 4.64 crucially. And the number will come in pretty quick, 3.2. So with 3.2 for him, comes about a point and a half shy of his requirement. Let's see if he can get back in the lineup. He might try and head a little bit wide and just kind of poke out down the beach a bit, because it looks like Hemsley's heading over to cover him, and so is Billy. And they're like, all right, where are you? When he pops into the lineup, I'll just look to try and cover and control the lineup. Stearman ultimately has got first dibs, but if he finds himself further out to sea, can't do much about what his competitors do. Final 30 seconds now, tense moments.
It sure is. Look how they're covering each other, as you said. And what that has done out of shot, it's left Thomas Lindhorst open if a wave should come through. As in shot, we see young Daniel Emsley. That's not going to factor into his top 2 counting rise. 20 seconds left in the heat, Paul.
Yeah, blocker maneuver there. He just realised he had to stop an opportunity, which is what Reginato's got here. He doesn't need a huge number. What's he got? He's got some speed. The wave just won't cooperate. And you saw him looking down the line for a section that isn't there. Here's Lindhorst. And he hits it late and goes down. He needed a massive score anyway, and 8 was his requirement. And that'll be the end of that heat. So interesting to see the early work done of surfers. Got in control and kind of stayed there. And Alistair's looked just a bit out of sorts, really, by the pretty high standards we've seen him set already in his competitive career. Just not really at that. We talk about rhythm and finding it. Sometimes you're dealing with the ocean, just doesn't really go your way. Make loads of mistakes on waves, it just didn't really find opportunities. It's Stearman with the experience and the young up-and-coming Daniel Emsley. That's our 1-2. We'll say bye to Reginato and Lindhorst. Join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, right after this.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Challenger Series. It's the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. We're up to Heat 6 in a round of 80. First day of the waiting period, opening day of competition. And already good waves coming through with a good forecast throughout the week as well. Let's set this heat. We'll see the Japanese surfer Daiki Tanaka take on Ryan Kainalo from Brazil, Nolan Raposa from the USA, Christian Kaimerson also of Brazil. Some strong talent out on the water. I see aerialists, particularly Raposa, Kaimerson, Kainalo as well, who's also coming in with a lot of confidence from a strong showing in the juniors.
He actually took out the double yesterday. He won the Rookie Rippers in 2022 here in Ballito. He came in as the defending champion, and he took out the win yesterday to take the double in Ballito. 2 years in a row he won the juniors, and he won it essentially with a massive, massive air game. He actually surfed the Challenger last year, but he had a bit of a shocker in his opening round, so he's back for a bit of redemption in the sea to try and get through.
I feel like he's one of those surfers who has actually got quite a lot of experience already. I mean, I remember him doing sort of qualifying events a couple of years ago over in Europe. He was competing as a real tiny kid, skinny.
He is only he's 17, or he might have just turned 18. Then the other exciting surfer for me in the sea is Christian Kaimerson. He spent a lot of time in Ballito before. Up and riding. That is the last wave of our Japanese competitor. Tagging the lip. Getting a nice sort of safe start to his heat and a score on the board. Christian Kaimerson was here a couple of years ago, and as part of the event in previous years, they've run an air show. And Christian Kaimerson has taken that out multiple times.
Yeah, he's crazy. Like, rides those really short boards, and when he's on, he's kind of like unbeatable. When it comes together, he's so explosive. Gets those big rotations, big projections. Let's see if there are those sort of sections, or if indeed he'll stick with his stock kind of surfing. Even his stock surfing, I'll use inverted commas, because it's pretty explosive and electric.
I was quite interested in the seats. I was watching Nolan Raposa to see where he'd gone after paddling at Bathers. And Daiki Tanaka actually got the first wave of the heat and the second wave. Here you go, up and riding. It's a second wave for our competitor in red from Japan. So just 2 scores. Second wave, obviously not quite as significant as his first one. But Nolan Raposa coming from around the point. But he hasn't found a score on the board just yet.
Yeah, a little slopey effort there from Tanaka, but a clear kind of statement in terms of his tactics. He doesn't want to sit there and pickle and kind of stew without waves ridden, so just getting a couple under his belt right away. Here goes Kainalo on a good looking wave in front of him. Bang, off the top. Just opens up the legs really just to make sure he got that first turn stuck. But by the time he did that, it runs away. Meanwhile, Raposa, quick whip off the face, resets the feet off the bottom really nice, hangs up the fins and gets a nice bit of release. So certainly winning the opening exchanges. It's the young American. Raposa. And a real good adjustment mid-wave there for him to make room for that finishing turn. Nolan will head back out, get a score from the panel soon enough. It's going to be a reasonable number to open things up as well. Kaimerson's been pretty quiet. Has a little look there, but decides nothing particularly on offer. And you mentioned that tide filling in. Just allows a little more energy as well. Apart from changing the way the waves actually break on the inside, just allows that swell a little bit up the shelf in. It does feel like we've maybe gained a foot, possibly 2 in some of these sets.
Definitely. Compared to the heats we were watching this morning, it certainly is a foot or 2 bigger. That last wave of Nolan Raposa, possibly bigger than that one we saw of Daniel Emsley in the previous heats. I really, really liked that wave. As a goofy footer, I could appreciate the transition between the turns. There was no hesitation. It was pure flow. He's got such a smooth style out there, and he took that into that second turn, which is the critical one where you're hitting that end section. He flowed out of it beautifully. He's got such a nice smooth style, Nolan Raposa.
Loads of time left to go in this. 23 minutes and 40 odd seconds, and our crew a little bit spread out along this wave. Kaimerson with priority, the Brazilian. Hasn't opened his account yet. I reckon he will here. Great looking wave. Look at this section in front of him as he goes off the bottom on the backhand. Trademark black equipment from him. He's been running that equipment for a couple of years now, and that isn't the start he was hoping for after being a little patient, after hearing adversaries get numbers, and falls first turn.
Yep, he overcooked it, and just went a little bit into the wrong section of the lip there. He maybe needed to go a little bit higher on that lip in order to get the rotation of the board, in order to make it down. Kind of the top third of the board hit the lip, and you're going to get no rotation there. And so the lip just basically takes the board and throws you back at the beach.
So taking on a risk and coming off second best on that particular occasion, joins the back of the queue in terms of priority in this one. Let's get another look at Ryan Kainalo's last wave.
I really liked the start to this wave. Fantastic first turn. I thought he carried the rhythm from his previous heats into that one. But for me, this was the wave of the heat so far. That first turn was kind of a check turn, but bang, that one. And I loved the way he rode it out, almost going left.
Yeah, got a little accommodating section of whitewater to hit. Didn't really have to go straight into the lip, did he? So he was able to go nice and vert, but got a little bit of a cushion. And finished that turn with some style and speed. So gets the better of the opening exchanges. In second place right now. In the meantime, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Billy Stamens, with Kai.
Here I am with Billy Stammen, winner of that last heat. Billy, not your first rodeo in Ballito. You've been coming up for a long time, but conditions, they might look really good out there, but it looks pretty tricky when you're out in the water.
Yeah, it's good to be back here in Ballito. Actually, I love this place, and staying right here on the beach is pretty nice, and catching up with Dino and a few friends over the past few years, so it's always fun coming back and seeing some familiar faces. But yeah, it looks really nice on the camera, and it looks really nice and clean and punchy little waves, but it's actually pretty tricky to find the right waves and kind of get those bigger scores. You're attacking those end sections, and it's kind of exploding pretty hard, so it's kind of hard to finish a few waves. But yeah, I wish I made that barrel I've tucked into, but yeah, I'm stoked to progress. It's been a big couple of weeks, but yeah, I'm stoked to make a heat here in Challenges.
And of course, we know things can get quite chunky and bigger. The forecast this week is looking pretty interesting. Looking like if you make it through a few rounds, there could be the barrels coming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the start, when we first got here, it was like, oh, it looks kind of small a week, but now there's obviously a swell coming, and should be interesting the next few days. Obviously, the sand's pretty good at the moment. There's full little barrels basically every single day now, so yeah, it'd be interesting to get some big waves. I'm actually going to Tahiti after this, so probably be good practice for that.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round, and well done on getting through.
Thanks, guys. Hey to everyone at home. I know it's like Sunday night at home. Thanks for all the support. Hey, wifey at home, and yeah, hopefully we'll keep progressing.
5 minutes down, 5 minutes down. 25 minutes remaining.
Live action, Kainalo off the bottom, strong sting in the tail of that turn, and again, really nice as he combos it up, and he'll get a finish as well. Really light on his feet, just drilling into that section with speed down the line and projecting into the lip with beautiful timing. And a cool cross there with Billy Stammen. He's a cool customer. He's got sunnies on. He's got the hair slicked over to one side. He's loving life.
He sure is, and a great heat win. Confident start there to his campaign in this event.
Raposa having a swing here from deep on the backhand. The American, great section. Just gets away from him. That one hollows out. And he was caught just a touch straight-legged, trying to get up there. And he'll go down. He is the heat leader by virtue of the fact small throwaway of 0.57 on that. Puts him in the first at the moment. He won't be hanging on to that in 19.5 minutes' time or so. He'll just plod back into the lineup and plot his next move. Let's get another look at Ryan.
Ryan coming off the bottom, tags the lip, drifts the fins a little bit. That maneuver he's really got down. So he surfed that wave kind of safe. He needed to put a second score on the board, and it comes in as his high score of the heat so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's just showing, we talk how young he is. It feels strange to say experience, but he has got quite a lot of experience at this level, and I thought that wave really offered loads and loads, did it, and he managed to get the high score of the heat so far on. Yeah, and it's sort of an innocuous looking wave, really. Just the rapidity, I feel, between the maneuvers. There's no real downtime, no waiting, putting it straight back up. And sometimes you have to take that pragmatic approach and think, you know what, guys are getting 3s at best, 4s so far in this. He goes 5, he goes into the lead. And we'll see the pack here have a spin. Here goes Tanaka, busy early on, but a little quiet since then. What's he got for us here? He wants to get back in this heat. Into the lip. Nice and hard. It's just one turn from him. It does pretty well there. And sometimes we see surfers caught in 2 minds, trying to combo up, maybe try and fit 2 in. That wasn't really on offer for him there. So one solid maneuver.
As we've seen in previous heats, that one maneuver has often been the case. It's enough to get through the heats, and 2 of those on your in your bag of scores has been enough to get through. So you've got to make that last maneuver. Seen a lot of surfers come unstuck on that bank this morning. If you had a highlight reel just of these first couple of heats of that last section, there's been a lot of guys that haven't managed to ride it out, but those that have obviously banked the scores.
Kainalo here, off the bottom, opens up with a rail in that critical section. And he'll throw the tail out as well. Won't be deemed complete. That little blow tail, kind of done at half speed really on the end of the wave. But he got a couple of snaps in before that. And he's thrown a lot of spray. Seems to be able to generate speed effortlessly. Just straight off the bottom. One pump out the bottom turn and he's already motoring. And he looks in really good form. And he hasn't really got a legit set wave yet either. So it's ominous as he'll go through the gears. You would expect he's leading the heat already. Tanaka in second place at the moment. Raposa, he'll be looking to use that second priority soon enough. As we check out Faulkner. It's coming up in our next heat, heat number 8, taking on the likes of Hirota Ohara. Really accomplished, powerful surfer. Also taking on Sats and Sveakoki. And the Challenger Series from the get-go, there's no way of feeling your way into competition. There's no kind of looseners. These are cricket analogy or kind of warm-ups. You're just straight into action and you've got to get in the top 2, you're going home.
Facing the fast bowler straight off the first ball here. I feel like Ryan Canalo last year, we were talking about how young he was, how he burst onto the scene. He took the win in the Pro Junior. He went into round 1. Everyone's eyes were on him. He sort of faltered a bit. This year, I think we're talking more about Ryan Canalo as a threat. His surfing seems to have matured, his competitive surfing, and he's surfing quite a smart heat here. He's got such an incredibly deep bag of tricks in the air, yet those 2 scores, the 5 and the 483, he for his level of surfing, he's kind of surfed them safe, but smart, because he's now got 2 solid scores on the board.
Yeah, looking so far so good in this. It's been a low-scoring heat thus far, though. Getting down towards the halfway mark. No one threatening to go above the 5s as yet. Let's hope this one fires up a touch. At the moment, Kainoa Tanaka, he won 2. Raposa, though, of course, still sitting on the 0.57. And I would be very surprised if we don't see Kymerson fire up as well. He's got nothing on the board thus far. And he's going to need to surf a completely different second half of the heat. The old classic reset button. He's going to need to pound that. Little set standing up here. Christian might be interested. He took that little double up section. And he's just trying to line up that wave. Meanwhile, deeper, much deeper, Tanaka with another kind of a miscue, really, paddling into a wave that was never really leading anywhere. Hymanson didn't elect to take that after all, but he's holding down the middle of the peak, the middle spot here. And if you sit in the middle, you've got an opportunity to head deeper or head wider. Looks like a wave standing up at the top of the point here.
You see how it's getting ruffled at the back? There's a slight texture on the wave. That's the southwesterly wind that's starting to blow. So the wind's direction has changed now as well, as we see our second place competitors from Japan wearing the red singlet in the seat. He's been very busy. He's got the most number of waves in the seat so far.
Yeah, strong finish there, Tanaka. A little wobble in that wave. Kymerson had a look, didn't like it, let him go. Meanwhile, live action. Here goes your heat leader, Kainalo. And you realise that one's essentially a closeout. He had a sort of a soft entry into a really heavy section he was never really going to be able to make. So we'll let that go. And we've got a bit of concerted paddle back out here. It's a short paddle back out. It's kind of a sprint, really. We're trying to get priority. And it looks like Raposa, well, he just rode another short wave for a small number. All right, here goes Kymerson. What's he got for us? A little entry in, deep bottom turn, swings off the top on and inside. Releasing that tail, and he won't get another maneuver done. So it's obviously much better from him. He's just had a quick incomplete takeoff prior to that, but he's going to need a bit more, I'd say, where that came from, Kymerson. I'm surprised to see him not catching a lot of waves in this one so far.
Christian's surfing reminds me a lot of Italo Ferreira, and both of them are very, very busy. If you look at the statistics, Italo often has the most number of waves in a heat, and so, yeah, uncharacteristic that he hasn't caught so many.
Wait for that number to come in for Christian Kymerson. At the moment, his compatriot Ryan Kainalo won the juniors here. He's going all right as well in this round of 80 in the Challenger Series. Daiki Tanaka at the moment, second place, the surfer out of Japan. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. We're loving the Challenger Series in South Africa. Join us for more right after this. Welcome back to Ballito. Heat number 6 of the round of 80 for the men on the Challenger Series in the water right now. Ryan Kainalo at the moment building up a bit of momentum in this. Not massive numbers, but able to unlock scores. Good read of the lineup afforded to him by some success in juniors division here. Meanwhile, here's the American Raposa looking to get a second score on the board. Bangs it hard and a little too hard, and it's another mistake from him, and he'll be annoyed now as getting into the deeper stages of the heat. Here goes Tanaka at the moment, second spot in this, and he got his high score before we went to break. Dropped a 4.97 on that wave that Christian Thompson didn't want, let him take. He was able to consolidate second. Meanwhile, here goes your heat leader, Ryan Kainalo, and he's so light on his feet, he's so quick with the acceleration, and that means that after he completes a turn, he kind of looks at a section. As soon as he looks at it, he's there, like instantaneously. And even on those smaller waves that run a bit quicker, able to get combos done.
Absolutely. His eyes go, his shoulders turn, his hips follow that, and he's back into that section. And he's got a great style. Very fast surfing, this youngster from Brazil.
All right, Kamerson out the back here. Good looking wave for him on the backhand. It's a kind of high line dip in from him. Big bottom turn, massive hammer backhand. Oh, he got 9/10 of that turn done. Doesn't get a completion. That would have been a big number.
I think you're right. It would have. He had that in control almost all the way through, and the board probably just flipped over from that reverb that comes up from the white water. Oh, in the barrel.
Traveling, streaking through sections. Kainalo, you just saw his blue jersey behind the curtain as he was getting some great vision. Looking up the coast here. Doesn't get a completion for that. He's in second place right now. I'll tell you what, his compatriot, Kymerson, has really turned this heat around. He's turned his fortunes around. He was languishing in last on a 0.8 at the midway stage of this. He got himself a 4, and he improved that with a 6.67. So he's got the highest score by some margin in this as Christian. And he's put himself in a strong spot, and we got all sorts of numbers dropping in. Tanaka, that's going to be a small number coming in for him. Kainalo as well with a couple of numbers previous to that last barrel, which was incomplete. That'll be a throwaway, but he had a couple of quick turns before that. 4.83 is back up. Let's see if it threatens out or even his high score of a 5. But Kymerson, well, we backed him. We said he had spark. Speaking of which, this was during the break.
So he's loading up some speed here. Low body position, goes into the rotation. Oh, look at that. Springboards into the air. Nah, first proper claim of the event. And the judges reward him, and that thing rockets him up into the lead, Paul.
Yeah, you mentioned the similarities to Italo, very much an Italo turn. If he's backed into a corner, he's not getting much. He's maybe out of rhythm. He'll just find an in-between wave and go full rotation. Backhand, air reverse, stomps it. Does Kymerson, made it look pretty easy as well. None of that window wiping on the recovery. Just kind of landed it straight-legged. Throws up the finger and looking good. 6.67. I tell you what, he can go twice as big as that easy. I've seen him do those drifty backhand rotations where he actually kind of functional air over a section. He's got some massive, massive air game, this guy. And let's hope we get some more opportunities like that for him. Here goes Tanaka. Great looking wave here for the Japanese surfer. Off the bottom clean and a wrapping turn in the pocket. So a real contrast. He quickens the bottom turn to go back into the lip. And a third turn. He's surfing himself into rhythm, this guy. And just a real different sort of brand of surfing, but it's effective. Raposa, bang, much better from him. Really nice. Wow. Oh, and again, took on that third section, went down. But I tell you what, the second turn was really nice. The combos from him, and he looks vicious, just knifing that board in the lip.
I like the way he put a bit of extra spice, and he tweaked that sort of first turn out a little bit as well. After both of those turns, there was so much sort of body projection there. He actually went forward onto the wave, almost airdropped down out of both of those turns. I really like the way he surfed. He surfed that. When it goes to the top and almost pauses the deck, and that gives him so much speed into that next bottom turn.
Well, crucially for him, that previous to last of Kanano, the quick combo, it's just a 3-9, so it comes under his back up, doesn't improve. Tanaka will get a number. If it's a 4.87 or better, he'll move into second. Raposa in fourth right now. 5.56 the requirement. Let's get another look at the last wave from Tanaka.
Carves a turn and throws a low spray. That wave stands up now on the sandbank. He tags it again. Now looking for that end section, but the wave didn't present that much on that wave. Here's Surfer in White, Nolan Raposa. This is that 3-turn combo. Tweaks the first one. Look how he puts the pressure on that back foot in those turns. As he does that, if you'd be looking at that wave from the back, all you would have seen was fins on those turns, Paul.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So even without the finish, right? So you won't get scored for that last turn, but that combo is absolutely vicious. There's no downtime. He falls out of the lip, coiled into the bottom turn, and just knifes again into the lip. And I reckon that's going to be a really healthy number indeed. Well, actually, as we say, that number comes in, and he goes into the excellent range. 8-point ride, goes from fourth to first. So good news for the American Nolan Raposa, getting an excellent score for 2 turns. Meanwhile, Tanaka, a 6-1. He gets a serious improvement as well. This guy under pressure now. Kainalo, big section here. Wow. And he blows out the fins. Really technical surfing. He looked again to have a lot of that done. Nowhere really for him to pick the nose. He was looking to try and get that landing. The wave just sort of cupped out from underneath him.
I thought he was going to go into a big bottom turn and jam it to maybe go for a cover up there, but he goes for the air. I'm really enjoying how basically from that air of Christian Carmison, the guys have taken the dial and turned it up to 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of a little bit of a sleepy heat to open up, and this thing's just caught fire. Carmison from last to first. Also, Raposa doing the same, going from fourth to first. And we've shuffled the pack here. Need scores are not big. Christian Carmison looking for a 4-4. Ryan Carnalo looking for 6.08. And I think Ryan will be wondering, how's he in last place in this heat? Because he surfed well throughout.
Yeah, Ryan got a bit of work to do. Yeah, he hasn't stuck anything sort of that significant in the heat so far.
You mentioned that aerial surfing, the explosive surfing, but do you know what? 6-1 for power surfing, that carve from Tanaka wasn't the speediest wave we've seen, but also the judges are saying there's plenty of points on offer for using your rails.
That was that one that had the foamy section at the end that he tagged. He had those first 2 very clean turns. There was nothing wrong with those turns. It was he did everything he had to do in those turns, nothing out of place, and he gets that 6.1, like you say. That wave of Nolan Raposa, that 8, I don't have all the stats on me at the moment, but it's gone into the excellent range. One of the first excellent scores that we've seen today in that 8-point range.
All right, Kainalo here needs to do something 4 on the clock. What's he got for us? He goes with a load of speed down the line. And a little bit of a leisurely pace, really, to reverse as he blows out the tail and recovers. Not the speediest or most emphatic aerial maneuver we've seen him do or will see him do. I love that excellent score for Raposa. 8 points for that. Don't get the completion. You know what? That's not changing much, because just that combo of turns, getting that recovery done, how technical that is. We've seen a lot of people go down on this steep section throughout all the heats, including this one. And Nolan Raposa getting rewarded there for some great surfing. Shown a bit of character as well, because he'd fallen a couple of times, and when that happens, you could be forgiven for going a little safe, and he actually took more risk and gets heavily rewarded. He's got priority 2. He's got a bomb here. Raposa off the bottom. Bang again. just builds up speed throughout the turn, has to go a little down the line, and went up for a lip line float. As he did that, board just got away from him. It actually looked like he landed quite close to it, almost looked like it might have hit him. He seems fine, and he won't be building overly on his score with that. Well, he's got a 4.27 for his opening wave as a backup. Let's see if the first turn is worthy of that, but a really interesting heat, just over 2:40 on the clock, and you can't take your eyes off this one.
Here's Ryan Canalo. He realizes now, I think, that you got to go to the air if you're going to make it through this heat. That's what the other competitors are doing. And Christian Keimerson now, every time this guy takes off, you're like, wow, what's going to happen? Great first turn. 2 turns. That second one was super critical as well.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, he needed a 4-4, and he'll know that, right? They can hear the beach announcers loud and clear here. We're not a long way out to sea. He'll know he needed a 4. I think that's where a lot of that claim came from. It was a little sticky on the second maneuver, but it was a completion. Meanwhile, Kainala, what's he got for his hit? And again, he'll blow out that tail, and his landing is just right in that part where the whitewater kind of chews the flats. A weird place to try and get that rotation done in terms of what your board wants to do, and unable to do that. He'll look to go again here. He's got time to paddle out, but a crucial number for Christian Keimerson, a 4-4, couple of hits from him. The first, certainly the better of those turns. And just think about previous 4s that he got early on. He got that 4-1-3. He needs to go a little better than that at the moment. He's in third place, is not where you want to be. And he felt he got the number. I think the panel might agree with him as well. Another good number in for Tanaka, who's still, well, he's in third right now. He's needing a number because Keimerson, crucially, 5-4-7 for him. Here goes Tanaka now in third place. Beautiful wave, drawn out bottom turn, and just buries the rail. Bang, loads of spray from him. And that's the first real kind of display of energy that we've seen from him as he throws up double fists at the panel. Keimerson at it again, hard off the top into a bottom turn, super tricky section. Is he going to hang on to this? He is. He loves it. Look at that energy from Christian Keimerson. So second and third getting waves there. Scores to come in for everybody. Still 40 seconds to go in this one. This has been such an entertaining second half of this heat.
It sure has, Paul. And what we hadn't seen in the first half of the heat came through in the second. It's the flare in all of the turns. They were flaring in the air. And Nolan Raposa on that 8, that's what he did with the back half of his board. He flared it out in those turns, and that basically lit fire to the heat.
So we're waiting for scores for everybody right now, and the judges, well, they're earning their money because they're going to have to assign numbers for a real variety of surfing as well, using different parts of the criteria. First up, let's check this one out from our Japanese surfer, Tanaka.
Tanaka on his first turn got a little bit hung up on the first turn. The second turn he stuck. Comes with a bit of a claim there to try and improve that score. Here's Christian Keimerson now hard off the bottom. Tags the lip very late. Incredible that he stuck this maneuver. He came down so late, disappeared in the whitewater, moves it out. You know, he's pretty pumped with that.
Yeah, he loves it. I think the judges will know full well how hard that section has been to hit for surfers of this caliber. We've seen so many go down there, and the risk in doing that, the distance your board gets away from you when you're up in the lip, and you have to come down onto the flats there. So they'll know that's not an easy turn to do, but it's all going to depend as well. Well, okay, so scoring for Tanaka. He doesn't get the number. So Christian Keimerson, regardless of where this score goes, we're all caught up elsewhere. He will be through. If it's better than a 5-6-1, we'll go to first and he'll get an interview. And it looks like Keimerson and Raposa advancing. He's just waiting to hear that final number drop in. But the judges, in terms of Tanaka's wave, they weren't overly sold by his claim on the end, a 5-4-7. He'll come up a bit short. This guy doesn't know it yet. Well, his number's in. No, it's not, sorry. We're still waiting for that number, excuse me, but it's not going to change where we go in this one. But a really entertaining heat, and talk about that rhythm of the sets, the energy coming through, that tide filling in. We had a bunch more heats, a little bit bigger. It looks like it's getting bigger, and the surfers matched that energy. That was really entertaining.
It sure was. That heat had two distinct sides to it. It was very slow, and it looks like he got the score there, Paul.
Great number for him. He's not only going through, he's going through in first place. That's more the Christian Keimerson we've come to expect. He'll go through into the next round with a ton of confidence. We're going to get a quick commercial break. We've got another great looking heat coming up. We're going to see Giggs and Kai back into the studio as well. Join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill real soon.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
World Surf League's Challenger Series. The third stop unfolding here in Ballito, and we're straight into live action here as you join us for Heat 7 of the opening round of men's competition. Day number 1 unfolding beautifully with quality conditions on offer here in Ballito. We'll get a quick look at Eli Bucas there. It is a good morning and welcome as you are all with us here. Big Celia's alongside Kai Linder for the call, and we're having a ton of fun with it on day 1. Waves have really been quality this morning. We also have a very good forecast for the week. We won't jinx it. We're enjoying the low tide conditions as you join us here this morning.
Yeah, Gigs, waves are super fun. It's tricky. I chatted to Billy Stamond after his heat, and he said on the camera it looks so clean and really user-friendly, but there's a couple of bumps and wobbles out there, and you've really got to pick your waves carefully. Nice to see Eli Bucas, the South African out of Cape Town there, though, starting strong. Some nice turns down the line and a good-looking wave.
Well, low tide conditions. It is mid-morning here on day 1 of competition. Travis Logie, the man that makes the calls, was an easy call for him this morning. We've pegged out to get through men's round 1 of competition. Also, ladies round 1 coming up a little later in the day. There is your heat out in the water, Thiago Carrique. Young talent out of the French region. We'll look to see what he can bring. He has had some championship tour experience already. Kian Martin, who lives in Bali under the Swedish flag. Let's see how he campaigns here. Dimitri Polis, exciting talent out of Ventura, California. And Kai, you mentioned Eli Bucas.
Yeah, Eli, strong ripper out of Cape Town in South Africa, grew up in Komaki. Here is that wave. You'll see Eli, no stranger to this wave. Lovely little wrap off the top just to start things off, then deep bottom turn. Gets another strong carve off the top. He was going to go for the little booster there, but just kind of lost his feet. But he'll be feeling good. Just got the legs warmed up. It's always nice to start a heat quick.
Eli Bucas also riding for O'Neill, the presenting sponsor here. Again, great to have O'Neill on board. The campaign this year is Konke Kulihlaza, which means everything is a tone of blue or green. And of course, we tie in that campaign of O'Neill's with the World Surf League's One Ocean. And a beautiful part of the coastline here to just be aware of, the Dolphin Coast. It is a beautiful region, and at this time of year, it produces waves like this. And this is the American, who'll just flirt with the pocket on that wave. It's his opening ride. Hasn't cracked it open just yet. It's almost like each heat has had a theme of second half people are figuring the line out, right? We've kind of seen slower starts to almost every heat this morning. And as we say, back half, everybody suddenly figures out. We do have a strong message from the judging panel, combination of turns in the critical section. They have communicated that very, very clearly before competition start this morning. And it almost seems like it was perfect enough where you could also look for the tubes this morning, but dealing with what we're seeing now with the tide push, combination of maneuvers is where the points lie.
Yeah, and I think what we saw in that last heat with Christian Keimerson especially is that they are going to start going to the air now with that light southerly blowing. a little bit more water on the bank as the tide fills in. You're going to see a lot more guys going to the airs. And, looking at the seat, you look at the young South African Eli Beerkes, I can tell you he is a phenomenal aerialist. Of course, he's already competed in a stab high event in Lakey Peak, and he came kind of out of nowhere there. And suddenly people after that event were like going, wow, who is this kid, Eli Beerkes?
Yeah, of course, we've known him for a while here on the shores of South Africa. As you mentioned, growing up in the wave-rich region of the Cape Peninsula, the Kommetjie area. Think of all the talent down there. That's where Mikey February got his breeding from. Of course, big wave surfers like Matt Bromley, and of course the Elkington boys. There's many young surfers, and they're all feeding off each other in that pocket of free surfing competition in that Kommetjie area. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from winner of that last heat, Christian Kaimerson. He put on a good performance. He's down there.
Here with winner of the last heat, Christian Kaimerson. Whenever Christian comes to Ballito, there's one thing that the crowd has in mind. Is this guy going to do an aerial in the heat? And he didn't disappoint. Tell me about your process in that heat and what it came to do that aerial.
I'm so happy in the heat and the good waves, I'm so happy in the air. I don't know, mas estou muito feliz de ter passado essa bateria muito importante, muito difícil. Depois de muito tempo sem vir aqui em Ballito, depois de 3 anos, vim competir. Cara, estou muito feliz, sem palavras, e só agradecer. Muito obrigado, Ballito. É um lugar que eu me sinto muito bem.
Thank you, Christian. It's so good to see you back in Ballito. You've been here many times, and you've got a great start to your campaign here in Ballito. Thank you.
Of course, Christian Kaimerson and Nolan Raposa getting good scores on their backhand. Remember, an 8-pointer coming out of that last heat from Nolan. A couple of solid scores from heat winner Christian Kaimerson. Here's the backhand from Tiago Carrique. He'll go incomplete. And, some excellent scores coming out of that last encounter.
Yeah, Tiago found out the short version of what the lip here in Ballito can do to you if you don't time it properly, and straight back into the sandbank. But we spoke about the goofy attack on the lip. I mean, we were both watching the previous heat together, and Nolan Raposa, wow, that was how you want to see a backhand attack at Ballito.
Of course, beautiful warm conditions here, considering it is midwinter. We are up on the east coast of South Africa, slightly higher latitudes than the world-famous and easily referenced Jeffreys Bay. We are in the KwaZulu-Natal region. Of course, the KwaDukuza municipality, an excellent job every year of investing into having us back year upon year for this now Challenger Series. And of course, every time we arrive here and the world's best surfers are in town, there is just this tangible energy. There's been a massive economic investment in here. We speak of the relocation of the King Shaka Airport, which was stimulated by World Cup soccer back in 2010 in the region. And it's just, there's a tangible excitement every year, and there's a special feeling when you're in Africa.
Yeah, for sure, Gigs. And KwaDukuza, pretty much the fastest growing metropole in the country. So there's a lot of investment and building, and every year you come back, there's a new development somewhere. And it's just great to see the event back, and wow, great to see a turn like that.
Wow, that was a good one. And of course, Dimitri Polis, we know that he has a lot in the tank to give. We'll see how he fares in his opening round here. Meanwhile, in exchange, this is Eli Beerkes, the South African that we spoke about. 2-turn combo for him. And he's going to just hang on to that tail block, and he'll bring a completion to his third ride. Prior to that, just a 4 and a 1. So he'll be improving his scores until everybody has 2 waves in their tally. It's kind of hard to tell how the heat will shape up. But for now, that's going to go nicely into the top 2 for the South African in green.
Yeah, I kind of have a feeling like Eli's just holding back a little bit. He wants to just sort of build up a bit of momentum and get some scores in just to, put himself in a nice place in the heat. But I know he is capable of unleashing, and he's got all of the big power turns as well as the aerials in his bag of tricks. But Dimitri Poulos there, that was one of the nicest turns I've seen all morning.
Yeah, we await a solid score from Dimitri Poulos, our Californian in white. Meanwhile, everybody enjoying the beach scenes here. 10:45 in the morning, so mid to late morning here. The temperatures are nicely up. Water temperature very, very easy to surf in as well, about 21, 22 degrees centigrade. That's sort of mid to high 70s on the Fahrenheit scale. temperatures in the air even warmer.
Yeah, and the water can get a little bit chillier when the northeast blows up here on the Quatakuza coast. That onshore flow seems to just carry away the warm water and let it get a little bit chillier. But when I say chillier, you are going to be absolutely fine in a 2 mil wetsuit. It's not that cold. But one thing we've noticed, it's been a really heavy, strong winter here in South Africa already, and there's a lot of snow up in the Berg inland from Natal. And what's happening is when that land breeze blows in the mornings, that wind is really cold. So you'll probably see in the mornings the guys are rocking the short arms or the 3-2 even, but as the day progresses and it gets a bit warmer, they'll be dropping into the board shorts.
Yeah, just to reference the geography, Kai, for people who don't know the area, it's about a 3-hour drive on very good freeway systems up to where the snow will be lying. But what that does is, and it always, the cold air sinks, right? So katabatic drainage, especially at night, we go windless and that cold air will come down. You're almost guaranteed offshore winds most every day from around May until August.
Yeah, and the land breeze is one of our favorite things about KZN, all the way from Transkei up to the Mozambican coastline. And it even affects us up in Richards Bay, which is a little bit further up the coast in Zululand proper. You get those really cold morning breezes, but it's offshore and the waves are firing generally.
Well, talking of proper, a couple of proper scores have come in. 6.5s appearing now on both Paulus and Tiago Carrique's scorecards. A 5-2-3 in for Eli Bucas. We'll try and pull back the tapes and have a look at a few highlights there, because we're starting to get some good category scores coming through here in Heat 7 of the opening round this morning. 6.5 and a 6.5, so a nice even matchup. Maybe even do a comparison between Dimitri Paulus and Tiago Carrique there, as they tick the boxes from the judges panel.
Yeah, and we were talking about Eli's wave, the 5-2-3. I said it looked like he's just holding back a little bit. You see that in the scoring. It was a good ride, but just didn't quite have that punctuation mark that the other two surfers managed. But he's having a look at this one, so no, he's not going to go on that. And again, we get back to like how important wave choice is today. There's those waves that kind of close out. There's those ones that have got that funny little cross wave on them, and then the ones that actually bowl up and run down the bank. And it's so important to choose the right wave in order to give you that scoring potential.
Almost windless conditions. We see a light southerly wind. Now just right to left across your screen. Signs of that tide starting to push in, Kai. Still looking like a good canvas for women's opening round that will be following. But in the meantime, all these surfers here looking to back up their opening scores. Let's have a look at a couple of the 6.5s that have come into the scorecard. This is Eli Bucas.
Eli got into this one so nicely, punches that first turn. He held on to the second turn, but watch this wave now of white. This is the one we wanted to look at. Gets his line in, and he just comes wham, straight up into the lip. Even got the air out of the back of the turn there. So that was really aggressive. We haven't seen this wave. This happened down the beach. Lovely little backhand barrel, and gets the closeout maneuver to finish. So man in red there, just getting a score behind the scenes. Also, what I've noticed is that Kian Martin has just quietly jumped up into second place, and we haven't managed to see maybe all of his waves either, Gigs.
All right, so highlights starting to come from all four surfers in the lineup here. It'll now become 16 minutes and 15 seconds of who is going to back up themselves. Two waves counting, of course. Dimitri Paulus, already a 6.5 for a single maneuver, by the way. Here he gets a combination in. So now backing himself up. Priority's going to get used here by our man in blue. He's going to climb the white water. Just opens up that body language section, approaches, and just that kink in the wave there, Kai, just sort of dropping the board speed down. So pretty much incomplete. He'll go back to the drawing board as we slip under 16 minutes to go.
Well, seeing that, I don't think I'll be playing poker with Eli Bucas anytime soon. He absolutely sold him on that one. But that also comes down to the experience in this lineup. Eli's been surfing here for years. He's surfed millions of junior events and managed to pull the flash card on that one.
A little inside opportunity for the man that gets his surfing done in Bali, young 21-year-old Kian Martin. And he will have done that 100 times at Canggu in the last month or so. Of course, Kian, his last time he wore a contest singlet was in the qualifying series in the region up in Krui in South Sumatra. Actually got knocked out of the lineup by Morgan Sibilik, who will be coming up in later rounds. Some big names in the draw here for the Challenger Series of 2023. And we're looking forward to a very action-packed week here. Right now, we're sorting out the opening round here. 4-man heats to progress through to that round of 64. Right now, Dimitri Polis in charge of this one. That's 6-5, a highlight score. And a 6-5 built completely differently by Tiago Carrique. Now, we spoke nicely, but that would have been the best feeling way over the heat, right? Long backhand tube for the young French surfer. And then a Rio at the end as well. So 2 different ways of building a 6-5 there, Kai.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the heat we were saying is I don't think we're going to see that many more barrels with the wind change, but that's what that is going to mean is that if you do find a good barrel, you're going to get a good score because it's going to really stand out to the judges.
Let's have a look at some lines approaching here in Ballito. A roll of the dice perhaps for Tiago again. Here he goes. He has that 6-5. Now looking to build that backup score. Nice 2-turn combo. This is going to put him into a counting ride for sure. And just spices that last turn a little bit slow and rumbles out of it. And nonetheless, he's going to back himself up. And here's somebody behind the curtain. Oh, that's a beautiful tube ride for Kian Martin. And lovely little tube. So we're seeing a few tubes. This is how the scores are being built in this heat, Kai. And we love the comparisons, maneuvers and barrels.
Well, that's, I think, going to be the best barrel of the day so far, weaving through at least 2 sections there. And unfortunately for him, he went into that turn at the end there and just lost the back foot off the back of the board. Oh, jeez, this heat is lighting up now.
Here it comes at us, Dimitri Polis looking for his backup score. And, well, while the judges go to work and break down all of that thinking, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with the numbers. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro.
Title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yeah, it's that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome back to opening day of competition here, the 3rd Challenger Series stop. It is the Ballito Pro, Gig Saliers and Kai Linda breaking it down for you as we are still awaiting that exchange of numbers. We saw combinations of tubes and backhand turns just before the break there, Kai, and it's interesting to see how the judges are going to marry up and compare good running tubes versus combinations of maneuvers.
Yeah, well, Ballito is always going to throw you a few curveballs. We thought the barrels were switching off for the day, and suddenly there's 2 good ones in the same heat.
Well, let's track the live action heat leader. Carrique will go behind the curtain incomplete. Meanwhile, he's built himself a 6-5. We saw on an earlier thread on the backhand. Got in the tube, came out, slammed an end section, got the 6-5, backed himself up with a 5.3 for the backhand combos.
Well, I see the scores come in. Kian Martin, a 7.33 for the barrel. So the judges are going to reward them if you're in there properly.
Yep, so deep behind the curtain. We might try and beg for another relook at it because he was really deep. And you're almost getting to compare a tube for tube in this heat here. So backhand for Carrique with the end section for a 6.5. Deep tube ride for Kian Martin for a 7.33. So nice to break it down. We trust you're enjoying it with us. It is day 1. And by the end of today, we'll sit back and go, okay, round 1 of men's and women's done. Looking forward to the women's surfing coming our way in about a heat and a half's time.
Yeah, and Poulos as well, dropping a 5.7 while we were away.
So he's moved up into second, and now the pressure's kind of sitting on Eli Bierkes back in fourth. He had a strong start to the heat, quickly built up some scores in his first 3 waves, but he's been sitting with priority for quite some time now, Gigs, and sometimes we know with some of the younger surfers that can play into the sort of game plan a little bit.
Well, you see expanded graphic top left of screen. Those are all the waves ridden. So it's easy to see that repetition in the lineup has found the top 2 scores. So staying busy is Kian Martin, our surfer under the Swedish flag, by the way. So that's always an interesting story. We know Kian Martin bases out of Bali. Think of how competitive that scene has become. Remember this time last year, Rio Waida was absolutely on a tear. And of course, I love to see what comes out of that Indonesian region. And certainly Kian Martin taking advantage of calling Bali his hometown.
Yeah, he's Mr. International, Brazilian and Swedish heritage, lives in Bali, travels the world, and is an absolute ripper. He's got some of the best web clips you'll see this year.
Well, here he goes in the contest jersey here on day 1 in Ballito Challenger Series. Is he going to perform for us? Yes, he is. Puts it up there. Just landed behind the coping there, Kai, but brings a completion. Not sure if he's going to improve his scores. End section, kicks it out. And, well, just under 9 minutes to go. There's a little bit of a sort of free, less pressurized feeling now from Kian Martin.
Well, once you've spat out a deep barrel, everything feels better, doesn't it?
Well, of course, a great week expected here in Ballito. There's been a lot of yarning on. It is an El Nino winter. It's serving this east coast of South Africa really well. And the surf has been pretty much on the pump since April. It's been a very good start to the season. We just trust that that continues all the way through July. Of course, this week here, the Challenger Series on the east coast of South Africa in Ballito, and then the focus of the world's best will be on aeroplanes out of Rio de Janeiro right about now, and on their way to Jeffreys Bay. A couple of good warm-up swells looks like on the charts as well, and then that championship tour stop will kick off middle of next week. So all the focus down here on the African continent. If you've not visited before, get yourself an air ticket, get down here. Your currency goes a long way. The food, the locals, there's a lot to experience here. Let's have a look at this one. Dimitri from Ventura will kick into that one, does very well on that. Nice squared up hit there, Kai. That's going to perhaps improve a score for him as well. Sitting in second, his lowest score of 5.7. And we can open the topic of discussion. Is he going to better the 5.7?
I think it's going to be tight on that one. Nice little roundhouse to start things off, and he did hit the lip line, maybe not quite as aggressive as that turn earlier in the heat, though. So, I don't know. It's going to be tight. I think he's going to come in a little under on the 5.7 there, but I'm liking that he's keeping busy. You'll see both surfers, first and second, have been the guys in this heat that have kept really busy, moved around the lineup, looked for scoring potential. And I think in a lineup like Ballito, we've seen in a couple of heats, the guys who are willing to move around and get away from the other guys in the heat, they're finding those waves, they're finding those opportunities. I look at the previous heat with 2 heats ago with Dan Emsley, the young South African. He moved off almost like right to the left of the beach and found some really good scoring waves without having to hassle with the rest of the heat.
Yeah, I've noticed that when he was in fourth priority, he kept breaking off to left of screen, and that kind of served him quite well. So there are a number of offerings in the lineup. Time now down to just over 6 minutes to go, still plenty, and 7.33 and a 5.23, so no real changes there. We were speculating, does Dimitri Polis improve? He was actually a whole point short there, so maybe that turn just a touch soft, and it was certainly a smaller wave than he's currently counting backup score of the 5.7.
Yeah, but now we want the South African to find something. He's been sitting in priority now for almost 5 minutes. And he's had a look at a couple, like a little squiz, but nothing on the cards. So he's gone from being like the early starter and really like being active to now just sitting and waiting for a quality wave. And he's going to need a 6.97 gigs.
Well, he's going to have to surf to his ability. There'll be no holding back. You were speculating he was holding back earlier. Well, certainly he won't be afforded that luxury now. 6.97 requirement. And that would pretty much mean he'd need the second to best wave of the heat thus far. If you look at the 7.33 for heat leader as the best score, see a couple of 6.5 sitting in there, 6.97. It's going to have to be a banger from the Cape Townian in green, Eli Bierkes. We know that he has the ability. We've been seeing him on our local shores here for quite a while now. He's grown in strength. We know that he's able to go to the air. Seen him showcased, enjoyed what O'Neill put out a little while ago, that free surf to that sort of crystal clear beach break with Corey Lopez and friends. That was a pretty good edit, and that really got to showcase Eli Bucas. You mentioned Stab's exposure of Eli as well, so he'll be leaning on that experience right now. Let's have a look at heat leader, and another good thread through the barrel here in Ballito. There it is. So a couple of opportunities still, Tide pushing in, but there's still some hollow ones, and Kian Martin all the way down the sandbar here. I'll just tag into the soft end section. That's just in a bit of rip off the rocks to the north side of the beach, but a lovely thread behind the curtain there again. Always visually so pleasing to see somebody traveling in the barrel. Not sure if that's going to end up a counting score. We look at his 5-2-3 for that discussion, Kai, and did he better that 5-2-3?
I think they'll be close. Not as round and powerful as that first barrel that he got the 7-3-3 on, though. I'd really like to know which Channel Islands he's on, though, because that board is just looking so good under his feet and down the line.
Young Kian Martin awaiting a score. Let's see what the rest of the set offers. Through the back for Polis, the American, out of Ventura. I love that region of California as well. Probably had quite a few free surfs and hung out with Dane Reynolds. There'll be an influence from that area for Dimitri. And what about our third and fourth place surfers? Let's go back to that discussion. The Frenchman chasing a 5-3. So apologies, the Frenchman chasing a 5-7. So achievable score for Thiago Carrique. And time is moving very quickly now. He's going to have to... So the priorities are in favor of our third and fourth place surfers as we get down to 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, but as we've seen so often in the past, having priority can be a blessing and a curse. And right now, I mean, short of an absolute bomb coming, Eli has wasted a lot of time sitting holding that priority. And we've seen a couple of good scores come in, including that 7-3-3 of Kian Martin. So has he played the game correctly? I mean, time will only tell. With 3 minutes to go, though, it's starting to really count down on him.
Well, a big requirement, 697 for your man on screen, the South African hopes. And also every 30 seconds that ticks by is just a little incremental pressure. It's like, you know, just a little more weight on the scale, a little bit more weight on the pressure. So we'll see how he handles that. 2.5 to go. Meanwhile, so here's an interesting topic. Kian Martin did improve with that last tube. So the winning set of scores right now is made up of 2 tubes. We haven't seen that all morning long.
Well, there goes your scale changed completely for the whole morning. But everyone else coming up in the next few heats is certainly going to be having a look at that and thinking about finding those little pockets for the bank, because especially the 7-3-3, that was a really round barrel, and it went through 3-4 sections as well.
Just under 2 minutes to go, and in defense of what you've just said there, there hasn't been that many tubes. There are those sections where the surfers can slam combinations. But Kian Martin's got the golden touch. I want to go and hang out with him, because right now, that's the kind of session you want to have. He's pedaled out, he's got barreled twice, and those are his counting scores. He also hasn't been a slouch. He's been slamming the oncoming sections as well. So interesting way of scores being built here. Down to 90 seconds to go. Let's have a look and see if anything comes out of the big blue here. This is the Indian Ocean. It's warm, it's midwinter, and it is just the town to be in this time of year. Ballito, you mentioned the rest of the country even has some snow, but we just sit in this really warm subtropical belt here in KwaZulu-Natal. And with 1 minute to go, we'll roll out some more action for you. It's been an age with priority for the South African. A little bit of an awkward turn there. Now a section on the inside for Eli Bucas, who's stretching out for a big score. And the pressure got to him there. Kai not able to do the landing. Thinking his method of building that score probably right. And this is also an important wave here. Third place surfer chasing a mid-range score of a 5.7. Good combination. Wow. Oh, and as I say that, we'll hang a question mark on completion for Thiago Carrique. But a nice little battle going on here for that place currently occupied by the man with priority, Dimitri Polis.
Yeah, and you're never safe on the bank at Ballito. I thought for all day it made that turn. He was looking good for the score. And that boil up from the sand just got his board. And I don't think the judges are going to give a completion on that one.
There is a deep drop-off out the back there where the jet ski is. It's almost a shelf. The waves lurch out of the deep water and they come up onto it. You can often finish in waist-deep water here on the sandbar. The clock is now done on this heat, so no matter what, this is not going to be a counting ride. So Dimitri Polis will go to the air just to kind of keep it loose. He'll be anxiously re-emerging and just lending an ear to scores, but we still have a discussion about Tiago Carrique's two-turn backhand combo. Was that a completion or not?
Well, luckily, we're going to have to wait to see what the judges say, because we haven't seen anything come in yet.
Nope, it looks like an official result. There it is. That last wave incomplete for Tiago Carrique. He'll fall out of the draw in third. We'll lose the South African Eli Lucas in fourth. Kian Martin and Dimitri Polis are through to the next round. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro from South Africa. Welcome back to Ballito in South Africa. It was the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and a beautiful morning here for day one of competition. If you're just joining us, we are in now the final heat of round one of men. Of course, women will be up next. As we introduce your next heat, there'll be local hopes on Jose Faulkner from South Africa. Watch for Gilan Sat, watch for Hirata Ahara, and of course, Jabe Swarkoki is also in the lineup. And a quick start here for the tall South African, hometown Jeffreys Bay. He'll get underway real quickly. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. And it's going to be an interesting heat to see how the South African approaches this. We saw him as a wild card last year in J-Bay off his performances. We'll see how he fares here in this Challenger Series stop.
Yeah, I've been watching Jose around the contest and the free surfs there, and a lot of people have been mentioning to me that he's really surfing well. Like, a lot of people have been noticing him. So I'm excited to see what he brings. And that first turn we saw on that wave was a really good turn. This happened in the break of the Chilean Guillermo. Lovely bottom turn, goes straight up into the lip. Did really well to hold on to that. Of course, he is a 5 times Chilean champ, so the man knows how to surf a heat.
Well, you'll know what quality waves are too. Beautiful waves on that stretch of Chile. It will be a little chillier too. Water a little colder there too. Let's break down some more rides here. Let's see where this number went for Jose Faulkner.
Well, beautiful bottom turn into the first turn, really whipping the tail around. Just a pity you saw as he came off that second turn, that little rebound off the bank just claimed his board. But Timmy Patterson looking very fresh under Jose's feet.
Well, the tall South African in white opens with the 4. The Chilean with a 5.17, no scores yet for Jabe Swarkoki. Want to see what he brings to Ballito this year. And here goes Gilheim again. Nice little line float there, incomplete for the landing. That wave pretty much bottomed out on him there, Kai. That was a pretty high free fall, to be dead honest.
I was a bit concerned for his ankles on the landing there. That was a really shallow wave, but Probably a good thing that he did wipe out. Landing there could have been resulting in a broken board or even an injury. And even though it's not that big today, we've spoken about it already. The sandbank is brutal. It's really shallow, and if you don't time your stuff properly, you can pay the price.
Haven't seen any broken equipment this morning yet.
We had one board this morning, Geordie Lawler.
Oh, okay. All right, there we go. I think Geordie still ended up winning the heat, though.
Yeah, no, did very well.
Brought another sound performance, the Australian. We'll be seeing him coming up tomorrow again in the second round of competition. Of course, this is the final heat of men's round of 80. Next one's round of 64. And that's where the big names start appearing. Lots to talk about when we get there tomorrow. Of course, it's a Sunday and it's a beautiful vacation time. All the schools are on break. It's not as festive as a summer holiday in America, for instance. But you know what? This is a little pocket of summer warmth on a otherwise winter chilly season in South Africa.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at that wave there. As we were talking gigs, I saw Jose Faulkner steaming across to the left of screen. And you see the Chilean there looking at the lefts. And what we have seen over the last few days is that little left bank just off the main break has been doing some pretty crazy barrels and a lot of good surfing. And I know Jose has been camping out there on the free surf. So I did wonder, would he maybe look to utilize that left-hander in his heats? And the answer is, if you look at the two goofies, they've drifted right down to that third bank.
Yeah, that is a good point you make there. Left of screen is to our north, and there is some opportunities with peaky left-handers coming into the lineup. Of course, this camera angle pretty much anchored right about where the judge's perspective is. Of course, great work from the Quatakuza municipality and, of course, all the locals. We always reference Colette Bundy, who works so hard behind the scenes to make everything come together at the Ballito Pro. And somebody else who's making a wave come together right now is Hirata O'Hara, now already 26 years of age. You remember him as a young teenager winning a motor vehicle at the US Open of Surfing, which back then was a qualifying series 10,000. It's now become the fourth stop of the Challenger Series. It's a good opener from O'Hara. Let's see how the answer comes from Jabe Swarkoki. Just a little skid of the fins there as he tried to engage a combination between the maneuver 1 and maneuver 2. But a little bit of action coming at us here as we hit the 23.5-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that surname first. I was a bit nervous about it, if I'm honest.
Well, you know, if we are pronouncing stuff a little different, it's all around the world. There are, different interpretations. You know, there's silent G's and silent J's, and so it goes. But we trust that we're getting the Swarakoki name right. We trust that his friends and family are happy with the pronunciation, and, well, we trust the judges are happy with the score.
If we were in Cape Town, I would think you were asking me for a koki. Swami a koki.
Well, interpretation again, you see. Of course, South Africa with 11 official languages. I mean, that's crazy. If you think about it, the Rainbow Nation down here at the bottom of the African continent. We have various tribes and inputs, various cultural backgrounds. It's all a melting pot. And life is pretty good. We all get on really well here. You know, there's been so many campaigns of all lives matter. Well, we've got 11 tribes. You must know how much fun it is as we all work out life together here. And certainly pronunciations is one of them. What I can tell you is in Zulu, which is the region here, is Konke Kuluhlaza is the right way to name the theme, which is everything is a blue with a touch of green, of course. Again, interpretations
and just culture in general. We've got so many cultures. It's a real melting pot here. Of course, I've just recently moved up to Zululand gigs, and I've had to learn some cultural differences. You know, working with a lot of Zulu people as well, and it's always cool to learn new things. And you know, one thing I can tell you also, it's been one of the biggest revelations for me is in Zulu culture, especially to men, if we're having a discussion and we like each other, we'll hold each other's hands. And maybe not something from our culture that, you know, was a bit of a surprise the first time it happened. I was like, wow, why is this guy holding my hand?
It's like the Europeans kiss on both cheeks,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Okay,
so you know, actually, if a Zulu man likes you and he's having a good conversation, he's going to hold your hand. He wants you to know that.
Well, talking of all the influences here in South Africa, Jose Faulkner, hometown of Pelsrus, which is the southern part of Jeffreys Bay. there's another whole story that we'll dig into as the heat goes by. In the meantime, in and out for O'Hara, who fetched a 4.5 on his first wave, brings himself into the story. No real numbers, a 5.17 being the highest score thus far for Gilheim Sat. It's a heat that we feel will break open, and numbers will start changing as we get to the second half, and that's kind of been the theme every single heat of the opening round this morning.
Yeah, the boys are just having to figure it out. It looks so different on screen to how it is out there, and they just have to take a few waves, figure out where the bowls are, where the power is, and where not to do turns. And it sounds a bit weird maybe, but there are certain places on this wave that you really don't want to be doing a turn.
Yeah, so slight fracturing, 2 swells in the water. It does end up being a little bit of a flat spot. You just want to keep your board speed going through and joining the dots. We saw a lot of 2-turn combos. In fact, a crack in the first bowl, then connecting through that section, and then the end section slam. And that's, we got a lot of 6s and 7s out of the lineup this morning in that sort of approach to the Ballito Pro lineup. And looking forward to where the draw goes when we get to ladies competition. India Robertson coming up next. Looking forward to seeing what she brings to Ballito this year.
Well, listen, what I can tell you over the last 3 days, watching some of the free surfing around the event, is that the ladies competition here at Ballito is going to be killer. I have seen crazy good surfing from all the ladies warming up, and it's just incredible to see how far ladies surfing has come in such a short time. They are absolutely ripping.
Well, looking forward to that. We'll transition to opening round of ladies in just over 19 minutes time. In the meantime, we'll sort out the remaining heat of men's competition here. Lots of topics on the table for us today as we discuss everything from culture to points out in the water and, well, pretty much everything in between, Kai. We're talking of the culture of South Africa. We're talking of where Jose Faulkner, the surfer, lying third, holding priority, the South African in this heat. And we mentioned that he's from Pelsris. And there's a great success story in everything that hangs around the Jose Faulkner story. He will drill back into that in a little while because there's quite a lot to talk about with Jose. Let's go down and hear from Mike Frew and the winner of that last heat.
Winner of the last heat, Kian Martin from Sweden. Kian, those 2 barrels you had, it was so clean and it helped get you through that heat. Was that part of your strategy to look down the beach and look for those open ones and get tubes?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm so happy to be here. It's been a dream come true to make it to South Africa. But the last few days, actually the last 3 days, I've been getting some of the funnest barrels I've had in so long. Like, I've been getting barreled all day. So in my mind, I've always wanted to surf the comp bank, but I couldn't because of the Pro Junior and a couple other comps. But I finally got out there, so I was eyeing them out, and somehow they came straight to me. So I think, I felt a bit connected there. But let's keep getting barreled and keep going through.
Well, you got the win and you threw through the next round, so it certainly paid off. It's your first time in Ballito. You've been here for a couple of days. How have you been enjoying yourself here in the Kwatakuza municipality?
Yeah, it's my first time here, and it's been the best time ever so far. Like, every day just keeps getting better. Today's an even better day. I'm grateful for this, and I'm happy to make my first heat. And I'm so excited for the next few days and enjoy every second of being here in paradise.
Congratulations and all the best in the next round. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Kai and Martin building his scores in the tube in Ballito this morning. And he'll be looking forward to the next round. Meanwhile, the South African in this heat goes to the air and almost brings completion. Jose Faulkner, that was pretty close to complete right there. Just an inch or 2 off getting that landing right. Exchange taking place. Gilheim Sat tries to let go a turn. Just a little sign that the tide's pushing in there. A little bit more water in that particular wave. So back to the drawing board for our heat leader, who's still trying to find a second score in the lineup. In fact, that's the theme right now. Everybody's trying to get a second number in. Jabe Swarovski, you can argue, needs 2 good numbers.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting now with that wind going a little bit more to the west and the south. It's going to be up the face to the lefts. And I think you're going to see guys like Jose looking for some of those left bowls now because they are going to be able to go to the air. And we all know Jose is a phenomenal aerialist. I think back to his first ever Challenger event last year at the Gold Coast. didn't make it through that first heat, but he threw one of the most crazy airs, and they're still using it on the Challenger Series advert.
Yeah, Jose Faulkner, a talent out of Jeffreys Bay. We spoke about the different cultural backgrounds. And just to pick up on that Jose Faulkner story, we saw him as a wild card last year at Jeffreys Bay, off his momentum from the Challenger Series. But there's a surfer that surfing has perhaps saved his life, you know, and that's a topic we'll pick up after the break. Stay with us. We're discussing everything about surfing. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few,
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Welcome back to live action here at the Ballito Pro. It's day one of the third Challenger Series of 6. And you're with us for the final heat of men's round. The South African Jose Faulkner into picture. He'll be looking at landing something like that. We'll go incomplete, but Kai, just before the break, we spoke about the south wind just wafting through as this heat unfolds. And Faulkner pretty much wanting to go ramping into that air, which is blowing right to left across screen now.
Yeah, and I like that he's going for the big fronty with the grab as well. A little bit different, and he looked like he almost had that about 3/4 of the way through and then just losing the board. But I think it's only a matter of time before he sticks something on one of those big lefts.
Well, Jose Faulkner will be absolutely inspired by what Diego Dora did yesterday in Rio de Janeiro. Of course, the championship tour wrapping up there yesterday. Let's have a look at what happened with our surfer in green, Gilheim Sat. Can he go to the air at any stage? Let's have a look what he's done in this.
Well, he did exactly that. Went to the air, nice big air rotation, and just stuck it really clean. And he got a good score out of 7.5. So we haven't seen too many airs today, and now suddenly the Goofies are unleashing on the lefts gigs, and one of the high scores of the day.
Yep, so heats are changing format all the time. We think of the sequence of combinations of turns that built scores all the way up to about heat 6. Last heat, heat 7, we saw 2 tubes for the heat win total, and now we're seeing a complete change again. We haven't seen a lot of lefts in the lineup up until now. Around 11:30 in the morning. We did get going 4 hours ago, 7:30. So in that 4 hours of competition, for the first time, we're seeing some punts into the left. And I did make reference to Diego Dora yesterday for that big 10. Judges went to 7.5 here for Gilheim Sat. Maybe even a replay of it. I love the cushioning of the landing as well. So one judge went 8. So nice. Getting some very good to excellent category scores out of the lineup now.
Yeah, and I can tell you, talking about Diego, Jose really looks up to him as well. He's one of his favorite surfers. And like you said, I think Diego winning yesterday will definitely have given Jose a little bit of a boost. And now seeing that 7.5 come out from the Chilean on the left, I think he's going to be looking for those boosts as well.
Top left of screen for updated numbers. Your heat leader has that 7.5, care of that punt. I'm looking at how soft the scores are here for our second place surfer, Mr. Swarakoki. 3.5 and a 2.5 for a 6. You can get that in pretty much one wave. And all our young ladies getting ready for opening round of women's competition, Kai.
Yeah, Matsoka winning the ladies JQS yesterday and really surfing well on her backhand. One of those girls that's really impressed me the last 3 days. it was a lot bigger as well through the JQS gigs, and she was not scared to go throw up the tail in the lip all through the event. So very excited to see what she's going to bring to the party.
Well, of course, Quadakuza putting on a almost 2-week festival of beach activities. Of course, junior competition. We think of the parasurfing that was honoured yesterday. We got that also run very successfully here. So a lot goes into this 2-week festival. You think of the music. You think of the music concerts that are on offer, bands playing. The whole town just absolutely comes alive, and well, everybody around the country flocking here to Ballito. What a vibe it is.
Yeah, and if I sound a bit croaky today, that's because I almost lost my voice on the mic at the skate event at the Ballito Skate Jam yesterday with some of the sponsors like Monster Energy, and just a really nice family vibe. Loads of families, little kids having a go in the bowl of death, as I call it, because I certainly would not skate it. But just a great vibe, like you say, so much energy and enjoyment, and everyone just having a good time. And a quick shout out to Calvin McMillan from Durban, who actually took the open title there in the bowl.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see Quadakuza building so much inspiration around all the board sports. And, you know, the impact of what happens here in these 2 weeks, it permeates through every level of participant. You think of the locals, you think of the restaurants. I mean, it's at every level. This strategy that Quadakuza have put together, getting the world's best surfers here, the exposure that they bring, this is such a strong economic surge and a melting pot of culture going on in this region. It's just a wonderful thing to plug into every year.
Yeah, and it is the biggest sports and cultural event in Zululand, in Quadakuza. So it pulls a lot of eyes onto the province, and it helps promote tourism, but also just looking at the amount of people involved in this event that have to come, they have to be accommodated, they have to be fed, you know, they're going out and they're spending money in the stores. So it is a massive, massive injection of capital into the area.
Well, it is so much fun here. We are loving the Ballito Pro of 2023. And of course, this is all part of the Challenger Series. And will any of these names currently in the water be on finals day? It's a good question to ask. Think of our surfer holding priority, Hirota O'Hara. He has won at the highest level of qualifying series back then in 2015, taking out the US Open. Of course, as we mentioned, that'll be stop 4 now on the Challenger Series coming up in a couple of weeks' time. This one out in the water, 8 minutes to go, and really the only good set of numbers is our man from Chile with the 7.5 and the 5.17. Everybody else out there is in it for that second place position at the moment.
Well, if I'm in that heat right now, I'm pretty much scratching my head. I've watched guys dropping the high scores so far for barrels and turns, and now suddenly in my heat it's a left air. So it just shows you how quickly conditions can change in the sport. You've got to be able to adapt, you've got to be able to move. As we see the girls getting ready, I'm very excited for this next heat. It's going to be an absolute crasher, and that is Jessie van Niekerk. She's kind of new on the scene, Gigs. She's kind of come out of nowhere, but absolute ripper. I really can't tell you how good this girl surfs, and she's really just come on the scene this year.
Well, Jessie van Niekerk coming up next for South African Hopes, along with Green Anastasia Venter out of the Cape Town region. So the South African girls getting a chance to mix it up here as we go to opening round of women's competition coming up next. But Kai, just back to the set of numbers that are on our screen with 7 minutes to go. If you start looking at the requirements, look how tight this heat is. Jose Faulkner literally needs to get to his feet and do a little rail turn, and he'll find a 2. Hirota O'Hara, a 1.5 requirement. There's going to be a lot of stories to unfold in the remaining 7 minutes here.
Yeah, so it's a tight heat, and time is definitely ticking away now. It's going to come down to that person who finds the big backup score now. I mean, Jabe needing a 9.17 to go into first, so the Chilean is certainly looking good. Here's the last of red. Got to work. Nice little jab up into the lip. Floats over the section. Little bit of downtime, and then managed to get another little hook out the lip, but that wave didn't really give him a lot to work with.
Well, solid fundamentals there, and we're waiting for that score. It's going to come in at a 4-2-3. It's going to change requirements for the South African. Jose Faulkner, the tall man from Jeffreys Bay, gets to unload a few turns of his own there. Back to the combinations on the back end. Easily going to ditch the 1.4. He'll be chasing a slightly bigger number of a 3.74 there. So I think that's achievable. Watch for the order of this heat to start shuffling up now.
Yeah, I like what Jose did there. Just went back to the basics, took off, cracked 2 very aggressive backhand turns. Got a little bit caught up before the 3rd turn, but he did well to hold on and finish the wave. And I think he's going to look at a good score.
Oh, meaty set arriving in the lineup here at Ballito with 5.5 minutes to go. Is this the wedgie peak that changes the story of the final heat of men's opening round? Almost a nosedive for O'Hara, but he'll get vertical. Lots of spray off that one. Gears up the 2nd and into the 3rd turn. And that is showing a little pedigree for Hirota O'Hara as he'll take a little semi-bow into the white water, and that is going to put him right into discussion. Is that enough to threaten a heat lead?
You see me now was the look given to the judges. Look, beautiful wave in the context of this heat. It really, you could, like you said, you could see it just coming with that big bowl and that nice wedgie takeoff. He worked the 1st turn really well. Again, we saw like a little wobble in the middle there, but doing extremely well to close the wave on that big closeout section. So he's going to be looking at a good score. So now Jose and Hirota both looking, I think, at pretty good scores. We're going to have to see what the judges think, and it's going to change the heat. We're going to have a complete change now in the structure of the heat.
Well, judges will be in discussion over that exchange between Faulkner in white, O'Hara in blue. Clock is down to under 4.5 minutes to go. And we feel that those 2 rides are going to play a bit of snake and ladders with the heat order. We'll wait and see for those numbers to officiate it. But O'Hara, I would say, easily the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to look at the size and power and everything else in that equation as well. Jose Faulkner, 5.4. So here we go. This is the 5.4. Love this wave. Bang, straight up into the lip and immediately into another one with a bit of a fin release. He hit that little bump there as he came out of the 2nd turn, but he did well for the 5.4. But this is the biggest wave by miles in the heat. Went straight up into the lip there. Bottom turns, got a little caught on that 2nd turn, but he did so well to recover, and then straight up into the lip for the 3rd maneuver. You know, he was loving it all day long.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. He did a little body language there for us, and we still await that score. 3 minutes and 25 seconds now to go, so we'll let that number land from Hirota O'Hara. We feel he's going to go from 4th all the way maybe up to the heat lead. If you look at the numbers for Gilheim, Sat 7.5 and a 5.17. Hirota already with a 4.5. All right, it's in. It's going to jump him up to 2nd. So now Faulkner remains 3rd, the South African. Here's your heat leader. Let's have a look what he wants to bring. Combination for him. There's the 1st one. And the 2nd one stretches it out. There's that junction between the 2 swells in the water, the 2 peaks folding on the sandbar. And that was nicely done. So quick questions. Does he improve on the 5.17? That's a discussion point for us with 2:45 to go. We saw Jabe Swarakoki just go by there, so there'll be a score waiting for him as well. Swarakoki chasing now 7.1. Jose Faulkner, a soberly score of a 5.94 for the heat advance. 2 minutes 30. There's still some stories to tell here, Kai.
Yeah, and I really like what we saw from the Chilean there. It's really smooth transitioning between the turns. It wasn't an easy wave to surf either, so he really did well on that one. But here comes a good look. Jose deciding not to go with priority.
Well, here's the man that's jumped up to 2nd. 2-turn combo. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. It's a no. So O'Hara will settle on the 2 scores that he is currently sitting on. A 6.83 for that big right-hander with the combination of turns, Kai. Remember, he opened up with a 4.5 real early on. I think he was the first surfer to pull the trigger. So Hirota O'Hara occupying that 2nd place position. Let's have a look at this one. Waiting for the replay of Jabe Swarovski, and of course the judges working on that as well. We said there was going to be a lot unfolding in this last few minutes. We'll get there with 90 seconds to go. Judges thinking now about Gilheim Sat's 2-wave backhand combo, and of course Hirota O'Hara as well as Oda score. And let's have a look at this one.
Lovely bottom turn, went straight up into the lip, got around for the 2nd turn, and just held out not too much going on in that third turn, or they did get the completion. Just looking at the comparative between that wave of Hiroto, though, I don't know if Jabe's going to go to a 7.1 on that wave.
Well, it is Jabe's best wave, right? We're expecting his best score in. We're making a mental comparison with the 6.83 of Hiroto Ohara. Requirements again to remind you, Swarkoki looking for 7.1. And where's Jose Faulkner, the South African? He's sitting with priority, and does he get a chance to pull the trigger as we get down to 45 seconds on the clock?
Well, Jose's got every opportunity. He's got priority. He needs a 5.94. It'll be his highest wave score of the heat, but I think if you look at the 5.4, he just needs to find a wave that's going to give him 2-3 sections, and he's completely capable of the score.
Well, Jabe Swarkoki, we are waiting for judges. That first turn of his was vertical. It had impact in the lip. So we expect his best number to 6.4. Kai jumps up to third. Now chasing just a 4.94 is the American in red. So this is all very close. Jose Faulkner's pulled the trigger with 15 seconds to go. Now 10 seconds to go. And as we catch up the numbers, it looks like that is very well how the heat is going to settle. Gilheim Sat has done a good job, and he's been consistent through this heat. That 7.5 was the strength of his scores, but he's kind of just kept on an even keel the whole way through. And Gilheim Sat's last two-wave combo wasn't in his top two, by the way. Kai just a 4.5. So earlier scores for the heat win for Gilheim Sat. Well done to the Chilean, and it looks like Hiroto Ohara is going to hang on to his second place position. A heat that had a lot of twists and turns on the way to this final printing out.
Yeah, tough heat, because everyone was really in the game except for the Chilean. But fantastic heat, and I'm looking forward to seeing the ladies start next.
Gilheim Sat and Hiroto Ohara are on to the second round of men's when we get there tomorrow. Of course, we will now segue to women's surfing. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Mike Frew for the call.
Campiona.
Champion.
Campione.
Juara.
Champion.
Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps
Yes,
it.
that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, 'cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
We have the power to ignite a wave of change.
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
And a very warm welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Women's round of 48 out in the water. And we are looking forward to getting women's competition underway. Some great looking heats joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it, Mike Frew. It's already been a really fun morning for competition.
It's been really, really good. The southwesterly wind has just come through, so it's put a little bit of a ruffle on the surface, but that previous heat, we saw such lovely little clean tubes on the end of the beach there, and great conditions, nothing to complain about.
We've seen hotly contested heats, exchanges going down to the final minutes or so. How do you think the women are going to go out here?
Super contestable. It's not too much power out there. It's actually fun waves to surf. And I think that we're going to see a lot of nice little maneuvers in the hooks there. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, let's set the scene here. Let's check out Kika Vaselko from Portugal, taking on a couple of South Africans in Jessie Van Niekerk and Anastasia Venter. Also, Anon Matsuoka from Japan, a great young surfer herself. Look at the kind of future up-and-coming generations, a lot of youth, a lot of talent in this quartet.
So Anon Matsuoka from Japan took out the win at the Pro Junior yesterday. So she is another competitor out here that's had a lot of experience this week so far. She's got some great rhythm. Anastasia Fenter, we just saw her in and out there. Paul, she's one of the youngest competitors in this event. And she, along with Louise Laprante, is one of South Africa's up-and-coming top young female surfers.
So good seeing the next crop of talent make their way into the sport in Challenger Series competition. Here's Matsuoka on the backhand. Quick whipping snap from her and another. So not wasting a lot of time at the start of the heat. Crucially, getting the completion. She'll throw a number up. Vasilko already with a number on the board. A couple of results in Australia for Kika. Got a couple of ninths. I think that equals a ninth she got last year in Sakarema. Didn't go great on the Challenger, so already putting her name up there on the ratings. Part of a real strong generation of women surfers out of Portugal, alongside the likes of Teresa Bonvolo, Yolanda Hopkins. Teresa also in the top 10. We saw those ratings earlier on at the top of the show. And it'll be really interesting to see how Kika can go at this one, taking on a couple of South Africans who will have, I don't want to say home field advantage, but certainly they'll be feeling well within their comfort zones. Although you get the Challenger Series, it's a whole nother level. Let's check out Vasilko right now with a strong paddle. She's a tenacious competitor and unable to open up. You mentioned the wind, just a slight sort of ruffle, that little bit of texture blowing from right to left.
So that's not an onshore wind. The southwesterly wind is actually the wind we want for here, Paul. It brings the swell in. So that wind would have originated down in the Cape of Storms, made its way up all the way through South Africa. It's part of a cold front. And this early sort of wind is an indication of what we're going to get for the rest of the week. This is what we want to bring that long period swell.
All right, things looking really good for a fun week of surfing here. We're just getting started. It's a Sunday, late morning, getting towards lunchtime. It's a packed beach, school halls here in South Africa. Here goes one of their surfers, Fenter, as she looked possibly to try and pull in, realised wasn't really going to be an exit on offer if she were to do that. So it'll be another small number for her, but looking to build up some experience her on the Challengers. Of course, also looking to qualify for the Championship Tour, but qualify for next season on the Challenger Series as well. That's important to get yourself, if you can get yourself high enough up the rankings, you can secure a spot for next year rather than necessarily needing to go back through the QS. So another goal as well, but also just taking on some of the best, gauging out where your level's at and where you need to go. And what a place to do it in front of a home crowd.
So these two girls, Jessie van Niekerk, a little bit older. She's from Cape Town. Anastasia Fenter also from Cape Town. So I'd imagine today a lot of the Cape crowd have tuned in. They're watching, enjoying their Sunday lunchtime, watching surfing on their TV at home. And both of them got a great competitive career so far, and that's why they find themselves in the Challenger Series event. Anastasia Fenter, this is her third event in, I think, about 10 days. There was a small regional event held along the Durban beachfront 2 weeks ago. Anastasia Fenter surfed really well there, although it was almost max 2 foot. It was 1 to 2 foot, and she took out some good heat wins there. Then she surfed in the junior event this last week. She did well there, but didn't manage to take the Pro Junior win. And of course now she's in the Challenger. So she's had a lot of heat experience in the last 10 days.
Yeah. Good paddle into that one as well. Made sure she got into it, but just took herself a little deep. And that one ran away. Just kind of split the line up slightly these last couple of sets. We've had these lefts kind of coming at our surfers. So no one unable to do major damage. The best number so far is from Matsuoka, 383. So looks like Vasilko again. Here she goes off the bottom. This one will shoulder off. You can kind of tell that energy was fading away. As soon as she got to her feet, really, she could tell that as well. So it goes straight into a kick out. And we're talking about that forecast. And this basically been the smaller day of our waiting period. And it's been a really good season, as you mentioned, in this part of the world so far. This, well, late fall, getting into the winter. Of course, part of a South African leg for the World Surf League, the Ballito Pro, presented by Neil on the Challenger Series Championship Tour returns to J-Bay. Always ever a highlight, a standout event on the calendar. That starts, I believe, on the 12th. Can't wait for that. And it looked like a really enjoyable few weeks of surfing in this part of the world. Here goes Van Niekerk. She's going to have to try and come from behind a section here. Really hard to do. Unable to open up on the opening face. So far in this one, a little bit of a nervy start. No one really unable to unlock.
Also, if you look at the tide again, we've spoken about the tide in a couple of our conversations. The tide has a big impact on the waves here in Ballito in particular. There's a big tidal difference today because it's edging on almost full spring tides. And traditionally, when there's not a lot of swell, this place doesn't like a high tide. So you need it to be in the 3 to 5 foot range. You're going to have waves out there, but it does become a little bit more difficult. So as we go into the afternoon, you're not going to see any tubes or barrels like we've seen this morning. It's going to become more of an open face wave. You're going to have foam climbs. And that last section, that heavy section, gets a little bit easier to complete and hit on the end of your waves.
All right, Matsuoka has added a second number for the Japanese surfer, 293. Good enough thus far for a lead. Plenty of time in this. And we mentioned her success in the juniors, given a bit of a read on the wave as well. And a couple of opening waves from her. Nothing crazy, but good enough for a lead thus far. And Vasilko will be certainly looking to put some points on the board as well. She's one of those surfers just ultra competitive, kind of fiery, not only just the way she is around the liner, but just on wave as well, really aggressive. She surfs with the progression. I talked about that generation of Portuguese surfers up and coming. She's definitely part of that, and they're really pushing each other. It'll be interesting to see how far they go in this competition, as we'll check out a glimpse into the future South African surfing with Venter, a young junior, and a nice hit from her. It's going to feel a lot better. She gets to tee off, tag the lip, does it well.
She took her very close to the rocks there, and in that pulled back shot we saw just before that, she's right on the right-hand side of the beach. The other three are down towards that left. They've just seen her get that look. They're all paddling across now towards the rock because obviously they realized on this higher tide there's a lot of sand there, and in the foreground there's another right that's running along. So as it gets higher tide, this middle section gets quite fat and full. And what tends to happen is the wave runs along that little inside bank, which is next to the reef, especially when the wave is coming from the south like that. It'll be a nice right-hand breaking wave. So Anastasia would have had a little bit of maybe some sort of local knowledge, insight there from some of the coaches, and she's been sticking in that area to try and get a wave there, Paul.
Yeah, in terms of like reading this lineup, it does kind of feel like just kind of a natural surfer's approach. It is pretty close together. You see a little peak up there, your head up there. Sometimes we can get really into tactics. Okay, if one comes here, the score's over there. This place, it does feel like kind of a spot you can just surf in a normal way. See someone getting the score, head over there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's at the moment, I guess they would call it a split peak type of situation. But your main bank is really, if you look at the screen there, it's where White is sitting at the moment. Surfers, the photographs, the videos you see all over the place, and the famous swells are coming from right there where White is sitting. So that's your traditional bank. But of course it depends on where the sand is. And we've had a bit of onshores prior to this, and that moves all the sand around all the time. But we really are blessed with a great forecast, and you've heard in some of the interviews, man, the surfers have enjoyed it this week so far.
All right, live action here. Matsuoka, your heat leader, the Goofy. Off the bottom, patient with the bottom turn. Nice snap, real tight in the pocket. And again, that one in the lip more nice. She'll get a third here. This is good from her. A fourth turn as well. Really well surfed wave. The patient approach. You talked about the positioning. She was right on the money. She didn't need to move up or down the beach to get that one. And I reckon she'll improve.
She also has that momentum coming off that junior when she looks confident on her waves, as we see our Portuguese competitor now. There's that left that comes towards you off that middle bank, and you notice how the lip is not as intense as it was earlier because there's a lot more water on that bank.
Yeah, slight grimace there from Kika. I wonder whether that'll be deemed complete, that last section. She did well to meet it. She got the tag in, and then just the wave in front, that weird little double up wave, made her kind of surf uphill a bit. So she didn't come out with loads of speed. But I mentioned that tenacity that she has. She's such a good competitor. She's got a load of surf talent as well, but just really, really into finding scores when she needs them. She doesn't mind being put in a position where she needs to chase a number. And she's had loads of success in the last couple of seasons. Let's get another look at Matsuoka.
Nice snap in the pocket. Very critical surfing. She's got a lot of control right up in that steep section of the wave. And this is what we saw her do in the juniors. Just tag it and red up and riding now. This is her last wave. Gets a little caught up in that first turn, but the wave went kind of flat in that section
as it comes across that bank that's filled up with water now, and didn't quite capitalize on that white water coming towards her, Paul.
All right, live action. Here goes Fenta in green. A little lethargic as that wave is sloping. Just a bit awkward for her, really. She got that fat section right next to where she wanted to surf. Does well enough to get a little clip in finish. And we have her last number in. It's decent, 427. Meanwhile, on the forehand, Matsuoka, your heat leader. Nice vicious hit from her into the lip. Gets a quick recovery. So we got a number in for her previous. We thought it would be an improvement. It is a 6 for Matsuoka. So just showing a bit of quality, just kind of opening up that scale there. Now, judges want to do that. They don't want to get caught in the threes. And any chance with a little bit of quality, multiple maneuvers, combinations will be rewarded. So a good score of a 6 for Matsuoka. That's going to feel great.
That left is quite interesting. We haven't seen a lot of lefts in the morning so far, but there's a finger of reef if you look at the screen right in front of us here, and it goes out. The end of that reef is covered by sand, and what happens is as the tide comes in, it actually creates a little left bowl off there, and as the waves get smaller, as we're seeing today into the afternoon, I think you're going to see more of the surfers taking advantage of that bowl. There's a shot of Matthias Hurdy doing an air in the highlights reel, and that is exactly on that reef. It gives you a little bit more punch in the wave. You can see the water rushing across it now. You can't surf it at low tide, it's very shallow, but it does provide a little inside bowl.
Yeah, Goofies love the lefts, don't they? So it's weird. Goofy seem to love lefts more than regular footers like rights. I don't know why that is. There's no rhyme or reason to it, but any chance that a Goofy gets to go left, they'll try and take it. But there is potential out here. And here we go as she manages really pretty patient here. Does well to get this tag in.
Yeah, it stands up. There you go. Gets a nice turn and doesn't quite ride into the second one. Almost hit a little bump in the water there. But Paul, this is the land of the rights. KZN. Unfortunately, if you're born a Goofy footer, you're not going to be going on your forehand much, and it is the land of the rights. To capitalize on lefts in South Africa, you've got to go to places like Elands Bay on the west coast or Skeleton Bay up in Namibia.
Got to get cold. You've got to put a wetsuit on.
Yep. And so if there is a left out here, I'm a Goofy footer. Giggs is a Goofy footer too. If there's a sniff of a left, we'll be out there. We'll find that thing.
All right. It is Matsuoka, who will get a modest return for last wave. A small number will drop in for her. But at the moment, she's doing all right. She's got 9.83 as a total. In second place at the moment, past the midway in this, it is Fenta looking for a number. Here goes Nikirk with some speed. And she washes a bit off on a slopey section. And that split peak just kind of creases through the wave. You see Vaselko, a little turn of the head, just kind of watching what went down. What she didn't want to see was loads of spray. And then she turns her attention back into the lineup. And we're picking up live action here. And a little kind of credit card attempt there just to liberate the board from the top of the wave from Matsuoka. And she got that left early on. And she's looking for more.
It's an interesting strategy here because she had a right to open. She's been there the whole week, so she'll be very aware of those lefts. And she backed it up with the left. So she's kind of making her way left to right across the beach, getting a wave each time. And perhaps that's part of her strategy in this heat, to not get involved in any priority situations with the other girls and just kind of do her own thing.
Saw Jose Faulkner in that previous heat on these lefts, and we know about what he can do in the air. He surfs at J-Bay. It's quite a famous right-hander. He actually ends up goes left quite a lot there. He's so good at that, and he was just trying to find one of those massive airs. Came pretty close to sticking one. Wasn't able to get it done, but a bit of variety on offer for our surfers, and that just makes the whole thing more entertaining.
So it's not just random out there in terms of they're waiting for waves. They're going out there with a plan. And I think the way it's playing out for Anon here is that she perhaps was going to get a right. And then if you get a right, look if there's a left.
Kirk from deep here. Meaty wave for her. A bit of ruffle to the lip line. And by the time she negotiates off the bottom, that one's kind of tumbling down. She got about halfway up the wave. And she met a bit of a forceful section of white water. Nice tag there from Fenta. Oh, doesn't quite get it done, but did that snap in the real steep part of that closeout. And we talked about a bit of power available out there. You can kind of tell from the way our surfers emerge. Wow, here's a good wave from your heat leader, Matsuoka. Just the one turn, though. But she's definitely, found the right ways, and when she's got them, crucially, she's gone complete on her turns.
Yeah, went up at the lip, hooked it in the right place, threw a bit of spray in the air, and a lot of control. We've seen quite a lot of falls in this heat so far, and she's ridden it out quite well.
Been a bit frantic, hasn't it? Apart from that 6 from Matsuoka, we're just seeing a bunch of waves ridden. It's kind of almost slightly frenzied. Vasilko just rode a wave. She sat for a while with priority, didn't use it particularly well. She's in third at the moment. She needs a modest number for second. We're just waiting for a judge to drop in, but it's just a quick throwaway from her. So continued frustration for the highly rated Portuguese surfer, Kika Vasilko. Still plenty of time left to go in this. We've seen some strong late finishes to heats. Talks about that quick paddle back to the lineup. That means you can get away, maybe fall or just go complete but not get the score, and you're back in the lineup in 20 or 30 seconds tops, ready to go again. And we do have multiple peaks going up and down the beach as well, which is kind of good news for surfers lower down in priority. Let's get another look at the goofy out of Japan and Matsuoka. This is her last effort.
Wow, she really puts a lot of pressure on that back foot as she goes into that turn, and that gives the board the drive up to the lip.
Crucially, from the panel, another 6 from her. So one quick turn. She was up and surfing for, what, maybe 2.5, 3 seconds tops in total, rewarded with 6 points. So real quality from her, just putting that point of difference. And a reasonable margin now over Fenta in second place, the South African. As we see Matsuoka in second priority, going again, looking to just sort of exert her dominance. Heading down the line, unable to see a section that she can do a turn on. And on the prowl out the back for Selka. Meanwhile, in live action, Van Niekerk with a quick snap, bang, again. Real similar into that oncoming section, which just had a bit more speed than she did. And as a result of that, unable to navigate out of troubled water. And it really is just all action. Frenzied activity. Smooth on the face, though, from Fenta. And she doesn't overdo it. And manages to get another snap done as that wave just kind of fizzles out. So rather than exploding with an oncoming section, that one just shouldering away. That was kind of reflected in her maneuver selection. A couple of quick snaps. And it's really that battle for second at the moment. Looks like it's anyone's.
Yes, it's not much in terms of scores that are separating those three surfers. And I think it's going to come down to a pretty tight 9 minutes here. Could go either way. Very difficult to say which one has sort of rhythm in the heat here. And here's another left pawl up and riding for Matsuoka, our heat leader. She really has capitalized on those lefts that have presented themselves in this heat.
Yeah, tactic from her. She's just gone out there to surf. She'll go rights, one big turn, or a combo on the maneuvers on the right-handers. Got 2 6s on the right. She's seeing lefts as well. That's, I think, a third left. It's going to be a number that would help out everyone else in the heat. Just be a throwaway for her. It's going to be a reasonable mid-range score. 4-6 doesn't help her. I'll tell you what, surfers chasing numbers would love that right now. Particularly the surfer in red. High seed in this for Vasilko. Only needs a 3.62. She's got first priority. She's got 8 minutes and 40 to get herself that 3. You'd be thinking that's well within her grasp. Well, she hasn't had a number to that tune in 21.5 minutes so far in this one. Unable to get anything. She's looked a bit out of rhythm, out of sorts with this lineup. Let's see if she can get a flow going towards the back end of this heat. But it's all going to get down quite nervy, intense and terse. It's just felt that way a little bit, and it will get more so with that weight of expectation as we get down towards the back end of this heat. We're going to get a quick break right now at the moment. We're just over 8 on the clock. Matsuoka, she's looking great out there. Who's going to go with her? It's a classic battle for second so far. We'll be right back with more live action from the Ballito Pro. Stay tuned. Welcome back to live coverage on the Challenger Series. It's the women's round of 48, the first heat of that round. Sees the Japanese surfer who had great success in the juniors here getting the win. Matsuoka, 12-point total, a couple of sixes. She's done it different ways. One big turn for the score, one multiple maneuver wave. It's good enough for first. Who's going with her if she stays there into the next round? Great turn from Van den Kirk. Doesn't get loads on the next maneuver, but able to open up there with a bit of speed, and that's going to feel really good for Jessie.
That first turn was probably her best turn of the heat so far. I really liked how she put a bit of weight on that tail and it flared it around in the turn. Put an exclamation mark on it, and then into a nice control into the rest of the wave. Let's see what how it influences the rest of the heat, because she's got a bit of work to do with 6 minutes remaining. Not a lot separating second, third, and fourth at the moment.
Yeah, it's really tight, isn't it? And that requirement for her, the 4.94 is her number from fourth to get into seconds and threaten Anastasia Fenter at the moment. Good enough to hold down second place. She'll stay vulnerable while she's sitting on a 2 and a 4. Those aren't big numbers to get you out of the round. She'll look to get another wave as well. So a bit of a patient read now from surfers looking at numbers. They're not getting enticed into waves that are going to shoulder off. They're looking for something with real scoring potential. As you see, this one will draw Anastasia a bit deeper, and she'll get in. What she got for us here off the bottom of the deep bottom turn, and realizing that that wave somehow sort of backed off and closed out at the same time, which isn't easy to do, but didn't offer her loads. All right, here goes Veselka. Crucial wave for kicker. 3.62 the requirement on the rail. Open up with the arms. What she got here on the inside. And didn't know whether to put it up vert. Didn't know whether to kind of slam the door shut with one of those almost off the side type maneuvers. In the end, does neither and gets a bit of a lip to the face.
That first turn was a great example for any young girls watching of how to do a cutback, utilizing your head into your shoulders, into your hips, the way she used her whole body, and the board followed through in the turn.
Wave just didn't want to cooperate with her, did it? And that the cutback put herself back with, she needed to try and make up ground. The wave was coming quick. Meanwhile, a quick hit there from Venter. It'd be an incomplete one. So Veselko, her number, it's a marginal improvement, but she needed to get a high score, and she doesn't do that, so she remains looking for 3.62. There's our scoreboard. So Fenter the busier already with 10 waves. It's paid off slightly scattergun. It's fairly in tune with what everyone else has been doing in this one, but at the moment it's good enough for second. And Matsuoka, I'm sure, will be feeling calmer out of everyone here. She's got that bit of quality. She's got 12 points, and she's probably thinking, I doubt 2 surfers are going to put 12 points up between now and the end of the heat, which is in just over 3.5 minutes. Good set, stacking up out the back.
Young Anastasia Venter will be used to this kind of pressure. Even though she is still a junior, she has been surfing these kind of, or has been surfing heats for many, many years. She's got a lot of heat experience, so she'll have a good idea of what to do at the end of the heats here strategically. However, she is in third priority still.
Veselko. Again, a really important wave. She's doing good so far. That's nice. And that's smart surfing from her. Didn't do too much. Look at the amplitude in the turn. She just kind of puts the board up and lets the wave do the work, kind of kick it back in. And a nice combo from her. It's not a big number she needed, the 3.62. That's going to feel a lot better for her.
Paul, during our break, we were on the beach, and there's a lot of young girls that have come through from the South Coast, from Durban, and a lot of the young girls from Ilembe, from the Surf Riders Association here, to particularly watch this round and look at some of the best girls in the world that we'll see surfing Ballito this year. And I'm sure they're learning a lot from watching this first heat of this round.
Yeah, it does feel that conditions have got a bit trickier. Almost the bigger waves are actually getting a little bit harder to ride, it feels like. The sets are asking real questions of our surfers. This is that last effort with a real nice snap hit from Van den Kirk. So looking to try and get out of fourth.
That was a much bigger wave, and she tagged the lip there. Very foamy though. It had a lot of white water on it from the previous wave.
All right, your heat leader into a bottom turn and late to the lip, and that's a rare misstep for her. She got incomplete on that maneuver. I don't think she'll feel as bad about that as surfers chase and score. She is in the lead. It's a pretty decent one so far. Live action, Fenter, who is, as you can see on your scoreboard now, in third position, looking for 4.07 because Veselko's moved to second. So an important wave here. Well, that was nice. And just arriving kind of late, liberating the tail. Disappeared for a while, but crucially goes down, and there'll be 90 on the clock. She's going to be chasing the number, so a 4.9 for Veselko. Crucial. And that last wave, that long right-hander, almost kind of a split wave for the Portuguese surfer. Really smart to make sure she got the finish.
So our international competitor getting the better over the South Africans at this point of the heat. Using that international experience.
Yeah, went for numbers in for Fanny Kirk and for Venter. They're not big requirements, though. 4s at the moment. What they're looking at is a minute on the clock right now. What you don't want to see when you're chasing a number is the next heat in the lineup. Let's get another look at Kika Veselko's wave.
That first turn there was certainly the money turn because she came off a big bottom turn and tagged the lip and then finished it off nice and clean with a solid maneuver on the end of that wave.
The 4.9 will feel much weightier than that in the overall context of this heat. She's been struggling, really. She's looked a bit out of rhythm throughout this heat, and that's going to feel so much better for her. Meanwhile, Fanny Kirk looking to get out fourth. Nice hit. Squares up into the lip, and then patient. Well, that was nice again. So it goes up. Doesn't throw loads of spray on that final maneuver, but crucially, she puts the board up into the lip, and crucially, she's asked a question of her judges. 2 turns, 4.87 the requirement.
Confident surfing there from Anon. She really brought the momentum from that junior win into that heat.
Yeah, great rhythm from her. That wave early on, the 6, it was 4 backhand maneuvers, wasn't it? And each time she completed a turn, she kind of looked like she had the confidence that another section was coming. It's almost like that wave gave her the rhythm for the rest of the heat as well. She was able to also get a 6 for just a 1 turn, 1 hit on the backhands. We are waiting for numbers for Jessie Fanny Kirk, one of our South Africans in the water, looking for a 4.87, that requirement. And, well, we're going to find out exactly the outcome of that when we come back. We're going to get a quick commercial break. The heats are coming thick and fast here into the women's round of 48 on the Challenger Series. Results are in, so it is Matsuoka and Veselko, you 1-2. Join us for more live from the Ballito Pro right after this.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, and a packed crowd on the beach enjoying the efforts of the local South African contingent. I tell you what, Mike, bit of drama at the end of that heat, bit of confusion on our screens as to scores. I thought we were updated. A couple of numbers came in, and crucially, Fanny Kirk got the number at the end of that heat. We'll digest that as we watch Pauline Addo, formerly of the Championship Tour, one of the standouts from Europe down the years. Looking to bring that experience back into the Challengers here and get some points on the board for waging a campaign towards getting back to the Championship Tour. Goes Laura Rapp. Opening turn from her. And again, not really getting into the lip for a last maneuver, so just slightly off pace in terms of that wave, but it's just an opening ride, feeling things out. But a bit of drama at the end of that last heat.
So Jessie van Niekerk left it really, really late. She got her top 2 scores, her 2 counting waves to advance in the last probably 2 minutes of the whole heat. The judges took her quite a while to deliberate the score, and it came through during the break, and I think the South African crowd and the Cape Townians will be so stoked with that.
What a great result for her. Gets herself out of the And really enjoyable to see the young generation have a go at him. Here goes someone we know well, Pippa Anderson, out of Australia. A quick hit from her. She's come really, really close in the past. Let's see how she can go here. Back in South Africa, competing on the Challenger Series. Here's Nixie Ryan, also out of Australia. And a nice combo from her. Really smoothly done, that one. Just kind of joining up those dots. Has got tricky on some of those set waves. Just the way the energy's kind of coming back at these surfers as they go right. Here's Popo Ado. And unable to find much going down the line, so she'll just whip through the back of that. But yeah, it feels like, as you mentioned, that tide coming in, a bit more energy coming through, and some of these oncoming sections are actually sort of almost going a bit faster than the surfers are heading down the line, and it's kind of tricky to get the finish to the wave.
Yeah, you got to get around that section after the first turn, and if you're able to do that, it does set up that end section, a second turn or the closeout maneuver. And it's not as heavy as it was on the low tide, so there's maybe a little bit more opportunity there on that end section, but you got to get around after that first turn. If you get hung up, that wave is moving down the bank quite quickly, and it becomes tough to get around.
Ado gets a 3-3-3 early on for that right-hander. There'll be a small throwaway for her previous work. A much healthier number, Nixie Ryan, we'll be looking at when our last judge throws in the number, but a real great way to open up a heat. It'd be a mid-range, decent score, 5-1-7 for Nixie. Solid from her to open up. That's going to feel great. Pippa Anderson, hers will be more modest. It'll be a smallish number. Our Brazilian surfer in the green, Laura Rupp, gets a 2. And we haven't seen the Brazilian surfers replicate the success so much in terms of getting through challenges into championship tour in the women's side as they have in the men. Laura Rapp will be certainly looking to change that. Of course, we had big success from a Brazilian surfer in the former Tatiana Western Webb last year at Jeffreys Bay. Very, very impressive out there. But it's an interesting story, and one of the talking points, not quite the depth thus far coming through, but there's a new generation. Laura Rapp's part of that. Let's see how she goes out here. Small number for her to open up. But Nixie Ryan's going to feel good about 5, and you know, you're getting ready for your heat. You're traveling over here. You're in town for a couple of days, and you're thinking, all right, go out, smash an 8. You know, hey, that might happen, but a 5-1-7 in the context of what we've seen go down this morning, that's a pretty healthy number.
It's a super strong base to build the rest of the heat on, that's for sure. So that's something to bank, and back that up with another one. You got a solid foundation to try and take out a heat win. Laura Ropp, this is her first event of the Challenger Series this year. So if she's to contend and give Brazil a push towards possible qualification next year, she's going to have to get a result in the next 4, because 4 of the 6 challenges count.
Yeah, everything's counting for her right now, and it's so tight with the women. Fewer places on offer. Obviously, a smaller format on the tour. Here she goes in live action. Nice turn, holding that rail, and then just kind of tightens the arc towards the end. That's really nice. Again, looked like she was going to hang on to that. She kind of came out with speed ahead of the lip, but it just gobbles her up. Meanwhile, bang, decent from Anderson. And again, so a nice combo from her. And good amplitude to the turns, the deep bottom turn, and then opening up the body into the lip for Per Anderson, getting a completion crucially where Laura Rapp was unable to do so. But a nice exchange.
It's great to see such a diverse nations represented in this heat. You've got a French surfer, 2 Australians, and a Brazilian. So basically coming from all over the world to surf here. Tourism is the Quatacuza region's main income driver, and it's great to see people of all nationalities all over Ballito this week. We went up to the Lifestyle Center for dinner last night, and it was so cool to see international surfers all over the place and people from different nationalities.
Yeah, such a beautiful part of the world. One of the reasons for that is, well, look at that blue water, basically. You can see it on your screen. Just absolutely gorgeous. That Indian Ocean, I feel like it does have its own kind of, it's not particular kind of blue that we're used to and we appreciate down the years. It's like tinge of green to it as well, particularly in the face of the wave. That's to do with kind of the light and obviously where your images are taken from, but just beautiful looking water. And, hey, blue in the water, pretty green on land as well. We're subtropical, fully tropical here.
Yeah, as you get further north, so you go north of this Quatacuza municipality, you go up to an area called Zululand, and then north of that is Mozambique, and it just gets more tropical. The water actually becomes an even greener color than this. And Paul, most of the year, as you can see in these heats, we're in the middle of winter now. You can actually surf here in board shorts. Us that are acclimatized and live here, we would consider the water quite chilly at the moment. I'm wearing a full suit at the moment.
Come on,
but
you're better than that, mate.
You saw those two Cape Tonians in the last heat, both surfing not in long wetsuits.
All right, your heat leader Anderson hits it hard, nicely done. Looking for another turn. There isn't a section there, but she got a good number, good rewards for the combo. 6.67 for prior to that wave. Let's see if she can wash off the 2.6. Her backup. Just at that one last turn. Philippa Anderson, a really polished performer in variety of conditions. All right, Nixie Ryan now, as she'll go up. Really nice. This is great surfing from her. The first snap and then the rail. She's got real variety to her game and looks to get a finish. She kind of sunk low towards the board to make sure she got the completion and almost kind of looking elsewhere as that wave just sort of knocks her off, swats her down on a smaller inside section. Nevertheless, a nice combo of turns. It'll count for her. She doesn't need much to move up as well into an advancing position. She looks really good, Nixie Ryan.
Really looking in a great rhythm. Her first turns are looking very confident, fluid, flow, nice speed in her surfing there.
Oh, this is a bomb here for our Brazilian surfer route, but she goes off the bottom, slightly tentative on a softer section, now into the lip. And that wave just sort of picked up momentum while she was up there, and it buries her. Here goes Pauline Addo. And then she goes off the rail with a quick. She had to kind of quicken up that turn because she realized this section was coming down the line. And that's uncharacteristic from her. And doesn't get a completion on that last maneuver. These two will pop up close to each other. Might get a little paddle battle here. It's not a long paddle, but it's an enjoyable one when you're watching. Two surfers sprint.
So the priority judge would have a line out there, and when the surfers paddle out, there's a line. The first surfer to reach that line will get priority. Second, third, and fourth are determined as in that order, and you can see it on the top left-hand side of your screen. Philippa Anderson has priority. Nixie Ryan second. The other two surfers still paddling out, so as soon as they get there, that priority will be established. There you go.
Goes with Laura Rapp. Sometimes when it's tight and it's real hard to tell, they'll go with the order of who rode the last wave, and the fact that Addo rode that last wave might have played in. But let's get a look at Nixie Ryan's first wave.
Very powerful first turn, controlled, and then tags the foam water. This is the 6.67 from Philippa Anderson. Also getting some nice flair on those turns as she hits the lip. This is the 5.1 that she backed it up with. She's been really busy. Two good scores, or two scores to build the base on within a couple of minutes of each other.
Yeah, it feels like Pippa's identifying clean sections. Her turns are kind of clean in that part of the wave. It's not real white water coming at, and she's able to go straight from the bottom and put it up nice and vertical. Judges enjoying that. She does it at speed. It's smooth, and it's good surfing. Here goes another bomb for a Brazilian wrap. That's a really nice turn. Holds the rail for a long time and does well to hang on to an inside section here. Kind of slides a snap, and she'll look for a finish. She's still carving, and again, and another nice hit from her, and that's going to feel a whole lot better. The requirement was quite steep. 6.77. I like the way she surfed that wave.
That board is looking great under her feet. She's got a lot of control and speed, and
working her way up towards that second place advancing position in the heat. 4 surfers in the heat, 2 will go through, so they're all fighting for those top 2 positions. That's what the scores are all about.
Yeah, this one, marked contrast to our last heat with a couple of surfers getting good scores already. One of them is this woman, Pippa Anderson. She's in the lead, couple of decent numbers and another nice wave from her. Good flow down the line as well. And she'll go into a steep and late section. She actually kind of got the turn done, and then you just saw her get swatted from the side as that sort of white water left comes at her and just hits her hard. She was close to getting a completion there, but close doesn't get you points. You do need to ride out. Still waiting for a number for the last wave of Laura Rapp. Previous to last, she got a 2.07. That was that quick right-hander, but she got a much longer one. The rail turn that she opened up with, it's not a turn we've seen loads of as a legitimate point score maneuver. We've seen those setups, but most of it's into the lip. Let's see how that goes down with their judging panel. In the meantime, someone that curried the favor of the panel was the winner of the last heat, Anon Matsuoka. She's with Tash.
Standing alongside our heat winner for that first heat of round of 48 women here at the Ballito Pro, Anon Matsuoka, fresh off the win for the JQS Rookie Rippers yesterday. It must give you a lot of confidence, but also getting the opportunity to spend time in the water without the crowds.
Yeah, it feels like so excited yesterday, and then I'm so happy. And yeah, JQS I did, and then good practice for me for CS, so that's all good. Yeah. Awesome.
And Anon, only 17 years of age, representing Japan. Do you feel a little pressure, or do you just take this as experience needed to eventually achieve your goal of CT?
Yeah. I had a little pressure first CS7 and second CS7, but this event, I feel like really relaxed and then focus to only my surfing and then just having fun. Yes, so it's fun and then all good for me. Good experience. Yeah.
Fantastic. So a good experience, and we're looking forward to seeing Anon Matsuoka in the next round here at the Ballito Pro.
All right, thanks, Tasha. Great stuff. Matsuoka loving her time so far in Ballito. Lots more to come from her. Tell you what, this one out in the water, Mike, is a really, really enjoyable heat. An absolute crowd pleaser on a Sunday lunchtime. And surfers just going for it on this section. It does feel like more energy coming in terms of the height of the wave. And Laura Rapp there, she got a good number, 5.83 prior to that. Taking on a big meaty section on the end. You can almost kind of feel the groans as she went incomplete just on the back of that interview. Meanwhile, Ado, formerly of the Championship Tour. That was a little while ago now. And she will look to get onto the inside, and she'll tag a finish. Pauline only with a couple of threes so far. She would have heard each of her opponents all post numbers up in the 5s or better, the 6s in the case of Anderson. Pauline's going to need a bit more where that came from, but this one a real quality heat.
Yes, and the requirements to take those advancing positions are pretty significant. It's not as close as the last one.
Really enjoyable so far in this. Plenty of surf out in the water. Just under 16 minutes remaining in this one. Anderson and Ryan, the Aussie pair at the moment. You 1-2. Join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro right after this. Welcome back to beautiful Ballito on the Challenger Series. Women's Heat 2 of the round of 48 in the water right now. Two Australians making the best of this. Philippa Anderson, good numbers for her. That's healthy, 11.77. Decent from her from a return of 5 waves ridden. At the moment she's in the lead along with Nixie Ryan, who's looked really good as well. Just 3 waves ridden by Nixie. Also into the double figures, chasing them down. Laura Rapp doesn't need a huge number for 7-7 sets, as you can see, stacked. This looks like Anderson in live action, left of your screen on the backhand for first time in this one. And has a good old swing at a section, which gets away from her a bit. See Ryan pick her up, just exiting a wave, so that wave just backed off from her. Paddled in and then just ran away, realised loads on offer. So a bit of thought for Pauline Haddo, who's looking for a 6.03. She's going to need to fire up here, Pauline. She got a 4.57, so another 1.5 better than that. She's not really found much quality in terms of the waves, and just the contrast, the overall speed and the energy to the turns of her opponents. She's going to need to try and find something. Laura Rapp, by contrast, has actually surfed pretty well, surfed herself back into this with a 5.83. She essentially needs another wave like that, and we've still got 13 minutes to go in this.
She's got priority at the moment, so if she is able to be patient and wait out a couple of smaller ones, possibly the waves that'll go under there, and wait for a bigger one, that will give her the opportunity to launch an attack on second or even the lead. Needs a 4.77. So not a big score.
It's been pretty interesting to see where these scores are coming from as well from our panel. I think one of the takeaways so far, half a day of competition, is there's loads of different ways of getting scores right. You can do it with one turn. We've seen some real progressive surfing, particularly earlier on this morning. But even in these opening couple of heats from the women, really interesting to see Laura Rapp with that rail turn getting a score. And we've seen that these 5s and 6s are mainly coming from hitting the lip, where the wave's kind of doing a bit of the work if your timing's good. I like to see the judges rewarding that surfing on a rail, which is hard to do, maintain that rail in the water with speed, and I like what Laura Rapp's bringing.
Especially with no sort of edging or anything like that. It's just one big carving turn with a lot of control, and you're going to see a lot of that in JV if you stick around. But that kind of turn you don't often see in Ballito. It doesn't often offer up that kind of opportunity.
She's got priority here, as you mentioned. Under 12 to go in this one, and she's well within striking distance of Nixie Ryan, who's just ridden the 4 waves, but particularly on the 2 scores she got for her first 2 waves, Nixie. She looks like she's in really, really good form. I love the variety for her. It looks like she's finding it really easy to transition from one maneuver to the next and just throw up something a little bit different. She's been a little bit wave-starved in terms of just the 4 waves ridden. And she's in 3rd priority at the moment as well. She just got a quick throwaway number as well. So let's see how that goes down. We just want these sets to keep coming in. This has been a really, really entertaining encounter. As we might expect at this level, these are the best 48 aspiring surfers in the world. And we've got Championship Tour level talent that got knocked off at the mid-season cut. They're coming back down. You're looking at Camilla Kemp, who represents Germany by way of Portugal. Coming up in the next heat, that's Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica behind her as well. And a stacked heat, Nadia Aristabe out of the Basque Country, Spain. Also Sol Aguirre and the water in that one. So some names that we've seen going well in the last few years. Sol surfed really well. A couple of flashes of brilliance in the Challenger Series last year. And this women's talent pool, it just feels like there's so few spots on offer. Getting points banked, getting results early on. We talked about surfers in the Dawn Patrol that have already done that, but if you can get your work done early on, places like Australia, but here in Ballito, it's going to make the season a lot more comfortable. What you don't want to do is come into the last events. Portugal and Brazil still really chasing down numbers. Right now, we're really enjoying ourselves in Ballito. First day of competition's very much delivered. Here goes Pauline Haddo from deep on a right-hander. Off the bottom, nice turn from her, much better. So a really good vicious snap. Unfortunately, from her point of view, just the one maneuver.
So a great sort of S-turn combo going into that deep bottom turn, launched it at the lip, rode it out to the control. You could almost draw an S if you looked at that wave again. And she's really got a bit of work to do in the last third of the heat, 9 minutes or so remaining. And Let's see if that has a bearing on her situation. Try and snatch that second place away from Nixie Ryan at the moment.
Yes.
Also waiting for a score there.
603 is quite a hefty number. And she doesn't get that. But what she does do, crucially, she improves her high score slightly. And she just brought her requirement down. So 587 will be the order of business for Pauline Addo, assuming we don't get an improvement from our surfers. Well, our surfer in second specifically, Nixie Ryan. Here goes Laura Rapp. And a little awkward tumble of whitewater. Wow, that was really nice snap, though. She did well to recover. That whitewater almost tried to take her speed, and she did well to hang on. Not loads on offer. Didn't necessarily look like a great wave when she paddled in, but I thought she did well with what was on offer there.
She really jammed that board on the rail, and that looked impressive. When it goes on the rail like that, you see the spray and the water really roots the tail up off the board, and there was a lot of energy put into that, a lot of pressure on the board.
Yeah, nice change of pace from her too. Here goes Nixie Ryan, and a bit late to that one. So she'll go incomplete. I think we're waiting for a couple of small numbers for Nixie. The prior one comes in, which is also a throwaway. That one will be as well. We just caught the end of that. Maybe she got work done before that. We'll wait for that score to come in. At the moment, Anderson will feel pretty good about where she is, but she'll know about the talent and the fact that also crucially, a couple of surfers chasing her. I've got at least one number close to her, so not feeling overly comfortable. She'll look to certainly add more points. Here she goes now. Great looking entry for her. A meaty section. Anderson, really nice stinging turn. Beyond vert, really. And another nice hit. Almost gets away from her a bit. She just kind of goes loose on the tail, and you saw the head kind of nod a bit. And so she'll get bumped off again. You can see the frustration for her because she set herself up for a really nice finish on that wave.
As she took off on that wave, it looked like it was the first half of that wave was the best looking wave we've seen this heat. It had some good power. You saw that some of that North Coast power in it. It was well overhead, and she did really well on that first maneuver.
Anderson 5.1 is the backup number. She won't get scored on her second turn on that, so the judges will decide whether the first time's better than that. Meanwhile, Addo looking to get back in this heat now. She's got a bit of work to do. She might still yet have more work to do after that wave because the requirement is 587. And a reasonable combo from her. But maybe just lacking just a little bit of energy, a little bit of pizzazz. Nixie Ryan, who did good work early on, just catching her finishing off there. She hasn't been able to really kick on from her first two waves so far in this. 6.5 still to go. Tell you what, we're getting a really good number in for Philippa Anderson. So just that first turn that was complete, good enough for a 6-3. And we talked about different ways of getting scores, taking risks early on. You mentioned how good that wave looked when she took off. The wave, well, that'll offer you the blank canvas, so to speak, but you got to produce the surf, and she's done that. She's looking real good value for 12.97 out of 20.
It reminded me a little bit of Nolan in the earlier heats where he had those two big maneuvers. He didn't complete the third one, but he got rewarded with an 8 for those two maneuvers. And so a one maneuver wave out there is still potentially going to get you through the heat.
Crucial numbers come in. Laura Rapp got a 4.93. This woman here, the young Brazilian, and we mentioned that turn and how she kind of snapped that board out with a bit of venom and just showed us something a bit different. The judges enjoyed it. She's got the number. So Nixie Ryan, who started off really well in this, is now chasing a 5.34. Let's have another look.
Off the bottom. Oh, that was a lovely snap. That's a very critical section. That's the most difficult section of the wave, that closeout end section, and she rode it out well, and the judge is rewarding her. So Nixie Ryan has slipped down to third now, and down to the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, she's got time. She has got time to get back into this. It's been pretty consistent. We haven't had prolonged lulls throughout this entire morning, really, without meaning to curse it. But we have had plenty of opportunity coming through, so she does have time to do that. But you got to admire the fact that Laura Rapp's been asked a couple of questions in this heat, and she's managed to keep a really cool head. It's easy to get rattled. Maybe things aren't going your way. You're falling off on final turns. She's kind of stuck at the task here, and just a bit of that grit on the one hand, on the mental side, but a bit of polish as well, and a bit of flair in what she's able to do on the wave. She does have just something slightly different in terms of the turn she's able to do. Maybe make a late maneuver selection going into one of those snaps. It's paying off thus far, and she's in second place. Still kind of vulnerable to a charge from Nixie Ryan, 5-3-4. She's already got a score better than that, Nixie, on her second wave. So she needs a bit more of that. These will be pretty nervy moments. Pauline Addo, we talked about her experience, looking for that 6-0-3 now. So the requirement's actually gone back up here, Mike.
Laura Ropp, it's her first Challenger Series event of the year. And so all three of the other competitors did surf the Australian leg. So they've had some experience, and so they've got points on the board for the Challenger Series. So Laura Robb came with a little bit more pressure into this, because whatever she scores there is going to count. She doesn't have the opportunity of a throwaway score in terms of her events this year if she surfs all the other three. And this part of the heat, she's in the advancing stage. But like you said, Nana Paul, not big scores required, and it could change. There certainly is time, I'd say, in sort of 4 minutes. Quite possibly see 8 or 9 waves still come through of quality out there.
Yeah, here we go as the set stacking up. We talk about that kind of triangle effect. There's this almost kind of mix of swells. Sometimes meets on the peak here. That one will just run under everyone with a little shoulder going begging. Meanwhile, top of the peak, Anderson, your heat leader, with priority. She'll use it here. Another good looking wave from her as she goes into the barrel. Really nicely done. She looked to have that work done almost before she pulled. There's another section. She looked like she was trying to grab the wall early on, realized it wasn't available, just kept that mid-face position, got nicely tubed, doesn't get a completion.
That would have looked so nice from the side. But she had the intent. She was going to pull in on that wave no matter what, because as she took off, as you said, she had her hand in the wall. She engaged the rail. Then there was that sort of weird warp that went across the wave. She went into that second section, but by then I think she'd lost a lot of that forward rail speed.
Such a smooth surfer, Pippa Anderson. Really nice style. And finding herself a bit of vision. Won't get loads of reward for that. She'll be less bothered than certainly the chasing surfers, by virtue of the fact that she's in the lead. It's a strong lead as well, actually. It's a really big total, 12.97. Really healthy couple of sixes. That takes you through, assuming you go through not only getting into the next round, but doing it with a bit of style. You've got the performance as well as the result, and you feel like, okay, I'm in rhythm. The judges are enjoying what I'm doing. There's a lot more yet to come from Philippa Anderson. Meanwhile, 1:45 remaining in this. The Brazilian Laura Raup at the moment in that second place position. She doesn't have a huge lead over Nixie Ryan, who will look to go something here. She's got second priority, so this is her wave if she wants it, which she does. 90 on the clock. Looking for a 5-3-4, not what you want to see. As you draw off the bottom, chasing the numbers, just that wave back into a bit of a hole and go out to sea. And Nixie Ryan will have to think on here, Mike.
Down to just over 1 minute remaining. They're quite split up across the beach here.
Yeah, interesting to see where she's going to go in the lineup here. So is she going to try and get away? Because she'll have last place priority. It'll be the final minute, and you'd be thinking Laura Rapp will be all over her. And she doesn't try and get away. She's just heading back to traditional takeoff zone. She's hoping Laura will have to go something. Got some energy coming through outside from the Indian Ocean as we see some lines filling in here. And Laura Rapp will look and try and defend that second place position by taking a wave that Nixie Ryan might be able to take. Here's Addo, does a first prio, and she's on here looking for a 6. Addo off the bottom, double pump, and then hits a turn. Not real clean wave in front of her. And it's a reasonable turn. It's certainly not going to be a 6 for Pauline, and it'll be frustration from her. And something of an upset, considering her status and her experience. Final 20 seconds in this. And it looks like Laura Rapp's done really well to get herself in a position here, finding that score. And it looks like she might hang on, Mike.
She has priority at the end of the heat. She's controlled it well, and she's fought hard for that second position. She'll be really stoked with that in her first Challenger Series heat of the year.
Yeah, well done to Philippa Anderson with a real emphatic performance there. Looked smooth throughout, looked polished, but looked radical as well. The judges enjoying her work. Laura Rapp will get through in second place. Nixie Ryan, frustration, started so strongly in that heat, just unable to add to that and put more on the board. And other heats, you would imagine that total might take you through in second place, not this one. Nora Rapp gets the job done. We're going to go to a commercial break. That was heat number 2, the round 48 wrapped up. When we come back, we'll bring Geeks, Emma and Kai. Stay tuned.
Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
It's lunchtime here on the east coast of South Africa. You're with us for the third Challenger Series stop of 6. It is a good afternoon from myself, Geeks Elias, now joined by Emma Smith in the studio, of course, Kai Linder. As we welcome you to lunchtime action here, we are in ladies round 1 of competition. And Emma, you've surfed out in this lineup before. Good conditions on offer for ladies round 1.
Definitely. The waves are actually pretty amazing. The last week we've had swell and waves all day. Some of the juniors were coming to me and kind of saying it's the biggest they've surfed. So, yeah, I think we've got really good waves on offer.
Yeah, Kai, as I say, happy with what you've seen thus far in opening round of competition, both men's and ladies' sides of the draw.
Yeah, well, obviously this morning was a pretty perfect morning. You had the offshores and everything else. It has gone to that south-southwest wind now, but looking at that last heat, 2 high 6s for Philippa Anderson. There are still totally contestable waves out there. And I think what we're seeing is a lot of big lip surfing, and excited to see what's going to go down in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Philippa Anderson getting that win in the last heat. Let's turn our focus to heat 3 of opening round of ladies. Leilani McGonigal takes on Sol Aguirre from Peru. Nadia Aristaba out of the north coast of Spain, and of course Camilla Kemp, who resides in Portugal, surfing under the German flag. And we'll see who gets opening roll of the dice here. It looks like Camilla Kemp. This is on the south end of the beach, so this is way down. You see the rocks in the background there. She's sneaked a little runner to get going. Not an inside section on offer there. But Kai, what has happened here is looks like Leilani McGonigal has opened up quickly, found 2 scores for a 717 accumulated total. Try and get a look at that. In the meantime, you can see that southerly wind blowing through the lineup. As you mentioned, still very contestable lips out there to attack for the ladies.
Yeah, the wind's not going to go much above 10 knots, so we're certainly going to be contestable all the way through. And there is so much sand on this bank at the moment that sometimes in previous years, high tide's been almost uncontestable. But this year, no such problem. We've seen it through the juniors. We've been able to surf all day through the junior event. And Leilani, I mean, opening up with a 5.0, looking at sort of scores across the day, that gives her a big advantage going into this heat. And this is why she got that score. Nice little check turn off the top. Now waited for this one. Look how nice that ball was for her. Just kept popping up, allowing her to work the tail down the line. And a little bit of a float to finish, but good opening ride. She's going to be feeling good having put a score on the board already.
Well, back to live action. Here's a young surfer that is going to be stinging the lineup awake. This is Sol Aguirre. She's going to come through the inside. And little signs there of that tide filling in. Emma, you've surfed against some of these girls in previous competition?
I have. I was actually just thinking of, after I saw Leilani's 5-point ride, I've seen that backhand at this break for many, many years. And yeah, same as Sol and Camilla. Yeah, it's always amazing to see the girls back in South Africa. And yeah, you can see actually every year they become more and more familiar and comfortable with the wave, and yeah, adapting to the load shedding and everything South Africa brings.
Well, of course, Leilani's done a number of visits here. I remember you would have been in competition. We had that City Surf Series around the coastline a number of seasons back. I think there was almost 5 or 6 stops at one stage, and a lot of the girls came in almost based here. We had a lot of young Brazilians, a lot of young Japanese surfers, and I remember Leilani McGonigal being amongst the crew from Central America.
Yeah, definitely. And Leilani also, I think, went to the Olympics, which has also been an amazing achievement since then. And yeah, her and her brother have been coming to Ballito in South Africa definitely for the last few years. So now she's up and running.
You mentioned Leilani, of course, her brother Noemar McGonigal, various and numerous visits to Ballito. This is Leilani on screen trying to add another number to her 5-pointer. She'll just stay with it. As we mentioned, tide moving in quite quickly. Full moon, of course, around the planet. So we are on the king tides. We call them spring tides here in South Africa, in our culture. And, well, a 5, and now she's looking to improve that 2.17. And, Kai, as we look at the week ahead as well, of course, those spring tides will follow us all the way through. We'll talk more about that. Let's have a look at Camilla Kemp. Of course, Camilla Kemp residing in Cascais, Portugal. She knows how to handle all kinds of lineups. We've seen her get contest success in places like Caparica, and then, of course, she knows the Ericeira area and the punchy waves of Portugal really well. Looking to see how Camilla steers here in Ballito this year.
Yeah, most of these girls have been out before, so they're no strangers to the lineup. I think interesting choice for all of them to start way up to the right of screen up against the rocks, because there is a big hole sort of as you come in next to the rocks there, and you saw on those first few waves how it like faded off, whereas I find just looking at the last 2 heats, the wide bank is still running through to a closeout, giving you the opportunity for that big finish.
We'll wait for numbers to settle. There they are, top left of screen. We're updated for now. No rides yet for Nadia Aristaba, and of course watch out for her. She's been gaining momentum in her career. She resides up in Zarats in North Spain. Often had qualifying series events there. So waiting for Aristaba, who has priority in the lineup. She is our lady in white. And of course, you see the blue and green sitting 3rd and 2nd. And talking of blue and green, that is the theme for this year. O'Neill, our presenting sponsor, with the Kuluhlaza Zulu dialect name, meaning that everything is a blend of blue and green, depending how you see it. And we love how that ties in with the One Ocean campaigns. Let's have a look at live surfing here. Around the corner, and there's the first turn. Now, we mentioned the tide coming in, so Kai, as we go forward, yeah, it's going to be a case of the bigger sets are going to be the ones to find now, whereas there were a lot of rapid fire in the lineup on the low tide earlier today.
Yeah, surfers are going to have to be a little bit more patient now on the high. You definitely want those set waves. The little ones are definitely going to just fade away, as we saw Sol's wave there. And you were speaking about Nadia there. Definitely a new face for me, coming from the basket. I know she's half Swiss as well, but she is the WSL European Junior Champion. So we know she's going to come with some good surfing.
Well, faces that we know is one is Tash Mentasti, and the other face we know is Philippa Anderson. Let's go and hear from them.
Standing alongside Philippa Anderson, our heat winner for that previous heat. It is so good to have you back in Ballito, no stranger here. Being a previous finalist at Willard Beach, how are you feeling coming into the 2023 Ballito Pro?
It's really good to be back. Obviously I grew up PE, so it's second home, and it's so nice. I got a late call up for this event, and I just was so stoked to get in, and then obviously to just get a heat win there. I haven't really done well this year, so I'm just so blessed, and I'm so happy to be here.
Well, we're really happy to have you here. I know that you've got family on the beach. There's lots of support from the crowd. And a pair of 6s to take the win. What was the game plan going into that first heat?
I find when I've had game plans, I've just had a shocker. So I just was like, saw the judges' message this morning, just go critical, and that's just what I try to do. I actually got smoked on a couple, and I was pretty bummed I didn't ride out of them. It probably would have been a little bit higher, but I'll take the sixes. Boards are feeling good, and I think all morning watching the guys, and then the tide changed, but it's still really competitive. Like there's waves out there, and so we can still compete. And no game plan. I wanted to just do some big turns, so I'm super happy with that.
Well, we thoroughly enjoyed watching you surf and compete, and looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Well done.
Thank you. Just also a shout out to everyone in Australia for all the support. Obviously, I didn't make the Challenger Series this year, so I got in as an alternate, and a lot of guys back home supporting me to get here, so I really appreciate it, and thanks for watching and all the messages. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well done.
So great to hear from Philippa Anderson. I'm never sure if Philippa or Craig have got longer hair. We've got to actually have that discussion. Of course, Philippa, brother of Craig Anderson. What a lot of people don't know is both those surfing journeys began, both Philippa and Craig Anderson, began in Port Elizabeth. And Emma, did you do any junior surfing against Philippa back in the day?
No, but I definitely looked up to Philippa back in the day. Philippa is a couple years older than me, but her and her brother were on the whole competitive scene from a super young age before they shot off to Australia. And I actually, when I went across to Australia for the first time to compete, you know, as South Africans do, we found out other South Africans and stayed with her and her brother. Yeah, it's good to see. She's still got a bit of a South African accent, but yeah, I know she loves coming back to South Africa, and she's especially stoked to be here now.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, everybody in town enjoying their time in Ballito. A big week ahead. Yeah, if you're just with us, it is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And we'll see how talents like this young lady, Leilani McGonigal, can go in 2023. And that was a big hit to get another number on the board. Of course, the Costa Rican currently leading the heat. And you did mention, Emma, that she's a former Olympian. So that's all very exciting stuff. And in the meantime, Camilla Kemp is building some numbers of her own, and Nadia Aristaba is also coming into the story.
Yeah, well, while we were away there, 6.5 and a 0.87 for Nadia, and she had a very slow start compared to the rest of the girls, but I did say this is your European junior champion, so she's no slouch in the water, and she dropped a 6.5, highest wave score of the heat so far. But I'm also very excited to see what's going to drop for our surf and red Leilani there. That was a big section, and she really connected that turn super well, rode out nice and clean, and I think the judges are going to reward it.
Yeah, so the day started with the judges communicating to both men's and women's fields of competition that major maneuvers, combinations of major maneuvers, and in the critical section is what is going to garner the points. Of course, we've seen that through competition this morning. We got underway at 7:30 this morning, 8 heats of men's. We're now in the 3rd heat of women's, and that theme continuing through to the end of the day. Let's have a look at that 6.5, Emma, and let's break this down.
Yeah, so that was an amazing crack. Another one. And yeah, just like you were saying, Ballito is one of those waves where, oh, and here's a replay of Leilani. She's got that backhand turn waxed. Yeah, that was nice.
So single maneuver for 4.3 there. So we're seeing where the scale is floating at. The question is, you know, big 2-turn combo, as we saw from Nadia there, you've got to start looking at the sixes.
Yeah, and you've got to find those waves that are going to give you those bowls that move down, don't fade. Or if you're going to go for that single maneuver, I mean, Leilani there, we said it was a really well-timed turn. She did good to ride out of it, but she's going to need to maybe get a little bit more aggressive if she's looking for the one-turners.
Here's our surfer, Camilla Kemp, in green, not quite around the corner. Still plenty of time here. We haven't even reached halfway in the heat. Of course, heats are 30 minutes long, and no real limit on that. We haven't seen sort of wave counts go in excess of 7 or 8 waves per surfer. There's no real ceiling to the limit of how many waves, but of course we do want the top 2 per surfer. And with that in mind, we tabulated top left of screen for now. McGonigal from Costa Rica in the lead in red, and Nadia Aristaba, what she needs to do here, Kai, is get rid of the 0.87.
Yeah, got to get rid of that low score. And it's interesting, you always see these in these heats. Some surfers are what I call scramblers. You know, they like to keep busy. They like to move around. If they're not in priority, they're looking for little waves, just trying to work scores. then you get the sitters, and Nadia is definitely in that group. She likes to hold on for priority, wait for a quality ride. Obviously something went wrong on the 087, but the 6.5 showing that that's why she plays that game.
Well, sets approaching here, and priority will be with our Peruvian surfer, young Sol Aguirre. She'll come around the corner, just keeping that pressure on the front foot. That one just allowing a single turn opportunity. These bigger sets are arriving in 2s and 3s, so we'll see what else comes from this set of waves. Here is exactly what you're talking about, Kai. This is Nadia now getting rid of that 0.87. She'll connect the dots. Still, even through the high tide, we're seeing those two swells in effect. The south swell coming off the rocks, the east swell pushing the peak in from the left of screen. And, well, at least for now, Nadia Aristaba, I think, will be attacking the lead because a 2.83 was her requirement to see Leilani drop to second.
Yeah, and it was good surfing again. You see her really keeping active on the rail. As here comes the answer from Sol. Wow, that was a great turn.
Knifing turn from the Peruvian, and she'll get 2 turns out of that. And she found that on the way back, so no priorities in the lineup for our surfer in blue, but she was on her way grabbing opportunities. And you spoke before that set of waves came through of the sitters and the scramblers. We'll talk more about that as here is scrambling onto this one is Leilani McGonigal. Single turn, that'll be a throwaway. And she'll slightly be feeling the pressure now because Nadia Aristaba's jumped up into the lead, care of that 3.87.
Yeah, and it's always interesting because you're going to be sitting out there. It's not like you don't know what's going on. Even though you can't see the wave, you're hearing the beach commentary going, so you know what's going down. And she was sitting very pretty for a while there, but now suddenly out of nowhere, you've got the young surfer in white coming back.
Well, talking of sitting pretty, next to me, Emma Smith. Emma, when you used to approach your competitive strategies, were you a sitter or a scrambler?
Yeah, as Carl was saying, the scrambler, I definitely could resonate with that. It would be a combination of scrambling with like a terrible chicken paddle because of stress and then not getting onto the wave. But I think finding that balance of, you know, sitting and waiting with a bit of scramble is exactly what you need in Ballito. I think most heats in Ballito, you get, you know, the winner getting one wave where they do maybe 2-3 turns and the backup's usually 1 turn. So, yeah, I think a balance of both is good.
And you mentioned nerves there. A lot of it is just settling into, you do so much practice, you do so much heat drills, but then you've got to put it into context and make it happen on match day.
Yeah, no, I think that's the hardest part about surfing. I always try to explain that to people who don't surf. It's not like another field in, you know, a hockey field or rugby field where you can just practice until you nail that field. You know, surfing is one of those sports where every heat you paddle out is a completely, you know, different ball game.
Well, let's have a look at the ball game out in the water. It is a good solid south swell mixed up with a bit of straight on east swell here in Ballito. It's making for head high conditions mostly for the average. And we'll have a look at the current heat leader, who is going to use a second priority. She's not going to come around that section, so no change to the situation. A 6.5 and just a 3.87. So Aristaba maybe just feeling the pressure of trying to improve that 3.87 quickly. She must just settle back into it. She's still got well over 12 minutes to go, Carl.
Yeah, plenty of time in the water in these heats. 30 minutes is a long time in a beach break setup like Ballito. There's so much swell on offer still, and you really don't need to rush yourself. So I think she's just got to maybe take a breather, maybe wait for that priority to come back. She's got 12 minutes on the clock and get another big score on the board.
Well, while Nadia Aristaba takes a breather, looking for that backup score, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more. You with us in Ballito, South Africa.
Kelly Slater. I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome back to South Africa. You're with us for the Ballito Pro Day 1 of competition unfolding here. It is around lunchtime on the continent, and we're having a great time breaking down the opening day of competition. Gig Salia's Emma Smith and Kai Linda in for the call as we join the action with 10 minutes remaining. Nothing has changed in the numbers while you were away, folks. Nadia Aristaba, actually something has changed. She did improve her number slightly. A 4.1 has come in from the panel while we were away, Kai.
Yeah, she dropped a 4.1 and Sol dropping a 5.57. So the Surfer in Blue getting back in the fight. She's only going to need a 3.76 now. You look at Camilla sitting with a requirement of 5.16. So it's a very tight heat. Certainly still the door is open for all these girls. And we talk about lunchtime in KZN. We got spoilt on day 1 of the event with a good old-fashioned KZN curry. So here we go. This was your Surfer in White. Lovely first turn. Got back up into the lip, had to cut around Camilla there, but I don't think there was much more on offer. For me, there most of the points coming out of the first turn.
So good work from Nadia Aristaba, just doing what she needs, finding that backup number. Still feel that she could really improve on that backup score, but for now 10.6 total made up of the best wave of the heat, the 6.5. Add the 4.1, that's how we get to the 10.6. Just slipping under 9 minutes to go. Of course, Emma Smith in the booth with us. We want to quiz her on a few other questions about the mental approach to it all. In the meantime, let's have a look at young Sol Aguero, the young teenager from Lima in Peru. Of course, she would have been inspired by Sofia Milanovic. We remember her and her world title back in 2004. And that has set the surfing scene alight again in Peru.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Peru's one of those underrated surf destinations for sure. I was blown away when I went to the ISA World Juniors a couple years ago, and just waves everywhere. Lefts, rights, beach breaks, point breaks. Yeah, so.
Wow. I still got to put Peru on my calendar.
Me too.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of food they've got there.
Emma.
Kai looks at me. He knows food and then waves.
Well, Camilla Kemp back at it. She's down in 4th. And a requirement of a 5.16 for our Portuguese surfer. As we mentioned, she's out of Cascais, Portugal. She's also felt that growth and surge of a sport around her and obviously been inspired by it. We're seeing more and more female talent coming out of Portugal each season now. Of course, she comes from the same town as Frederico Moraes. We know Cascais very well. A number of championship tour women's stops were featured there a number of years back. And some big punchy waves on offer in that part of the world as well. Talking of punchy waves, let's see what our Peruvian, who's jumped up to 2nd, can find. Her last wave has bumped her up a number. Now she's trying to consolidate on that. It was a good knifing turn from the young teenager from Peru. And in saying that, she's trying to ditch the 4.13. So good approach there. Quick work back-to-back there from young Sol.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I agree with you, Kai, in the beginning where you mentioned, sitting a bit wider of the rock is sometimes a better call at a wave like Willard Beach. And, both her last scores, she's actually picked up slightly wide, I think actually without priority too. And Ballito is classic for either right against the rock or sometimes a wide one when you're paddling back out.
Well, some wizardry lying ahead for young Erin Brooks. I love the scenes we're seeing now. She's coming up next, taking on Zoe Benedito, Bella Kenworthy, and the young South African Louise Lepront. Lots to talk about in that heat coming up next. But, for now, we'll focus in with 6.5 minutes to go on a situation change. We said that Sol Aguero was trying to up the numbers, and she's done a great job of it, Kai.
Yeah, 6.1 for that 2-turn combo, and well deserved. I really liked the 4.13 before that as well. That was a beautiful little frontside hack. But unfortunately, that one kind of died off in the hole. But what it did for her was it put her further down the beach, like Emma said. And on the paddle back, she found that great ride. And here it is. Watch this. Nice. Waits for the section. Bang. Just gets that first little turn in. And then she really held on for this one and busted the fins out the back. So judges rewarding good surfing.
Little shaka as well there.
I was wondering if it was a shaka or she was just giving the thumbs up to the coach on the beach.
We love
Job
it.
done.
What's the story on claims? I don't see a lot of women making claims. No, it's more men. Is it more a men thing?
I mean, I don't want to say that, but I think I think the men definitely do. Although, claims is such a fine line. You get the no claim or the very obvious Philippe Toledo claim or...
Well, let's not forget about Geordie.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think, you know, in these heats, especially the Challenger Series, there's so much on the line, and it's like every heat counts and every point counts. And I think when you're in a heat and there's so much out your control and you feel like you've got the score, you actually can't help but throw your hands and hips and everything in the air.
I was about to say, I think I commentated many of Emma's heats when she was back in the juniors, and I'm pretty sure I saw 1 or 2 clams thrown.
No, not me.
Were you biased,
the no claim.
Well, I was biased only in so much as that I knew I'd get a free grub at Nina's when I was in
Yeah,
Joburg.
exactly.
Of course, sending out greetings to Emma Smith's family, and of course to Dad. Trust that he is all well, and we pray for your journey through the next few months health-wise. And of course, we'll be there in Jeffreys Bay in about 10 days' time, and you'll be in the restaurant working like a slave.
Yes, exactly. I'll be back in the restaurant watching everyone get waves and making sure you're fed, well fed.
Well, if you're ever in Jeffreys Bay in the main street in Dagama Road, Nina's is the place to eat. And having said that, I look forward to my free meal when I get there.
Oh,
Just
okay.
kidding.
I was waiting for that.
Well, of course, this is the 3rd Challenger Series stop here in South Africa, and of course the championship tour packing up in Rio de Janeiro, and everyone's on their way over to Jeffreys Bay, which is about an hour-and-a-half flight down from where we are here in Ballito. About a 10-11 hour drive. I mean, we've all done that as South African surfers. You do the drive and the fly. It's almost a rite of passage doing the trip from J Bay to Durban by road. And of course, a lot of semi-secret surf spots on the way between those 2 mentioned spots.
Yeah, certainly lots of potential to score very good waves. Also a lot of spots that some people would not be so keen to surf for certain reasons, but certainly a piece of coastline I've explored thoroughly over the years, and some beautiful, beautiful places, wonderful people. Of course, the whole Transkei coastline is a little piece of magic, but also, you know, that drive can be quite hectic. You go through the Transkei, you've got cows, sheep, taxis, trucks. It's you've got to be certainly on your toes when you drive that route.
Well, like anywhere in the world, local knowledge. So get some surfing friends in South Africa, and they'll guide you around. Talking of guiding, let's guide this heat to a finish. Just under 3 minutes to go. No changes yet, but let's look at requirements. McGonigal has gone very quiet in this heat. Remember, she was in the lead, and she slowly bumped down the ladder to 3rd. She's chasing a 5.61. Have a look at her current score. She needs her best wave yet.
Yeah, and I think with Leilani, whether there's 2 minutes left or 20 seconds left, I back her to get the score. I think all of these girls in this heat, I think you're not safe until that siren goes.
Yeah, a lot of experience in the lineup here for what is newer names. Let's have a look at Leilani. You said that she's going to pull the trigger, so maybe a touch early. She's got to go back now to the bottom of the priority roster, so maybe a touch of just over-eagerness there. Either it's easy to be critical sitting here in the studio, guys, but you know, the clock is ticking.
Yeah, and I saw Nadia and Sol both having a look at that. You see the 2 girls there having a good chat. They're in 1st and 2nd, and they had priority and 2nd priority. They both had a good long look at that wave and actually let Layla go, but I think they could see down the line that it wasn't going to be the score.
Well, we're asking the question, is Leilani McGonigal going to lean on that Olympic experience, her big match temperament? Of course, Challenger Series last year, she finished 9th at the US Open and 9th in Saquarema, so she's no stranger to competition. But this young talent is trying to block her out. That's Nadia Aristobin, and that was a good knifing turn right there with 90 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I love that. And I think even, you know, landing a critical turn like that with the Ballito backwash, which we can definitely see is taking place with that high tide, I think that was a critical maneuver.
Well, the question, Kai, did she improve on a 4.1? Does she stretch a bigger requirement now for McGonigal and Kemp with just over a minute to go?
Well, I like the turn. She took off really solid bottom turn and really hammered into the lip on that one, and was all very clean and seamless as well. So I think she's in with a good shout of closing the door.
Emma, we're going more than a 4.1 for Last of White. We'll ask the question.
I think yes.
Okay, I like it. Now, the reason why we're thinking yes, folks, is because there was a lot of speed and definition in that maneuver. We'll wait for that to be confirmed from the judges, and that, in turn, if we see a numbers improvement from Nadia Aristobin, it'll be a bigger requirement for Leilani McGonigal, a 5.61. Camilla Kemp's been kind of left out of this one. She's a very proficient surfer, our lady in green, but for now, she's kind of been left out of the rhythm of this heat car.
Yeah, it's she's been very quiet. She started off pretty good with a 2.6, then the 4.17, and I thought maybe she was going to get things going. She's only backed it up with the 2.8 though, and she's been pretty quiet and out of screen. She hasn't really been involved in this battle with the other girls.
Well, priority block here for our second place surfer. So Smart Surfing just robbing the opportunity as the clock runs out in this heat, number 3 of women's opening round of competition. And Emma Smith, you were 100% right. In fact, it went way more than a 4.1, a 6.27 in for Nadia Aristaba. It tells a story of what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, very exciting, and I mean, I think well deserved. She really surfed well, starting with a 6.5, ending with a 6.27.
So, results official on your screen. Nadia Aristaba and Sol Aguera. The Peruvian will sneak in ahead of Costa Rica and Portugal. Stay with us. Heat number 4. It's a big one featuring Erin Brooks coming up next.
You guys are good at this. We even have like the tone.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. It is the Challenger Series now on the shores of South Africa. Of course, on screen, Nadia Aristaba finding a good set of numbers for the heat win there. It is a good afternoon from Ballito as we get the third Challenger Series going for the year. Gigsadiers alongside Emma Smith and Kai Linda for the call. Women's Day 1. This has been a big festival already with many days of action unfolding here. It's tangible and we're having a great time.
We are. And I think I've got a good heat I'm sitting in for. We have a big heat next and local Louise in it too.
Yep, Kai, we're looking forward to this one. Some big names. Of course, that talent of Bella Kenworthy from the United States has become a strong discussion over the last 18 months. Erin Brooks, who does represent the Canadian flag, but we know that a lot of her strength comes out of the USA base as well. Same story for Zoe Benedito. And then, well, a young lady that perhaps the world has not heard of until today, young Louise Lepront. Let's see how she fares against some of the world's upcoming talent.
Well, I think what's so interesting about this heat is you've got Bella and Erin, who both really exploded onto the scene at a very young age in the Ladybirds with Stab High. Part of that new school with Sarah Kerr and friends, and they're really pushing the limits of female surfing as young girls well under the age of 18. And Louise Lepront is exactly that for South Africa. She's only 14, and here she is competing in the Challenger Series.
Well, here's Erin Brooks just trying to come around the corner on her first heat in Ballito. And of course, if you're just with us, it is a good afternoon. We trust that you're enjoying it with us. We mentioned how the vibe is tangibly good. It's a special place, Africa, and of course, everyone just arrives here. I've never seen a grumpy face arrive in Ballito.
No, that's impossible. You can't be grumpy. You
Unless
can't be.
Unless you snake car in the lineup.
Well, we're just fresh into this one. If you're joining us, it is round 1. It is day 1 of competition. Of course, we did get through 8 heats of men's, and now we'll do the same on the women's side. Bella Kenworthy in with a quick start here. Kai, 5-pointer. We'll see if we pull the tapes back on that. Zoe Benedito with a 3.3. And let's talk a little about Louise Lepront, because we're throwing her in here amongst the bigger names, so to speak. And we know that on the local scene here, the Lepront family, based about a 90-minute drive south of Ballito here, we know that that whole family is brimming with surf talent of their own.
Well, I was cracking a joke on the beach mic yesterday for the juniors, saying every time I look at a heat sheet, there's a Lepront popping up. Older brother, older sister, both doing really well. Her older sister is the under-18 and, I think, Open SA Women's Champion this year. Getting that title in pretty big surf down at St. Mike's on the south coast. And they've grown up in Scottsboro, which is a wonderful little village down on the south coast. Beautiful right-hand point break. And she'll be very at home out here in these conditions.
Well, of course, Scottsboro has nurtured a lot of talent over the years. Not so much on the women's side, but certainly on the men's. We know names like Casey Grant, Gavin Roberts, and of course Slade Prestwich. Yeah, exactly. So a lovely little part of the world. Of course, we mentioned surf spots in between Ballito and J-Bay. Scottsboro's just one of many, many, many. So nothing really on the scorecards for young Erin Brooks as we start looking at the numbers again. Just a .73 throwaway. And, well, priority in favour of the young South African. We wait to see what we'll see. Now, we're going to go back to that mental thing, Emma, is how do you think Louise Lepront's feeling now in the big stakes?
Yeah, I think, you know, what she has going for her, she's had a whole week competing with the juniors. As you see a replay of Bella. This must be the 5-point ride. A good snap. Nice, and another second one, and you never know if it's going to be an air, and then she finishes.
Yeah, well, Bella Kenworthy building a 5 for us there. So, Kai, that's how we put a 5 in the lineup on the incoming tide here. We're almost at that high tide mark. I think about 90 minutes away from high. So pretty much this is how the lineup's going to look from here to day end for the women's opening round. And as we mentioned, that's how you build a 5. This is a little bit further down the breach. I'm watching a repositioning here in the lineup for Erin Brooks. That wave just disconnects. She's going to try and meet the oncoming left-hander and just lets that one spill. So really just a single backhand snap to build a second counting score for now. Meanwhile, here is the young South African. A little misread of the lineup as well. So we're speaking about nerves. You know, you kind of get pressured into, I'm already 7 minutes into the heat. And perhaps a little bit of pressure there just for the young Louise Lepront.
Yeah, and I think most surfers want to start the heat strong and get the first wave in the heat to kind of settle the nerves and feel like you can build. And if that is your strategy, when you see everyone else getting waves around you, you feel like you're kind of chasing, and then you start to maybe go for waves you probably would not normally go for.
Yeah, exactly. Kai, just talking about swell pattern as well, I've noticed each heat there's been about 3 sets, and the big primary sets are these 3 waves that we see on screen now. And perhaps young Louise just pulled the trigger a touch early.
Yeah, that comes down to experience as well, you know, and she's in her first ever Challenger Series event. She's only 14. I'm sure she's feeling the nerves a bit, and she's feeling like the pressure. She's also never surfed in an event with this kind of crowd on the beach and the noise and everything else. So, you know, she's here to learn. She's still a youngster. She's got nothing to really prove. So hopefully she can just take a deep breath, let the moment sort of wash over her, and just concentrate on her surfing, because she can do it when it comes to surfing.
Well, she certainly enters the draw here at the Ballito Pro in a high-profile heat. You think of the 3-way American talent discussion here. Of course, Bella Kenworthy out of San Clemente. She has been performing solidly and continues on an upright trajectory as far as that goes. Zoe Benedito out of Florida. She's every heat she's gaining experience, and we'll talk about Erin Brooks after we've gone down to Paul with the winner of that last heat.
Stabe, winner of the last heat. Nadia, tough heat that. You had the lead for a lot of it, then she pushed you back in the second. You went down the beach, smashed out 6.
Yeah, it was kind of slow as the tire is getting higher. I started with a good one. Then I wanted to catch like a quick backup, but it didn't was like as high as I wanted to be. And then Sol got another 6, so I knew Leilani could have like that 5 in any wave, so I was glad I made that on other 6.
Hasn't been loads of surf back home in Europe. It's been kind of flat for a month, but I understand you've been in Africa scoring waves. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I was gonna go to JB at the beginning, but then I saw there was like a really sick swell coming to Namibia. So I went there with some friends, really got good waves, scored some waves, so it was fun.
All right, Nadia Starbay getting barreled on her forehand in Namibia, smashing backhand turns at Ballito. Keep your eyes on her for the rest of the event.
Well, thanks, Paul. Great to have Paul Evans on board for the Ballito Pro this year. Brings that British accent to things, which speaks to a lot of lineage. Of course, there was a lot of British and Dutch colonial establishment here in South Africa, and of course, we think of the 11 official languages. English is one of them, and so yeah, great to have Paul on board. And just before we went to interview, we started talking about Erin Brooks, but in the meantime, let's see if Louise Lepront has settled into things. Yeah, this is a little bit of a better look from her, just finding a wave with a little bit of pace. A couple of goofy footers to talk about as well in this, but young Louise just establishing easily her best score thus far. We'll see where that number goes, Kai. But for now, the lead chase is not a big number, just an 8.16 for 2 waves for heat leader Zoe Benedito. So, yeah, lots of stories still to tell as this heat unfolds.
Yeah, a bit of a slower heat. I mean, Bella Kenworthy only got the 5.0 early on in the heat, and she's been pretty quiet since then. I think, you know, we talk about these two big names, Erin Brooks, Bella Kenworthy. Obviously, Katie Simmers, a part of that whole sort of growth of ladies surfing. And Katie, a little bit older, like slightly older, she kind of shot out the gates. But if I look at that sort of generation and what they've been doing, Bella Kenworthy is one of my favorite surfers. She's got such a polished rail game, and of course also not scared to do the aerial maneuvers.
Well, here goes Bella, holding that priority. She uses it, comes around the corner, nice wrapping turn to start, slightly slopey shoulder, but she'll stay with it. A little bit of collective energy in the white water there. And Bella Kenworthy looking to just establish her second ride. So she opened with the 5. That was now her wave number 2 we've just tracked with. And, you know, talking about what you like about Bella Kenworthy, she's already featured on finals day. Got a third in Australia and a 33rd. So a mixed set of results for Bella out of the first 2 Challenger Series events. I think she'll be wanting to get herself to finals day here in Ballito.
Yeah, she certainly can back herself, and I think the fact that her best friend is already qualified and winning tour events on the championship tour, which of course Katie just won in Brazil, so that'll give her a lot of confidence, I'm sure too, because that is her best friend. And Emma, I was just saying, you know, like how much I love her rail game and everything else. She's got such a nice style as well.
She does. I was actually just thinking on that first carve. Oh, here she's up again.
Well, here we go. That style that we like.
I can even see a little hint of Katie Simmers in her surfing. And here's Louise, local, just a quick in and out.
So just under 18 minutes to go. Still plenty of time. Looking like as the sets are approaching the lineup here, guys, a couple of sort of mixed rolls of the dice again, just in picture briefly there. Erin Brooks, who hasn't quite unlocked the right wave selection in Ballito thus far.
Yeah, it looks like she's struggling to find one that's going to stay open. I've seen her go in a couple that have just kind of run away from her. And interestingly, I can't wait for the replay on that last of Bella's, because it looked like her leash had wrapped around her hand or something there. So not normally we dread the front foot wrap with the leash, but looks like she did such a hard turn, she got her hand stuck in the leash there.
Well, we'll see if we pick up those details. 5.27 came from it, Kai. So she goes into that solid lead. Goes into the double digits for the first time, and let's have a look at these details of the 5.27.
Well, you see her just eyeing the prize down the line. Nice big bottom turn, and then just wham, straight up and over the lip. Nice committed surfing. Oh, she really did. She got the leash wrap on the hand.
Well, it doesn't happen often. She wasn't checking the time, just making sure that that leg rope stays. You know, you can actually get, I mean, we've all experienced it, right? Everyone that's listening on the broadcast as well, if you get a leash wrap and it pulls down your limb, it can be a very sore experience.
Yeah, it's tragic. And I think even more so when you're needing a score in a heat and you take off and you can just feel that leash wrapped around your toes and you're not sure if you can quite recover.
And every now and then in competition as well, you'll get two surfers really tight on the peak, and sometimes a leash wrap can be on your opponent. And there's all kinds of stuff and discussions that will put the head judge on the heater to make a decision about little details like that. In the meantime, we are awaiting something from Erin Brooks, and her timing just a little bit off there. And still now with 16 minutes to go, nothing special unlocking for the super talent of the young surfer in white. Meanwhile, whizzing by her is the young South African, who seems to be gaining just and settling into this heat a little more. Young Louise Lepront, a 3.7 in her scoreline, still holding on to a decimal. I'm not sure she's going to improve much on the decimal with that last one, Kai.
Yeah, it's just looking a little deep on the takeoff there, and she tried to stick with it, but that wave just ran away. And Ballito's pretty unforgiving if you get stuck behind the section.
So plan B starting to kick in now for Erin Brooks. She just picks up on a small one on the way out. Just trying to build a score. We've already seen a number of lots of coverage for Erin Brooks, by the way. I mean, we go back and look, her name is going to be part of, maybe on a similar trajectory. You mentioned Caitlin Simmers, and I mean, how was her win in Rio yesterday? But perhaps a similar trajectory for Erin Brooks, perhaps being speculated by the world surf community.
Yeah, and I mean, she's certainly shown that potential. I mean, crazy thing is, you look at this heat, the oldest girl in the heat is Zoe, and she's only 17. So you're looking at an average age of probably about 15 in this heat at the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's a real indication as to what's coming in the future. Of course, Emma, you've competed yourself. You've seen, these talents come through over the years. I mean, what about young Zoe Stain as well? We'll talk a little bit more about that as the heat unfolds. Talking of Zoe's, here's the American version. Zoe Benedito not coming around the section on that, so not improving. She's going to be feeling at some stage. There's still plenty of time for both Erin Brooks and young South African Louise Lepront to attack that second place position. So Benedito won't be sitting very happy with just those two scores at the moment.
Yeah, and Bella's sitting pretty strong up in first with a 5.27 and a 6.17. Requirement for Zoe and second is 6.61, but Zoe is definitely not safe. Erin needing a 5.66. Louise just needs a 4.84. Those are very attainable scores. And, Louise, we saw her get that one little wave with the 3.7. I just feel like if she just found a little bit more of a lip line to do those turns on, she'll easily get that score.
Yeah, and I think, we spoke about Louise going into heat with so many of her heroes, and I think when you get to this stage in the heat and you see your requirements not quite a combo or a massive score, I'm sure she's going to start feeling a bit more confident, and hopefully we'll see her build on scores throughout the heat.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Emma. I mean, you start going, hey, second half of the heat now, you still only need a 4.84. I'm actually in the game. Let's have a look at her. She is going to use a second priority, so she'll sneak this one out from under the priority of heat leader Bella Kenworthy. Nice connection with the lip here. This is going to easily now go into her top two. She's going to drop a 0.7, 3.7 her other counting score. Again, reference second place position at the moment with the accumulative 8.53. Let's see if the South African is attacking that second place position. We'll answer that after the break. Welcome back to Ballito, South Africa. You are with us for the opening day of competition. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And This is the third stop. It's opening day and the waves have been pumping. If you're just joining us, welcome to another smashing turn from heat leader Bella Kenworthy, who seems to be in absolute rhythm on this. She's getting the best pick of the sets. And here's the young South African who, meanwhile, during the break, fetched a 3.07, not quite enough to get up to second, but she'll be taking an inspiration and a little bit of confidence every step that's going and every minute that's passing now, Emma.
Yeah, and I think, same as with Erin, she's only sitting on 2 small scores, and, Erin has that, that level of surfing that at any moment she can take off and either go to the air or, solidify with a big backhand attack.
Yeah, much on the shoulders of Erin Brooks expectation-wise. Of course, all 3 Americans campaigning well in 2023 on the Challenger Series, but for now it's Bella Kenworthy who is, we feel on the front foot momentum, Car.
Yeah, she's definitely on the front foot, and we use that old saying that we've always had in commentary. She's building her house in this heat. Well, she really is. Started with a 5, dropped the 5.27, went to the 6.17, and then a 6.73. So let's see if Erin can copy that. And wow, what a first turn.
Wow, there we go. You saw she opened her wingspan there, stung that turn. Lovely combination. This is going to bring her right into the heat now. So Erin Brooks, prior to that we've just seen, only had a pair of 2s in her scoreline, a 2.5 and a 2.87, and that is more of what we expect from Erin Brooks. And now we can already open the discussion. Emma, we'll put you on the fryer. Where's that score going? Because that was a good combination of turns.
Yeah, and I think I really liked that. Felt like it was a perfect example of just that textbook surfing, hard off the bottom, hard off the top. And you'll see on the replay how she uses her arm to just lead her and hits it right in the pocket. And she did well to make this section and gets another turn in and then finishes.
Lovely, just seamless transitions, especially in those last 2 turns there, Kai. Just flowed beautifully, and we'll see where that number goes.
Yeah, she got a lot of the points on that wave in that first turn. Like, just super fast and aggressive. Did well to get around the section, like Emma said, and she completed. She put 2 more turns in. So the judges awarded her 6.23. I was in my head when you asked Emma, I was going a little bit higher than that, because especially that first turn, I thought out of everything we've seen in the heat. But maybe the score being pulled back a bit just because most of the surfing was out on the open face, whereas if we look at the 2 6s from Bella, big lip line attacks.
Yeah, also think of wave selection. That wasn't the biggest wave that came through the lineup. But to counter that argument, I've noticed all the biggest sets in the last 20 minutes have actually been kind of really unuseful.
Yeah.
They've been closing out, they've been crumbly. So Erin Brooks identified that mid-size wave, and it did find a bit of a run on the bank.
Yeah, and look, she's job done. She's into second place. You only need to get first place in the final. So doing the job, doing the work, getting through to the next round. And she's put the pressure now on Zoe and Louise. They both need to find a score, and time is starting to move towards the back end of the heat now. 8 minutes. You're starting to feel the pressure, Emma, when that 5-minute bell's coming along.
Yeah, I think anytime I hear that siren, I almost feel triggered. But yeah, I think, we're hitting a little bit of that high tide lull now. So wave selection's definitely coming into play. So I'm sure for Erin to have got that score in now with 7 minutes to go, feeling a little safer. You never know how the last 5-7 minutes of the heat are going to go when you're so close to that high tide.
We turn our attention now to third place Zoe Benedito, who doesn't have anything in the neighborhood of 6-point scores. You have a look at heat leaders, got the pair of 6s. Erin Brooks now joins that 6-point discussion. We know that Erin Brooks is going to improve on the 2.87. Perhaps the heat's starting to change shape here now and putting pressure on the 3rd and 4th place positions.
Yeah, 100%. The 2 ladybirds have definitely all of a sudden stamped their authority on this heat. And Zoe now, she's sitting on a 4.83, needs just a 4.28, so she doesn't need a massive score to jump up ahead of Erin. The problem being is that Erin has now got that 6.23, and all she's got to do is improve on that to shut the door. So right now, 2 things need to happen. Zoe's got priority. She's got to make sure that the next good high-scoring wave is hers and that she's in the right place to catch it. And for Louise Lapront, also a second priority, she needs 2 scores. There's no way she's getting through the heat now with 2 3s. She needs to throw those out the door and look for 2 solid scoring rides.
Well, For now, Benedito chases a 4.28, but again, swing that requirement discussion back to the fact that Erin Brooks is sitting on the 2.87. So let's speculate, even if Brooks has a not so great wave, she'll up it maybe to a 3 or 4. That's going to stretch Benedito into the 6s and 7s. So we're seeing the heat change shape here, and here goes Zoe. Now this is a use of priority, so good knifing turn to start, one single maneuver, nice and solid. Is it going to, well, again, is it going to meet the requirement? And then that's not the 6 or the 7 neighborhood of scores that we're going to be asking of our 3rd and 4th place surfers in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, look, a big hack. I mean, she did really well. She went over a pretty nasty bump as she got into that one as well. Came off the bottom, big solid turn. The problem being is if we look at the one move wonder scores for Bella, much bigger waves, much heavier sections. So like you say, Gigs, definitely not going into that 6 range, but she needs a 4.28. It could come from that turn.
We'll wait and see where that number goes for the American. For now, it's enough to steal the requirement. So up to second, situation change. Zoe Benedito got the 4.83, just over the requirement from the judging system. Erin Brooks drops to 3rd, but now here's that discussion flipped over. Erin Brooks only needs a 3.1 to climb out of 3rd and into 2nd. And, well, Emma, Kai was alluding to it, a pair of 3s for Louise Lepront. She's also got to now roll up her sleeves and go into the 6s.
Yep, I think Louise, like Kai said, she's going to look to replace both those scores. And in, heats in the Challenger Series, I think you never save, and definitely not if you don't have 2 solid scores or at least a backup. Like we've seen now, Zoe got a score and it was a requirement she needed and has moved to 2nd, but, Erin only needs a 3.1, which is not much for her.
Here's the young Lepront from the KwaZulu-Natal down the south coast. The young South African getting her first taste of Challenger Series. Priority being used, and the block plays out for Bella Kenworthy, showing some competitive savvy there as we move closer to the 4-minute mark. Now that'll push Erin Brooks into a priority situation, and with 4 minutes to go and a 3.1 requirement to climb out of 3rd, we'll carefully watch our surfer in white now as we hit exactly the 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one there because Bella didn't really need to go on that wave. She's sitting with priority. She's well out in front. I would have thought maybe she would wait for a better looking wave, but maybe it's doing the friend a favor there. We know they're tight. So Zoe now, I mean, she's sitting in 2nd place. She needs an 8.07 to take the lead, and the conditions for the last 3 heats and the scores we've seen, I mean, you're going to have to do something pretty spectacular to pull a 8.07 out. But she's not safe because, like you said, Erin needing a 3.1, and we know Erin Brooks can smash out a 3.1.
Well, Erin Brooks, that new shining light about to land on this planet surf, and there's her requirements, just a 3.1. You think of already a quarterfinal finish at Challenger Series level, losing in that quarterfinal to India Robertson at the first stop. You're expecting that we may even have Erin Brooks on finals day here in Ballito. She basically, the home is the North Shore of Hawaii now.
Yeah.
She's partaken in events even like the HRC Pro at Pipe. She looks fairly comfortable in every condition. We know that her small wave game is just absolutely phenomenal. We know that she can go above the air, but she'll be able to manage the bigger, heavier conditions that are on offer here as well.
Yeah, and I was just kind of thinking, needing a 3.1 at the level she's at, it's almost, you wonder if that's actually more pressure. Do you take off and go slightly safer and kind of try to make sure you get that score, or do you just, surf as hard as you get and then even jump further up with even just 2 minutes left,
Well, the other thing that's happened is the priority rotation has put Zoe Benedito back into 2nd priority, so perhaps a chance for her as well to pull the trigger. If we think of the current scores for our 2nd place surfer, that pair of 4s, the 4.5, she'll be wanting to improve that. Every point that she can push that up adds an exact mathematical point to, well, that's interesting because this is Zoe in 2nd priority getting away from Erin Brooks here and looking to up her numbers, and actually takes that one in the jaw. We'll make sure that she's okay. Looked like a bit of contact with the equipment there, Kai. She seems all right. But back to the point is that Zoe needs to improve on a 4.5, and It's not going to happen on that one. So now back to the bottom of the priority roster with 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Erin has got priority, but she's got to find that wave. And back to what Emma was saying is, sometimes that smaller requirement can play into your mind a little bit. But if I go back to one of South Africa's greatest coaches and someone I know that coached Emma as well, Graham Hines, he would have said, always go for the big score. Never surf under your potential. You must always surf to your full potential.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, it's one of those, I think you got to balance the nerves, the mind, and here we see her go.
Well, here we go. Erin Brooks, this is a clutch moment in the heat here. It's opening round of competition, and can Erin Brooks find just a 3.1? Ooh, we're inside the last minute. We all just looked at ourselves here and thought, okay, that was clock pressure. There was no lip line on that wave. There was just sweeping turns backwards and forwards. This is a huge question mark to hang on discussion with 30 seconds to go.
I'd love to say that she did the job, but like you said, there was no lip line there, and she really, we talk about that classic term QS grind, like that was grinding right there. She was worried. She looked out to sea. She saw there's no real set movement up the coast, and she's going to go straight back into action here to try grind out another score.
Well, she's going to try and come around the corner and look for a pocket on the left. We know that she can go to the air at any moment. She's probably thinking exactly what we're saying. Last of Erin Brooks is going to come in short at 2.73, short of the 3.1, and that is how brutal the Challenger Series can be. That is competitive surfing, and we're going to lose a shining star in Erin Brooks early on here in Ballito, Emma.
Yeah, surfing the Challenger Series, any form of a contest is cutthroat, and all these girls have what it takes to be in finals day, but as the heat goes, you have 30 minutes, and if you don't get those top two waves, you got to try at the next event.
Wow, all credit to Bella Kenworthy, who did a great job of finding that pair of scores in the lineup. Bella Kenworthy and Zoe Benedito will advance. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Mike Froof for the call as we continue with women's surfing here on day one in Ballito.
Campiona.
Champion.
Campione.
Juara.
Champion. Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Looks for the round field. It's a huge one and stomps it.
Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach at Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 of 6 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and we'll see a brand new quartet out in the water. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Michael Froof, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, really good. Had a break on the beach, got to see some of the action on the beach, and it's looking good out there, Paul.
Still looking really fun. Plenty of swell out in the water, plenty of talent in the water as well. And we're really looking forward to see how some of these surfers go. What first day of competition, you can't obviously win the event, but you can lose out and be eliminated. That's all about staying alive here in Ballito.
Absolutely. The field whittled in half already out of this round, and the surfers would have only survived a morning, some of them. But it's great to see that we've had some scores in the 8s and the high 8 range, some excellent scores coming in. And we're into the next heat here, the women's.
Yeah, heat number 5. Let's check out Yolanda Hopkins of Portugal, Pua de Soto from Hawaii, Kira Pinkerton from the USA, Adrielle Warmarans from South Africa. A great-looking heat, a lot of energy in the water, a lot of talent. Think of Yolanda Hopkins and her competitive abilities, what she's been able to do. Of course, an Olympian back in Japan. Kira Pinkerton has been a standout surfer for a number of years, puts together amazing free surf parts, an absolute charger. Really good in the barrel and all sorts of conditions. Pua de Soto, a very surfing. Great to see the South Africans represented once again. That's Hopkins having a look there. Tell us about Adrielle.
So Adrielle Warmarans, she's from East London. We've seen a couple of East London surfers in this event so far. Also takes a lot of coaching and cues from Greg Emsley and the likes down there. And having grown up at Nahoon Reef, she also has that full power game. She knows how to surf a reef break and a power wave.
We got down pretty early this morning, early doors. It was dark, and I saw Yolanda Hopkins on a bench. Now, normally at any event anywhere, she's the first surfer in the water regardless. She's already normally run maybe 5K before she even does that. She's always the first one out. And I saw her this morning looking a little bit sheepish. She said there was a guy just paddling out. She's like, I'm happy to let this guy go out first on this particular occasion. She was letting that one go, but all energy is Yolanda, a fiery competitor as well. And let's see how she goes out here. There's a bit of juice out in the water. Crucially, with 4 surfers, there's plenty of opportunity because we need the consistent sets.
Pua's actually spent quite a bit of time here as well, Paul. Pua came out with her dad, and they spent a bit of time helping out Surfers Not Street Children last year. So she knows this break. She surfed it quite a lot as well.
Hopkins live action here. Clip on a whitewater section out the back, and then the wave goes a little bumpy and flat for her. So she has a little kind of speculative look around, realizes there's not loads on offer. Nevertheless, it'll be a score for her. Pua's dropped a 2 already. There's a quick throwaway for Pinkerton. Warmarans at the moment is holding her corner out in the lineup. And Yolanda Hopkins making her way back out, looking for a run in the Challengers. She would have enjoyed her appearance as a wild card in the CT in Peniche Super Tubos in March this year. Got the win over Carissa Moore and just absolutely lit that beach up with a big performance. Really popular surfer throughout Portugal and elsewhere. And a great performance from her on the CT. It's always cool seeing surfers from their regions get a slot, get availability. See what they can do with it. Of course, this year on the Championship Tour, you come in as an event wildcard. You're not collecting points, but so good gaining that experience. And then, well, what she really wants is her own legitimate spot on tour. If she's going to do that, she's going to need to go deep, deep into this event. We keep saying it, but 2 events throw away, 4 results count. There's not a load of places up for grabs. You really want to be making it deep into finals day. And on the first step on that journey, it's taken by Pua de Soto, 5.67 in this heat of the opening round of 48. Decent way to kick things off.
Yes, and she does know this wave. She's surfed here before. She spent a bit of time here last year with her dad, Dane, and or Dwayne DeSantos, and she spends a lot of time surfing in Durban and up here on the north coast. Here goes Yolanda now, tags the lip, rides it out with a bit of momentum into that flat section. There's quite a deep water there now between that bank and the beach. So it is tending to fade out. You've got to get your maneuvers done on that first section of the wave just before the closeout. After that, there isn't much of a shore break available, so you've got to make it happen out back there, Paul.
All right, here goes Pua de Soto off the bottom. Nice turn from her. Really stylish, but with the speed as well. She manages to get the board nice and vert. And then a bit of a deep section. So she had to look down the line, realize there wasn't a lot going on. It's just the one quick hit from her. And I think this tactic of getting scores on the board early on is a pretty sharp one. Tide's still coming in, right? So it's going to get ever deeper on the inside.
High tide is around 2:30 this afternoon. Low tide was at 8:30 this morning. The full spring tides here at Ballito we're going to see later this week, where the difference between the low and the high tide is about 2 meters of water. It's pretty significant. It's the height of a door. That's a lot of water on the bank between the low and the high tide.
Yeah, mate, coming from Europe, you're not going to get much sympathy from me there. That's not a big swing for us, but yeah, that definitely has a big effect on this wave. 22 on the clock in this De Soto with the early running, couple of numbers. Here's Pinkerton, a late drop from her. And the section running away, the little pin drop exit. Wolmerans has been real patient out the back. Looking for some quality, looking for a wave that real cleans up down the line and offers scoring potential. So far, she won't be too rattled. She's still got plenty of time, but at some point, you don't want to sit there with too long with nothing on the board.
We've got a very robust junior series in South Africa this year. 2023, our junior series on the local scene, there's 12 events, so there's almost an event every month. It's the most events we've had in South Africa for the juniors for more than 10 or 15 years. And these juniors are getting a lot of heat experience, and I'm so stoked to see them represented here in the Challengers Series event this year. And we've been talking the whole day about that, the sort of young crew that's coming through, and those old established CT and veteran campaigners. So there's a really good spread, and we've seen a couple of upsets this morning already.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned earlier, but sometimes we'll see these big marquee events take place at spots that have been, generational surf spots down the years since surfing first came to a region. Then other places, it's almost like having the event builds the community around it and builds the talent. And I think you were saying that Ballito being in that latter category, it's really cool to see the locals here really stepping their game up, seeing the best in the world and going, that's what I want to do for a job.
So the two standouts here at the moment, and I would call them leaders in the community, the surfing community here, is Shane and Justin Sykes. Shane has really led the charge in terms of what locals can do from this area on the World Tour. Earlier this year, he chose to step away from the tour and take a bit of a break. His brother Justin is a shaper. He's got into shaping Sykes surfboards just up the road. And the little Grommies, they really look up to those two guys. And the result of having this event here for 13, this is the 13th year this event has been now. Like you say, a lot of these kids wouldn't have been born yet when this event first came to Ballito.
Yeah, amazing aerial surfer, right? Shane Sykes.
Shane, yeah.
I think he was on Stab Highway as well in Europe.
He went to Indo. He was on the Indo trip.
Yeah, really, really impressive, entertaining surfer. And just part of the deep South African talent pool. There's events and contests if you want to do it that way, or take a slightly different approach. Maybe you get to sleep in a bit later and stay up a bit later, but still going to surf quality waves and enjoy yourself. Here goes Yolanda Hopkins looking for a number here. It's a little sluggish on the opening turn. She knows it. That wave went really deep. The moment she got to her feet, that one was just going fat underneath her. Some little lumps out the back. Pinkerton's interested. Here goes Kira. And a little similar to a previous effort, just a touch slower, but the same result really, which is not much. That'll be just a decimal throwaway for her. All right, here's Wolmerans off the bottom. Snap from her, so waiting a while for the priority. Not getting huge returns for it. And right now, with just over 11 gone, that 5.87 from Pua De Soto is looking massive.
Really powerful second wave there. She's established a great foundation for the heat that she's building on now. Interestingly, in that last shot, we saw Adriel Wolmerans. She doesn't use wax. She uses back and front grip. And I've seen she's been using that for quite a while, Paul. You don't see a lot of surfers using a board with grip on the front and the back.
Hopkins as well goes to front pad. So two surfers in the same heat.
That's interesting.
Little set stacking up here. You can see the ruffle from that wind. And here is Kira Pinkerton again. And you see the frustration there. It's not really what you want to see, that kind of body language. You've got to keep your head in the game here. Don't get rattled. Plenty of time. You just need two waves. It's a quick rep from getting a wave, paddling back out and getting another. We've seen surfers get scores. Well, last two waves a couple of heats ago. And you can build a platform basically in the last, just in a couple of minutes at any point. Stay at this, but it is certainly trickier than what we saw earlier on today or on that lower tide. And you can see out the back a few white caps heading from right to left of your screen. A touch more sheltered in here, so we're just kind of bent a little bit out of that wind belt.
Out at sea, the wind would be a lot stronger. So initially we had a southwesterly wind blowing today, and that's when these westerly wind come up the coast. That's what you're going to experience at first. And then it starts to go slightly southeast. So the chop we're seeing at the moment is because of that southeasterly wind, as we see Kira Pinkerton, our surfer from the USA, up and riding, tagged that lip really nicely, threw a chunk of spray into there. It looks impressive when you tag the lip like that. And if you time it just right, it throws the spray and it gives that entire maneuver a lot of flair.
Yeah, much better from her. Much better. And that's going to feel good after 3 basically straight-handers, 4, in fact, for Kira. And then she gets a combo of turns. And not a lot of downtime between them. She's able to go from 1 straight onto the inside rail for the bottom turn. Put up another maneuver. Pinkerton, that'll feel good for her. And she'll get herself in a position to have a bit of a go at Yolanda Hopkins, possibly Pua de Soto. Still 16.5. Loads of time to come.
So that south-easterly wind, it does create a bit of chop, but what it does is the main swells that are coming up through the Cape of Storms, past J Bay, the south coast, that sort of stuff, it's making its way up towards Madagascar. And when the southeasterly blows, what it does is it pushes that swell closer in off the continental shelf in towards the coastline, and we're going to see the benefits of that throughout the rest of the week. So the conditions lining up perfectly for the Ballito Pro this year. We've had one of the best winters we've had since 2020. 2020, we had unbelievable surf. We were actually in lockdown for the first portion of it, but as soon as they opened everything up, we had 3, maybe 4 of the best swells we've had in many years. Last 2 winters have been pretty quiet, but if I don't know if you saw J Bay light up about 2 weeks ago, that same swell went up to Skeleton Bay, and that's a very good indicator of what we might get for the rest of winter.
All right, good number in for Kira Pinkerton, a 5 for her. And she's right back at this now. Hopkins hitting it hard, as is her way, as we're not so accustomed to seeing. She goes incomplete, and she'll keep plugging away. She'll be relentless for the remaining 15 or so minutes, and she'll feel that charge coming from Kira Pinkerton now, coming after her. Hopkins is vulnerable, 3 and a 2. Not the sort of numbers you want, certainly not to hang on to second place. Wolmeran's real quiet still back there in fourth, just the one wave ridden. Looks like Hopkins will go again here on the backhand. And the first turn is the only turn, and it's an incomplete turn as well. So she'll go down. It'll be a short paddle out back for her to think on. Here's Kira Pinkerton having a paddle. Let's see what she's got for us in terms of putting up a backup score. Nice hit from her. Keeps the speed up down the line, and a really good finishing maneuver. That was a tricky turn to do, and she did really well. She's kind of absorbed it almost in the knees and with the upper body. Made sure she stuck it.
She wasn't looking for a very big score, and that, even though it was a bit of a washy wave, the wave gave her that opportunity to tag it twice. She had good control through the maneuvers, and she might have done enough there. Scores coming in from the judges to try and snatch that second place from Yolanda.
Yeah, well, she only needs a 1.33. She's going to get that for sure. Let's just see where about that puts her, because you'd be thinking Hopkins isn't going to be hanging on to these scores by the end of the heat. You'd be expecting improvements from everybody thus far, but it's been a couple of flashes of quality from Pinkerton with the 5, Pua de Soto with the 5.67. That was around about 10 minutes ago, and she's still in first place at the wine. She's got priority as well. She's gone a touch quiet by comparison to Hopkins and Pinkerton, who've kind of been going at this, just desperately trying to get a score up. And the judge is going to have a good think about where this puts Kira Pinkerton. Anytime your scores get a bit compressed and squished together, those crucial fractions of a point, well, they'll play out big in the scenario towards the back of the heat. So it's just a really minor number. We reckon she's going to get that, but it's just where about this puts her exactly. So according to my calculations, she needs about a mid-4 to go to first. Let's see exactly where this one goes. If she gets a 5.37, she does go to first. The number's in. So Kira Pinkerton, after 4 kind of misfires early on in terms of the wave she caught, is able to avoid getting frustrated and throw in a couple of numbers, and now she's put herself in a controlling position. Under 13 remaining in this one. Pinkerton and De Soto at the moment leading it. Can Hopkins and Wolmeran's answer back? Find out when we wrap up the heat on the other side of the break. Welcome back to sunny Ballito. It's a Sunday afternoon and the Challenger Series touching down in Africa. We're firing up our third event of 6 in this season, a crucial stage. Really important for surfers who are going well to consolidate strong positions. A great opportunity for those possibly languishing further down the ratings, put themselves in qualification conversation. Back part of the season that will be coming up after this event. 11 to go in this. Kira Pinkerton, after a sort of frustrated start from her, is able to turn the screw with a couple of 5s and put herself in the lead in this. Roberta Soto got herself out in front early on. She's been chased down into second. Here's Hopkins, wants to get out of third. And just having to kind of scratch at that wave, really, never really on clean water then. She wanted to open up on the rail and just frustrated by the fact there's so much happening on the face and not a lot of lip to aim at. Pinkerton on the backhand. Nice turn from her. She just checks an opening. Doesn't really seem to be an inside particularly to hit, so she quickly realises not going to be a shore break section as such. A couple of redirects. Don't think she'll threaten her backup score of a 5 with that.
Quite a clever to take that left too, because what it's going to do is it's going to position it on the right hand side of the beach there, and the scoring waves that we've seen have come across from there. So rather than paddle across, she's utilised that wave, probably got a score, and it's going to be in a good position for the next set too.
Moran's here, looking to get something going on the backhand, and she just kind of puts herself in front of the wave, and then the wave just disappears behind her. It's been a bit like that. These sections are quick and rapid from takeoff. You can get 2 turns done early on. You're on your way to a number here, and the scoring potential just reduced by the fact that we've just abbreviated the waves a touch. All right, your early front runner on this, De Soto. What you got here? Nice snap on the backhand, and then builds up speed. She'll get a sort of a stickier backhand snap for a finishing turn. Let's think of her back up the 377. That's what she'll want to work on. Keep a bit of a margin between herself and Yolanda Hopkins and Adrielle Wolmerans. Still over 9 minutes to go, and it's quick to snag a wave, possibly 2 in this. And our surfers will certainly not be thinking about leads being safe or anything like that at this stage. They'll just be wanting to keep adding. Poa wants to find herself another wave like that mid-5 she got early on.
It's really filled up with the tide there. There's a large difference between what we were seeing this morning in terms of consistency. There were a lot of very, I wouldn't say small, but small to medium-sized waves that the guys were scoring on this morning that were breaking on that bank. And on the high tide now, you really do have to just wait for the medium to bigger size waves. Those little ones aren't going to offer the scoring potential.
So the clock will tick down on Hopkins and Wolmerans as they're in chasing positions. Score for Yolanda. I think we're waiting for one to drop in. We'll see where that puts us. Just over 8 to go. She gets an improvement. It's not a massive one, but she'll bring her total down. 5.84. That's what the Portuguese surfer Yolanda Hopkins is now currently going after. And you think about 5.8 in the context of what we've seen out there. Either need a big hit on an opening section or a really nice combo with your speed maintained throughout. Don't want that downtime. It wants to be all smooth and linked together. She needs to find herself a wave out here. How do you like her positioning? Obviously, she's just ridden away, so she's a little wide at the moment. Stick down there, head up deeper. What would your coaching sort of tactics be?
On that last wide shot, we saw a left come through. We saw a couple of girls earlier in the round go across to the left, catch across to the left-hand side of the beach there, and then hook into a left-hand breaking wave. If you get the right one, that left really can score. Sarah Scott, in one of the previous challenges we had, actually had a few of her winning waves in her heats from that exact position where she is right now, down that side of the beach. It's always tempting, though, to paddle across to the right because that's the traditional wave. That's where the sets are going to come from. But do you do that, or are you patient? You just wait for that left. Looks like Yolanda's going to head across to the right, and maybe she's in 4th priority at the moment. Time ticking down there. The pressure is turned up as the time goes down in the heat. Poor De Soto surfed quite a smart heat here. I liked how she recovered on that last wave It wasn't one of her top 2 scores, but
yeah, let's have a look here. We've got a paddle, and Pua has priority, third priority. So she did have a better position over Yolanda Hopkins. That's why she was able to go. We also watched Kira Pinkerton, who went down pretty hard there. You see the bumps. You see that water surface. You see as the water drains off the face. There's some big steps in there. We mentioned this can be kind of a powerful wave. We've got a bit of wind whipping across as well. So Kira going down. She won't add to her position, but her position is pretty good thus far. Inside 6 minutes remaining in this heat number 5 of the round of 48 Challenger Series, firing to life at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Day 1 of the waiting period. It's a Sunday afternoon here in South Africa. We're absolutely delighted to be back in this part of the world. Big crowd down here in school holidays, enjoying this, relishing it, seeing some good performances from South Africans. We've got one of them in your shot right now, Wolmerans. She's a bit of work to do in this heat, though.
she does. With 5 minutes remaining, 25 minutes of the heat have passed already, and under pressure to find a wave of a 7.01 or better to try and get into the advancing positions here.
Kira Pinkerton just kind of looking down the line, more of a sweeping turn, and realizing that wave also just kind of releasing its energy. It goes into deeper water between the bank and the inside. Hopkins will have a dig here on the backhand. Nice steep opening section. Can she crack this? She does. Not a full-blooded turn. She had to pull it a little bit short, almost kind of turned off the tail a little bit rather than really getting the rail to unleash. And I didn't see the 5.84 she required on that. And by the time she gets to the lineup, 4 minutes, and she's still going to need to go again.
When she took off on that wave, I thought, here we go, this is the left. It did go into that deeper water. Directly in front of this little red umbrella on the beach, that's where that reef is, Paul. And you just, if you can get one just to connect over that reef, it's going to give you a little bit of a bit more power to perhaps get a second turn in.
Yeah, for people that did tune in to the CT at Peniche, you might remember a left that she got against Carissa. She absolutely belted it and got a big score. Her backhand is pretty lethal. She's got loads of power and aggression, but realizing on that wave she kind of couldn't go full at it and had to kind of pull a punch a little bit there. It's a modest number, just a 2.93, so several points off what she needed. And Pinkerton, really, those 2 5s that she got in the mid stage of this will feel like absolute gold right now, because there haven't been many other waves. It's not like we've seen other surfers kind of squander opportunities or make mistakes when sections had points on them. She's kind of found the 2 best quality waves, along with the 5 early on from Pua, but it's all about taking those opportunities when they come, right, Mike?
It's such a contrast between the surfing that we're seeing in the seat, because Adriel Vormerans has only had 2 waves. Kira Pinkerton and Yolanda Hopkins have had 10 each. So they've been really, really busy. Kira Pinkerton in the lead and Yolanda Hopkins just on the edge of almost making it through here, where Adriel, having only had 2 waves, being very patient, she really has her work cut out for her in the last 3 minutes.
All right, let's see. As we've got a set stacking up here, we want more waves for our surfers. We want everyone to have a fair swing at this. Let's hope for some waves, some opportunity for Wolmerans. Also opportunity for De Soto to consolidate her second, possibly Hopkins to come back at her. I see Hopkins paddling, desperately scratching to get wide onto this right, which she does. And she gets a late drop, kind of gets fired out of the peak. And as she comes off the bottom, hoping to see a section, all she sees is a slopey, sort of surrendering shoulder that just disappears in front of her. Here's Wolmerans. Bang, that's nice. And goes a little slow back down the wave as a result of that. She'll get gobbled up and we'll get an incompletion. So a couple of minutes remaining for her. She wants to get back into the lineup and look to put scores up on the board, but not really been at this heat. Surfing against this level of competition, this caliber of surfer, you're going to need to at least threaten mid-range or better. Let's see what happens the final 2 minutes of this. Just in terms of that priority, the good news is for the surfers that are in advancing spots, they've got the positions of authority in terms of that priority, right? Yolanda's just ridden away, but here goes De Soto. She'll use her priority. Off the bottom, really nice, tons of spray, so it's just one maneuver, but it's clean, it's crisp, it's sharp. a lot of spray as well. It's everything she does is pretty smooth. I like it.
We've seen that those one maneuver waves have resulted in advancing positions. I'm really keen to see what score drops in here for Pua, looking to drop that 3.77. If she does manage to get a bigger score there, it's going to put even more pressure now on Yolanda, who has been kind of close up until this point in terms of, you know, the score's just there, just need to find the wave. It's not a big score.
Yeah, this is going to be good news for our Hawaiian surfer when this number comes in, I reckon, and bad news for the Portuguese contingent because the one turn, there's a bit of quality. I think she'll improve on the backup. She does. She gets the 5.23. She goes back to first, and Hopkins now looking for a big number, 6.77. With our various switches in priority, she's actually got second priority, so it's Kira Pinkerton with first priority. And as you might expect, as some lines fill in at the Indian Ocean, Kira Pinkerton is all over Yolanda Hopkins. Now, if it's multiple waves, Yolanda can either go the first one if Kira's not going, or obviously if Kira goes, she can get the second. I think it'll be, she kind of needed to get that wave, I think. Hopkins, a big wave out the back though. Feels like the biggest set we've seen for a couple of heats, really. Everyone's going to be caught inside. If you're in advancing position, you won't mind that one bit. Here's the countdown. I don't think this next wave is going to get into being ridden before we get the end of this heat, and that's it, all wrapped up. So an absolute smoker of a set, cleans everyone up at the end of the heat, and Kira Pinkerton gets through in second place position, and a good job by Pua de Soto, kind of bookmarked the heat with a bit of quality, a 5 at the beginning, a 5 towards the end. Good value for first place.
Quite a big upset there, Yolanda Hopkins, one of the premium surfers.
All right, so there it is. De Soto and Pinkerton will advance out of Heat 5, the round of 48 here on the Challenger Series at the Ballito Pro. We're going to get a quick commercial break. That's actually going to wrap up our action for the day, that last heat. Loads of talking points in the Corona post-show. We're going to bring in Kai Linder to chat the day through with us. Join us for that right after the break.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Campeão.
Campiona. Champion.
Campione.
Juara.
Champion.
Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps
Yes,
it.
that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, 'cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stop to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
We have the power to ignite a wave of change.
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome to the post show from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. 2023 stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series and the opening day of our event window, opening day of competition. We've seen, well, first of all, the key ingredient is waves. We've had them. We've seen some crunch performances as well. We're going to break those down, bring you some key heats and top 5 moments of the day. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Mike Fruit, Kai Linder. How we feeling, chaps?
Pumped after day one. There was some great surfing, and it was awesome to have the Quatakuza showcase like that on day one.
Ultimately, the tide kind of kept things slow this afternoon. The last couple of heats a bit slow, but majority of the day, some real quality out there and loads of opportunity for our surfers.
Yeah, I think Travis made the right call. It was getting a little bit fat, a little bit tricky, especially with that strong southerly wind starting to come up. It was only predicted at about 8-9 knots, but I think it actually pushed through it a little bit harder. As you said at the end of that last heat, though, some big sets coming again. And I think that's what we're going to see overnight, is that swell getting pushed in by this wind. But the good news is that high tides are going to get later and later in the day as we go through the week, and the low will go sort of mid-morning to late morning. So I think we're looking excellent for the rest of the week.
All right, well, bunch of good heats today, but a pick of one of those was heat number 6 of our round of 80. And speaking of excellent, saw some excellent scores in that. Let's just remind ourselves how this one went down. But Christian Carmenson, we called this heat, and we were talking about him and what he can do and that X factor that he brings. And he blew this one up, as did Nolan Raposa. He looked really good with this combo.
The waves for me were the best. They were almost the whole day in this particular event. The he started super slow until that air, and then the whole thing lit up, and suddenly each surfer just lifted the game. They turned the volume up, and we saw some high scores starting to drop in on the scoreboard.
If there was a sort of a manual on how to do a backhand hanger turn, that's pretty much it from Nolan, right? I mean, you couldn't really turn any harder than that. But this guy, Carmenson, he said, you know what, I want to get at this. Degree of difficulty on the end, radical surfing, he loved it.
On that full low tide, that end section is super difficult. So as you stick it, when you're on the lip and you go down with the lip and land in that explosion, ride it out clean, that was great.
So excellent score there for Raposa. He gets himself in second behind Christian Carmenson. A really entertaining heat. Tanaka as well surfed well. And Ryan Canalo, we mentioned, a very bright future ahead of him. Already tasted success in Junior's hit at Ballito. Expect to see a lot more of him on the Challenger Series and very possibly beyond later in his career. Let's speak about the women now and think about outstanding heat. And this one was our second heat of the day. From the women, and another really entertaining encounter. There's still some quality out there available, and we talked about that blend of the up-and-coming surfers and some of the more established names, and I've really enjoyed that tussle. It's one of the stories throughout the day.
Yeah, those youngsters that come through and attack some of the big names. We've seen some great surfing there, and they've really stepped up the game. I mean, to see 14 and 15-year-olds surfing against experienced Challenger and CT competitors, it was great to see that contrast today.
Yeah, Kai, this was the round of 48 for the women, and this was our second heat of the day. And as soon as we switched over from the women's division, the performances stayed really, really strong. And this was great to see Philippa Anderson, who does have some experience on the Challenger Series. She's been right in contention, in conversation for qualifying, and well, this is why the sort of quality she was able to put down today.
Yeah, well, Phil's just a very polished act all around, and For me, it's amazing that she hasn't actually qualified for the championship tour yet. She's got everything that's required to surf at that level. And of course, also very experienced here in South Africa, having that heritage, having been born in South Africa and grown up here. This is one of those youngsters we talk about though, and just really polished surfing. I love seeing the big rail lines, pushing out the turns there as well. And it's been an amazing day just seeing all these young girls just performing at such a high level. I've been blown away.
Yeah, mate, we were talking about in terms of qualifying, in terms of challenges from the Brazilians, the women don't have quite the success, or they haven't recently, that some of the men have had. And I tell you what, Laura's looking to change that situation. She looked really good out there.
She really stepped it up. In that heat, she was on the back foot for a lot of the heat, and in the last sort of 5 minutes, she got that score that got her back up into advancing position. It's also her very first event on the Challenger Series this year.
All right, speaking of up-and-coming talent, we saw one from Hawaii, Pua DeSoto, the last heat of the day. She's with Gig Cilliers.
Here with Pua DeSoto, she navigated her way to a last heat of the day, a win. Pua, high tide conditions, you managed to pluck a few though.
Yes, I did. I mean, it was still really tough, and my goal was to just go out there and, you know, just surf and stay busy and, you know, look for one turn, but also try to maybe link up 2 turns after I got my 1-turn waves, and yeah.
And you mentioned campaigning at the Challenger Series level now. How's some feelings and feedback so far?
Nui ka mea ia'u ia'u I keia mau ho'okuku a pau. There's so many things that I've been learning at these events and this level, and it's, you know, motivating, and it pushes me, and, you know, only want to grow from here. So just keep taking every experience as a learning experience, and also enjoy every experience, every loss, every win. Enjoy the experience, enjoy the place I'm in, and just be grateful.
Wise words. You mentioned Dad, Dwayne DeSoto, former world longboard champ, doing a strong coaching role for you?
Yes. My dad has been coaching me since, I was born, but he is in California with my siblings at Nationals right now, so he couldn't make it. My mom came with me, but, you know, always grateful to him, and he has given me all his knowledge and his energy, and he always normally comes with me, so I'm kind of missing him, but, you know, happy to be with my mom too right now.
Well, aloha, sister. You're through to the next round of the Ballito Pro. Back to you boys in the studio.
Thanks, Gigs. Well done, Pua. Mum strength guiding her through. A solid performance from her, a polished campaigner, and just a great force, good energy to have in around the event. A big talent for the future as well out of Hawaii. Let's see how she goes later on in the competition, but just one of many people who on our first day put their hand up with outstanding performances. Have actually picked out those best 5 moments from the day. It's been quite a lot of highlights. Moment number 5, one of our surfers from South America, strong contingent from Chile, Guillermo Sat, able to smash out a big punt for a 7-5. Guillermo going with the progression.
Takes to the air and lands it nice and clean. I love the amplitude that he got on there, and it was into that southwesterly wind, so as that wind came through, started taking advantage of it.
7-5 for that one. Meanwhile, Kian Martin, he put together a combo of good scores, find himself some tube time here, Kai.
Yeah, the Balinese surfer just found the barrels out there. We hadn't really seen too many barrels throughout the day, and suddenly Kian didn't just find one, he found 2 for 2 solid scores. This was the one though, so deep behind the curtain, and I don't know where he found that wave. Literally just the gem amongst all the other waves of the day.
Yeah, looked like he was free surfing in a heat, didn't he? So did this guy, Christian Carmenson. We talked about how explosive he is. He's such an entertainer. Really good value in these conditions.
Yeah, that was that one where he tagged the end section, went high risk for the last turn, pulled it off, and you can see from his body language, he was so stoked with that. Then he did this. He did a full rotation air, looked straight at the judges, super pumped.
You watch the slow-mo of this. I mean, this is Kymerson all day long. He's been here in Ballito quite a few times. He's won a lot of the expression sessions and air shows, so he's just doing Kymerson right there.
Yeah, looking really good, and also just serving a little bit of notice as well. Those surfers, just like what we've seen a theme on the championship tour, you don't necessarily need a bomb or a set wave. You need a score. You can get something in between, even a closeout, and go right up through the scale, possibly even towards the 10s. And let's hope we see more of that kind of surfing here at Ballito.
Absolutely. I think that on day one, it was great to see a combination of tubes carves. We saw some of the big aerial maneuvers, and I really look forward to what we're going to see for the rest of the week, especially as the swell increases.
Hi, overall, you satisfied with what you're seeing for today, and what you're looking forward to the rest of the week?
Yeah, look, today was a great start. I think we had like not perfect conditions. A lot of the guys were saying that it was a little bit more tricky than it looked on camera. Tough day for the South Africans, but Dan Emsley going through. We saw one of our young ladies go through as well, and we've got a few more girls to come in the last 2 heats of the round, so hoping that they can do a little bit better for the South Africans. But the forecast is looking tasty. I think tomorrow morning could be really, really good. Wednesday, maybe a lay day. There's a big swell with pumping southwest winds. I don't know if we're going to go on Wednesday, but that means that when the wind swings back through to the north on Thursday morning, it looks like a real deal Ballito. So I'm super pumped.
I'm loving this positivity, boys. Thanks for your thoughts. Thanks for tuning in. Remember, 7 o'clock local time tomorrow, worldsurfleague.com. We'll see you then.